tapping the screen. I really appreciate it. Settings, still getting ready. And then let me see if that pops up. There we go. I just got GTA on Twitch. It's live on Twitch, and then I'm about to get started. There we go. We're live on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch, and it looks good. It looks good. I think that should be good. There we go. Got my remote control, and then one more thing. One more thing, and we should be good. Oh, we hit one. We hit 1K. Okay. Let me bring first person up. 1619351. What's up, man? What you got for me?
Hey man, how are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah, I've been on your lives like 3 months ago or something like that, during summer.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm ready for, a good honest discussion. So, you don't believe that the Christian God exists, right? Like that's the
No.
purpose of this. Yeah, you're the opposite position.
Yeah, I
Um,
don't believe he exists. I'm open-minded to him existing, but like I'm not compelled to believe he exists.
okay. So, why do you not think that Christian God exists? Do you think it's like the lack of evidence or some contradictions around definitions, or what's the main thing that pushes you away from it?
It just doesn't really seem like a realistic worldview. I don't think there's like one main thing that pushes me away from it. There's like a couple things, right? So I would say, for one, God is like very hidden, and God is very hidden, and like I think the way that God left the world caused a lot of confusion, and I think like I don't see what's smart or godly about like how he left the world or left his church in the hands of human beings to deal with it.
Well, yeah, I can talk about how he said that the gates of hell shall not prevail against his church, but we gotta get to there. We gotta get to there. I've gotta like first point some of evidence towards God to start that topic.
Well,
So
what do you think that means when he says the gates of hell shall not prevail against his church? I'm actually kind of curious to that.
well, I believe I'm Eastern Orthodox actually. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that.
I am.
Yeah, great. So, we believe that, the Eastern Orthodox Church is the true church, like the church that was like mentioned in the New Testament. And, we believe that there can be struggles, internal struggles, fighting with heresies, fighting with persecutions, but at the end, the church always wins because God is with it. So, we believe that the church is essentially eternal. We believe like there's more to the church, to the ecclesia, than just the physical structure and the people. We believe the church is ultimately a community, a binding of God and His creation. It's it's people, but it's also angels. It's God. It's His energies. Everything of about that is church. And we believe like the Orthodox Church is like the institution that he founded in the first century. But we believe like also like the Old Testament prophets and Adam and everybody was Orthodox, well, pretty much like proto-Orthodox, so to speak.
Okay.
You know,
So I guess I
you
would
as much.
say. So I guess I would say like I know what the Eastern Orthodox Church is, but like I don't really have good arguments against it. So I guess I can run like an argument against like general Christianity. I would say like the problem of evil would be like one reason that I don't really believe in God.
Hmm. Yeah, sure. Like for me, that's like one of the the best, the most sophisticated atheist arguments. But like the problem of evil, I cannot explain all of it, but I can take some things into account that put it into a better perspective.
Okay. So
You know,
I guess
sorry.
basically.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Oh well, you know that there are some things that you have to take into account, like for example, the existence of hell or heaven. You could say, if there are people unnecessarily suffering, and you see Jesus in the New Testament always identifying with the suffering people, what you have done unto these little ones, you have done unto me, and what you haven't done unto these little ones, you haven't done unto me, you know. And you could say, if there's heaven, which is eternal, and there's suffering which is finite, generally you could mathematically say that suffering would account for like almost 0% of your existence if you go to hell after that. Sorry, if you go to heaven after that suffering.
Okay, I grant that. So basically, like, if I ran a reductio, right? So, like, I could say if somebody gets viciously, like, raped during their lifetime on Earth, that would be, like, okay as long as, like, they're Christian, they get to go to heaven afterwards. So it doesn't matter that they got raped.
Mm. Well, I'm not saying you don't necessarily have to. I cannot say if somebody is going to heaven and hell. We pray for everyone to get to heaven. Like, even if you are not Christian, it doesn't necessarily mean that you will go to hell.
Okay, yeah, like I know that, but like essentially what I'm saying is like, yeah, like if I grant that heaven and hell exist, does that mean that like the evil that happens in someone's life doesn't really matter because like it's only like a small period of their life?
Well, it's not really that it doesn't matter, but it doesn't make as much of an impact as it would if heaven and hell didn't exist.
I mean, like I think it still does. I think it has an impact on like their life on Earth. Even if it's a small period of time, they're going to be impacted for that period of time.
Yeah, yeah.
And to us finite human beings, I would say like 60 years or like 100 years is like a long time. Or let's say on average humans live to be um, like 70 years old. I still think that's like a lot. So like the experiences we have in those 70 years are still gonna like impact us.
Yeah, but like there's a difference between a lot and infinity. Infinity. Any number you can imagine right now is closer to zero than infinity. So when you take this into account, it's a totally different perspective then. No, I'm not saying like it's not bad, that if somebody gets essayed or unalived or anything. I'm just saying, if you take those things into account, you know, those then the bad things uh, have less of an impact. Still, they do have an impact, but less.
Okay, so I guess like the argument I would posit forth is it's gonna. So from your view, it's gonna have less of an impact, but it's still gonna have like somewhat of an impact. So like the
Hmm.
argument I would posit to you is, I guess I'll ask some questions. Like, do you think that God is like all powerful?
Yeah.
Do you think that God is all loving? He loves all of His creation.
Yeah.
Do you think that God is good?
Yeah.
Do you think that God is omnipresent? He exists like in all areas, in different locations at the same time.
I mean, kind of. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So basically, like, given that, right? Like, God has all these omni properties. He's omnipresent. He's all powerful. He's all good. This and that. Um, so he's all good. He has all these character traits, and he created this world that we currently live in. And with those character traits, bad things still happen in our world, and he doesn't really do anything about it. So, like, let's say that, for example, in the Roman Catholic Church, women women, men, boys, and girls get raped by Catholic priests pretty frequently, and there have been lawsuits against the Roman Catholic Church. So God saw all of this happen. He's omnipresent. He saw all of this happen. He was there. He had the power to stop it, but he chose not to stop it. And he just kind of like watched these things happen. So like, why should I like believe in a God like that? And how is that God good?
Hmm. Yeah, I see your, why would he allow it? And I'm going to be honest with you and say I do not know the answer to that question. I have to be honest. I don't know. Um,
Mm.
but however, um, he is the one uh, in which you find comfort in which you can say, he doesn't let me down, even though those things happen to you. Um, yeah,
Well, like,
that.
I mean, I kind of disagree with that. There was this time in I don't know, like 2000 and like 2012, I think, where a lot of people were leaving Christianity
Hmm.
because like they just didn't really feel God's presence. They were praying to God, and God wasn't answering their prayers. And a lot of these people that get raped, they leave Christianity. They don't really feel like God was there for them. So like God's not always like comforting people or there for people.
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, I see. I think, that's maybe a better topic for someone who's more of an expert in Orthodox theology than I am.
Yeah,
But
which honestly, and like the thing is, like, don't even worry that like you don't have the answers to these questions. I think that it's good. It like what you did here is actually a really good thing. Like admitting that you don't have the answers, like that's like a really good character trait to be like humble and say like I don't know, and like we're all learning. Like all of us are on a journey trying to figure out like what the truth is. But like these are questions that I have for God, and like I don't know the answers, and I'm trying to like figure it out.
Mhm.
So like
Yeah, yeah.
there's nothing wrong with like not having the answers, but like it's kind of like this is part of the journey, right? Trying to study and find out like why do these things happen and why does God stay silent when people need him, you know?
Yeah, and I'm here for, I said, for an honest discussion, not, for a debate to win some points or anything.
Okay.
And, you're great also. You're searching. That's what matters. You're searching for answers, and you're one of the better live hosts that I've been on.
Oh,
You know.
yeah, I try to be like I'm trying to create a show where like people can come and talk and express ideas and they don't feel like threatened or like uncomfortable. My lives do get crazy from time to time because I host like debates with like 8 people up here, but this is why I'm doing the 1v1s because I get to talk to people and understand like your point of view and it's calmer, it's on topic, and you know
Hmm.
I think that's like I like the chaos, but sometimes we need to slow down and actually understand each other and try to see if we can get to truth. That's kind of something I like and take joy in, and so every now and then.
Hmm. So, yeah, back to discussion, I guess. So, I would say one thing that really makes me believe in God, like, this is like my honest take on it.
Yeah,
You know,
tell me.
mm, I used to be an atheist during high school, like I watched all those videos like Alex O'Connor. He was called Cosmic Skeptic back then, I think, Rationality Rules, Dark Matter 2525, Dawkins, Hitchens, all of that. But with logic, you start, how to say, developing atheism within you using logic. Like you say, okay, this is logical, this is logical, God cannot exist, this is logical. But what makes me, when you start questioning things within an atheistic worldview, you essentially like become a nihilist.
Mm, yeah, I
For
mean,
me,
it can lead to nihilism. Yeah, that happened to me when I left Christianity.
yeah, and nihilism is not really as bad as people think. Oh, nothing makes sense. we can just analyze ourselves and that's it. We should know. No, that's not it. When you take a look at nihilism, it just says there's no objective purpose, there's no objectivity, there's no objective truth. It's just what you make it to be, you know. And what really, you know, boggles my mind about atheism,
Yeah.
and specifically within nihilism, is like logic becomes, you know, just not even a tool. It's not even transcendental anymore. It's just something that exists in your mind. And when you're trying to explain something,
How so? Wait, like, how are you coming to that conclusion?
well, I mean, you just see everything is subjective, and you see that um, the universe, everything around you, the math, anything, it's not anything. It just does what it does. It's just doing what it's doing. It's not, you know, like Newton's laws, Einstein's laws. It's all just mathematical. How to say, the math that we made it to describe all that is, you know, just our own invention to explain the things that are happening to our own minds.
Hmm. Well, I mean, like, what's wrong with that? So basically, like, I think, like, from an atheist worldview, let's say that, like, everything is kind of just, like, happening, and we're looking around and trying to understand why are these things happening? And, you know, we're just going to hold some presuppositions. We're going to hold that, like, objective reality exists, and we're going to be observing things, and we're going to be able to, like, put, like, identifiers for certain things, like the laws of physics or the laws of logic. These things are going to be, like, our identifiers for things that are objective in our universe and can be observed. Um, and then, you know, when it comes to, like, what started it all, you can choose to be agnostic. You can hold to different world models, but, like, what would be wrong with that? And how does, like, God solve that?
Hmm. Because for me, you know, once you start going down that rabbit hole, it goes like, there's, you know, logic is not transcendental, you know, and it depends on the person who's doing the logic, or better yet, the definitions of that person.
I would
And then you're
disagree.
not.
Wait, okay, so let's investigate that, right? When it comes to logic, I would say that logic is something that objectively exists, and then the literal laws of logic are going to be like words we use to describe some objective feature about our universe. So basically, like, we're observing the universe, and we notice some objective things that are, like, logical, and we just, you know, create labels like the laws of logic to describe them. So why wouldn't it be like a transcendental? And actually, define transcendental. Like, what do you mean by it when you use it? Use the word.
um, I don't know, like, existing, but not in a physical manner, but also not just existing within the mind. You know, existing independently of the mind, but not necessarily having a physical shape.
Okay. So, like, yeah, why couldn't the laws of logic just be like characteristics of our world, and we're putting like labels on it, hence the laws of logic, and that's just something that we observe in the world. Like, why do we need like God for that to exist?
Well, because um, you see, the things are just happening, and logic is our would be our own invention how to describe the things that are happening. Like, it's not necessarily, and it always depends on our definitions, and you could never have, um, so to speak, always 100% accurate definition on anything. It will always lack something.
Wait, so you said laws of logic are what about our reality?
In a nihilistic worldview, they would just be a um, way to describe reality as we see it. It would be a way of our way to describe the things that we are seeing, to describe to ourselves.
Yeah, to describe like some objective characteristic about like our reality, right? At
But
least
you can,
that's the way I would describe it.
yeah, but again, you cannot have like an objective. Uh, you cannot describe it objectively,
Or
because
well, like you're not describing it objectively, but you can say like it objectively exists.
but can you really?
Yeah,
Like,
someone could hold to like a worldview that that our universe is logical in some sort of way, and we're using language to describe it. And someone could hold to the presupposition of like an objective reality.
hmm,
Because I mean,
that,
like the Christians do the same thing, right? The Christians hold to reality being objective. Everyone is experiencing the same thing, and they hold to the presupposition of God.
mhm.
So like,
But to
so
me,
the atheist is just making the same move.
well, yeah, but so to speak, you give not necessarily you, but uh, to me, atheism's logical conclusion is nihilism, and nihilism gives logic way less power when you think of it,
Not all the
because
time. Like atheism doesn't like nihilism is like one conclusion of atheism, but atheism can conclude in like other things, right? Like there are like realists who believe in like moral realism or they believe in like other things, but I have to study a bit more on the philosophy. But there are like realists
Mhm.
who believe like certain things are objective, and it could be like morality, it could be like our reality, it could be a variety of things.
Mhm. But um, again, the way you describe things would just be totally dependent on your definitions, like 100% dependent on your definitions, and
Mm.
not always can the definitions be totally accurate. Like, for example, if I define table, like a wooden object that has four legs and a big board on it where you can place things. You know, can I make a 100 kilometer table? Would it still be considered a table? It fulfills that definition. And to me,
But also
um,
like but also okay, so you're saying like language would be like subjective given like an atheist worldview. I think that would also be the
mhm,
case for like that would be the case for a Christian. I think we all have like I don't want to steal from like another creator on here, but he uses a really good like he uses a really good like description of it, but we all have like our personalized language systems, right? We all have our ways of describing things, and we have like our worldviews, which are going to be like maps of what we think to be objective reality, right? And I think like language and like these worldviews that we have, they're subjective in nature. We're telling each other what we think we mean, and we have to clarify on terms sometimes because people describe things differently. I think like language is subjective regardless of whether you believe in God or not.
yeah, yeah, sure. I'm saying that as well. But like, um, as I said, with the definitions thing, you can like intuitively say, yeah, that's true, and intuitively say, yeah, that's not true. Like a table that's like 1 yard by 1 yard, okay, that's good. But if I make it 3 miles by 3 yards, it's not a table. I maybe I don't know the definition of it, but my intuition tells me, yeah, that's definitely not a table. And if you were to grant that logic is transcendental, you could make more foundation for the claim. Because if you say that logic is not necessarily transcendental, then you go with it's not as reliable, and then the worldview that you describe is not as reliable as you think it
Well,
to be.
yeah. So Christians can hold to logic being like transcendental, and so can the atheist. They just like
Yeah, yeah.
the atheist would just say that like logic is an inherent characteristic of reality, and we use a subjective language system to describe it, which would be the laws of logic. So like that wouldn't be an issue for atheism or for Christianity. So like
Hmm.
they can both have transcendentals, so that's not really like an issue for the worldview.
Yeah, I I have to research, but I think at least what. my experience is like under nihilism it cannot be. And for me, nihilism is like always the conclusion. Like, okay, you can have secular humanism, all of that, but all of those other philosophies are like, so to speak, like, okay, you believe that there is something, and like you believe in, let's say, you're a nihilist, and you believe that there's subjective meaning and that, and then your subjective meaning is like secular humanism or whatever.
Yeah, but like you do realize like
Say.
nihilism isn't the only like conclusion of atheism. Like not all atheists are nihilists.
Yeah, I get that, but to me it was like the main. When back when I was an atheist, like the only thing that could come up to me was nihilism. Like the only thing that could explain it to me.
Yeah,
And I'm not saying that it could maybe for you, but that's just something that's in my head.
I understand that, but then like I would say like like I had the same thing, right? Like I thought like oh the only conclusion is like nihilism, but then at that point you just have to do research on other philosophies and like broaden like your mind on like how people describe the world or how people hold morality, and then you don't have to be a nihilist. You'll then start to discover other people who don't identify as nihilists and are atheistic. There's like 2,000 years of philosophy out there that people have done the work for us to come up with different classifications or theories on like our world, and so one doesn't have to be a nihilist just because they don't have a god.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get that. But always, I'm not like the Phil bro. I'm not like that much into philosophy. Like I can get some basics,
Yeah.
but seeing other views versus the nihilistic view, it always seems to I always in my head imagine like a debate between a nihilist and another atheist, non-nihilist. I always see the nihilist making more sense.
Okay. Well, I would say like explore like other philosophical beliefs, and you'll see that nihilism is not like the only conclusion. And also, like I agree, like I'm also not like the greatest philosopher, right? Like I need to study philosophy more as well, and learn more about more ethical theories or more theories about like our reality. So it's just a matter of like doing research, and you can find other conclusions that people have come to, given that they've done like a lot of research and experimentation, and like given given this kind of conversation more thought than we have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. And I would suggest to you, to, of course, if you are open to it, to reading more orthodox books, and the ones that really like brought me back to orthodoxy. Basically, you can just get any book by Father Seraphim Rose.
Okay. If you want, give me a follow, and I'll follow you back, and send me a DM of that author's name, and I can check him out.
I think I can send you the links in PDF.
Yeah.
I think there's they're available online. I'll check that.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to like look through them whenever I have the time.
I mean, I read them long time ago, and I cannot like sum everything up for you right now because I'm going through a lot of shit, college and stuff, and
Absolutely.
and your brain just burns out, and yeah, I'm not in like my prime, so I can debate all day long, but I like to hop in with respectful people and talk.
I
Say,
totally,
like
I totally
opinions.
get that. Like, yeah, life, like a lot of life is like super busy, and like it's only getting worse by the day. My brain is getting burned out too. So like, I totally understand what you're going through.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
And one thing I would also like propose, but it's not like evidence of a God existing. The thing that for me is like mm, uh, evidence that it's more reasonable to believe.
Yeah. What would that
But
evidence
that's
be?
me personally. Um, like kind of reverse Pascal's wager.
Okay. Go for it.
So, like, let's even presuppose, like that atheism is true, and there's nothing after this life.
Yeah.
But you know, under atheism, you got like no supernatural power to find comfort in, and you get there are things when you get let down, and you sometimes even start to feel like nobody can help me.
Yeah.
So I would say, if there is a position with no comfort and position with more comfort, I would choose a position with more comfort.
Yeah, but I mean, like, there are ways to find that comfort in atheism, right? So, like, basically, you're saying, like, believing in God offers, like, comfort, but if somebody has the priority of trying to, like, believe in as many real things as possible and as many
Hmm.
false and as least many false things as possible, and, like, they just don't really find God to be compelling, there's many ways that they can find comfort whenever life gets tough. They can go to other atheists and ask for help or support. Um,
Hmm.
you know, I tend to just have confidence in myself and tell myself, like, hey, I really need to, I'm going through a tough time and I really need to, like, either go get therapy or I need to work through this because, like, life is hard and sometimes you don't feel like doing stuff or, you don't really feel like working through it, but you got to, like, kind of bite your tongue and do the things you don't want to do so you can be the person that you do want to be. So you can find comfort in friends. You can find comfort in maybe your hobbies. You can just do your hobbies, and, like, you don't need to, like, um, you don't need, like, a god to get comfort. You can get comfort in food, traveling. The list goes on. So, like, God's not necessarily required for comfort. There are many things you can put your comfort in: friends,
Hmm.
family, food, traveling, hobbies, um, anything really.
Hmm. Yeah, but I would say, there's less pressure with believing God. There was an interesting conversation between Voltaire and the Greek Orthodox bishop. I think his last name was Vulgaris. And I'll send you the link to that too.
Okay.
I don't remember it exactly, but
But whenever you
basically,
say
come on.
like there's, like, less pressure when it comes to believing in God, what do you mean by that?
Well, at, for example, at least for me, there's um, let's say I'm studying for an exam, and I'm into electrical engineering, man. The exams are hard as shit, man.
Yeah.
And the professors, they're fucking sadists. They're not
Yeah.
even there to make you learn. Like they are there just to satisfy themselves by like mentally stamping on you, and you have to basically study, like solve the problems the way they want you to solve it, like not in any rational way, not any, you just like basically blindly follow it, and it takes a lot of time to prepare all those exams, man.
Yeah.
And sometimes you just think, okay, I'll do everything I can to prepare for them and to pass them,
Yeah.
but and I pray to God to help me pass it. And if I don't, maybe that's a lesson from God to you know go out and pass it next time. You've done what's up to you, and that's kind of my point of view.
Yeah. So I think, like, God can, like, lessen the pressure on, like, yeah, taking an exam in college. Yeah, and I know college professors, they can be, like, Satanist. They love to, be mean to their students, but, that's why college campuses have resources, right? They have, like, people you can hang out with. They have counselors that you can talk to,
Yeah, yeah.
and, sometimes you pray to God for help on your exam, and, like, you don't end up really passing passing your exam. So God doesn't really like help sometimes. Sometimes you pray to God and you do end up passing your exam, and maybe God helped, but it could just be the case that you studied very well and you passed your exam. So, um, you know, there are other ways to get like there are other ways to like relieve pressure for like college tests, like counselors or like therapists or taking part in like clubs around the school. Like you could do sports, you could play sports to relieve stress. You can eat healthier, exercise more,
Yeah, yeah.
hang out with friends to relieve stress. Um, and then what else was I gonna say? And also, like, let's say you pray to God and like you pass your test. It could be the case that God helped you to pass your test, but it could also be the case that you just studied very well and you passed your test, and God didn't do anything. Um, that's another thing. That's another issue I really have with God. It's kind of hard to know when He's helping you and when He's not helping you. When people tell me personal anecdotes, I'm open minded to the possibility that it could be God, but it could also just be it could also just be that these things would have happened in a naturalistic world without God, and there's no way to measure God's involvement in
Hmm.
these miracles that we are seeing or encountering, or maybe someone prayed and they passed their test. How do we know God even helped? But yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, like, my starting argument here was not like an argument for existence of God. It was like more that it's more useful to believe in Him,
Yeah.
so to say. And that's about it. From me, I saw the countdown was done, so I'm gonna hop off. I have a lot of things to do now. But
Yeah,
thank you
absolutely.
for having me.
And yeah,
It was great.
feel free to come back anytime and talk with me anytime, and I'd be happy to talk to you. Send me those links. Send me like those PDFs in
Hmm.
my profile, and I'll look at them whenever I'm free. But
Hmm.
yeah, it was nice talking to you.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. You have a good
Goodbye.
one. But yeah. Thank you, thank you. Thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. If you can, tap your screens, like the live, share the live with anyone who you think might be interested. If you're wondering why I'm looking to the side, it's because I'm playing GTA and I'm streaming my gameplay to YouTube and Twitch. So that's why I can't look at the screen directly, but I am paying attention to you. I am listening to you, and I'm trying my best to answer your questions as much as possible. If there's something I don't understand, then I'll probably just like stop playing GTA and like pull out my flash drive and notes and like look at the notes that I have written down to give you guys the best explanations that you guys can get for this conversation that we're having. But I appreciate you guys being here, and then I'll try to give every guest like 15 minutes and then move on to the next guest so I don't take too long. I don't want the conversation to go like forever, but yeah. So I guess I'll let up the next guest. I think Plum really wants to be like my co-host. Um, but yeah, I'll let up the next guest and let me. What's up, Plum? How you doing?
Hey,
I'm doing pretty
I'm
good.
pretty good. Oh God, you brought this guy up. Have fun with him.
I'm like trying to multitask and pay attention as much as possible, but playing video
Yeah,
games.
I figured I could help you out a little bit with the modding part.
Yeah,
Um, Also, randomly, your parents are Nigerian, right?
yeah,
Okay, I just ordered some fufu and agusi. Am I gonna be enjoying myself?
yeah.
Okay, okay. Because I'm excited. I've wanted to try this for a while, and I finally found a place. So,
Yeah, yeah. Like no, those are really good like Nigerian delicacies. You're definitely gonna enjoy it. Abusi is not like my
good.
favorite soup, but like okra soup would be my favorite. But like abusi's good.
Which one?
Okra soup.
Okra. Ah, okay. Yeah, they have that one, but I was also looking at what was it? Fuck, let me look now, because it's gonna bother me. It's like a slimy one. It's
Oh,
not. It's not. It's not the okra soup. Okra. Is that how you say it? Okra.
yeah.
That's cool.
Has like a shit ton of
I like
okra in
that.
it. I think that's how you pronounce it, but
I'm from the south, and we pronounce it okra.
um,
Um, let me see. Let me see what it is. Also, back, can we get your age for TikTok TOS?
Oh, he's an adult. I know who he is.
I know who he is. I'm just doing it to do it.
Yeah.
Just getting your mind mentally prepared on 43.
Sure.
Yep. What up, Back? What you got for me today?
Oh, just conversation. I like the last conversation you guys was having. It was nice and pleasant and everything like that. It was pretty good. It's pretty chill.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not like.
I heard you say. I heard you mention something that caught my attention when you said, you just do your little, do research and things like that, right? Do you believe that you have done enough research for your worldview?
Hell no.
Okay.
So
All
like
right.
that's the so yeah like
In
I
my
do
opinion,
believe in
there's never
the
enough research.
yeah like I do believe in the Dunning-Kruger effect. I think that there's a lot of information out there, and we tend to overestimate like how much information we actually know. So yeah, like I'm always going to be doing research. I can never do all the research. Oh darn. Yeah, but I'm always going to be studying. I can always learn more. I can always change my worldviews. I have changed my worldviews. I used to be like an atheist, but now I'm agnostic.
When did you become agnostic?
So before I joined this TikTok app, I was like hard atheist. I was like Christianity probably shouldn't exist and like God doesn't exist. But then like I met some people on this app who have really good arguments, and like I I kind of became agnostic on this app from debating people who knew what they were talking about.
Okay. So you got a little eye opener, basically.
Yeah, and like so the reason I don't say that God doesn't exist is because I think there's good arguments on both sides. I think Christians make really good arguments and atheists make really good arguments, and I also think atheists make really bad arguments and Christians make really bad arguments. So I'm trying to figure out which side has more better arguments or is more likely to be telling the truth, and try to oh shoot a moth in my house. Try to you know, believe that side or believe the thing that's most likely to be true.
Oh, I see, man. I see. That's good. I was there once, and then I started digging for more evidence, and to try to defend atheism, Darwinism is you can't defend it.
Oh,
When you said that, both sides have their arguments and things, no, I really believe. No, actually, I know that the intelligent design argument is more overwhelming than non-living materials giving life and coming together without a mind. So
oh, so
I encourage you to keep digging, man. I think you almost there, man. You know what I mean? You young, and the more you have this TikTok arguments, you never know, man. Like 3 years, 5 years from now, dude, you defending Christianity.
maybe I'm
You know what I mean?
open-minded to it.
For
I might
sure.
actually end up defending Christianity, but depends if I see it as true or not. I gotta evaluate the research and the information that's out there.
Right. What do you think about the information that we do have, right? Because I know that when we present these evidence and these arguments, that side tend to try to find justification and explanation to try to weed their way out of the evidence that's in our face. Like, for example, like I mentioned this before, and I always go back to it because it's the most strongest evidence that we have right now, which is the DNA.
You know,
I always go back to that. That alone, right? If you just sit down one day and just put your bias to the side and really ask yourself, can this come from non-living materials?
oh, so DNA.
Right. And
Well,
not just that, but the functions too, like how they function and how they interact with the organism, right? That allows it to do what it do because it's like a program chip. It's like a coder, put the coder information in this chip to have it operate the way it does, kind of like an AI.
like I don't really think like DNA and coding are like the same thing. Like, why would you say
Okay.
that? Why would you say that they are the same thing?
Because without it, you won't be able to function. Would you agree?
Um, I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
but it doesn't necessarily entail that it's the same thing as like code.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. See, then we go with the explanation, try to justify. That's what I'm saying. See, that's what I'm saying. If you put the bias to the side and really like look at this evidence, there's no way to explain your way around it. It is what it is, which is the
What?
DNA code.
Well, no, like
It's a program.
I
it's not.
hardly think you're putting bias aside, though.
Well, like like I'm not like well, like I'm on the search for truth, right? Like I want to believe as many true things as possible and as least many false things as possible. And like with that, I have to ask questions. I have to like question things and challenge things. So
Right, right. No, I get that. Right. That's why I say you have to question things, right? Have you ever asked yourself, how can this process come from non-living material?
well,
Write
I
down the
have to.
question and then do the research and see if it's science. You gotta be surprised what you find, sir.
Well, yeah, like I have to look. I have to look at the research that's been done for like abiogenesis. I know there has been some updates on abiogenesis, but I'm not too up to date with like the findings of abiogenesis.
You know, the more the more year passes, right? We're starting to discover that life itself is becoming even more complex
Yeah,
as time goes on.
yeah. I think
It's
life is still evolving.
I
Following
don't see anything.
the,
I don't see nothing
following,
involving but people's behavior, violence, music, things like that. But as far as people, I don't see no changes. I just see changes in behavior,
oh, okay.
violence, yeah, sin. Basically, it's getting even more rampant around the world, and we could see this on the news. I'm not trying to preach on that, but that's I'm just telling you what I see
Oh no,
as
you're
far as just
good.
one. Yeah.
Say whatever you want to say.
Yeah, yeah. Because I know I get a bad rap, man. Like you got a lot of people that will say things like I'm always over talking somebody, and I'm always there. It's not even that. It's just the narrative they paint on
Yeah,
me
you kind of
because
do.
I
they
mean,
don't
like,
want me on. They don't want me on the panel. It's because I point to the truth and I lift the curtain and have you see what you believe in. It's a fairy tale.
I mean,
He offers the
like,
truth, right?
I mean, like it happens to the best of us. I think debate culture on this app.
Yeah, and sorry, and I Christian the Christian God exists, and the Christian God does exist, and we can give you. I can give you a lot of evidence of that, but I don't think that would be enough for you to believe, because even when Christ rose from the dead, the people that actually seen him still didn't believe.
Yeah, I mean, like
So
I'm open minded to believing. You never know. Like I'm I'm evaluating the evidence, trying to see if it'll change my mind. But
yeah, so the evidence is right. I'm assuming that you're about in your late 20s.
yeah, I'm 27.
Yeah, and every day we every year we get older, man, and life is what, just living, getting a job, working, paying bills, and that's it. That's kind of weird to you, ain't it?
Yeah, I mean, what's wrong with that?
What's the point of it?
You have to make a point out of it.
Right. Okay. Say I become. What's the point of it?
You have to make a point out of it.
Right. Okay. Say I become a celebrity. What?
I mean, I think like if God doesn't exist and like He doesn't give us our purpose, I think you have to create your own purpose. You have to find a way to be happy in life and be okay with that. And I
What
don't
if his
think
purpose
that's
is?
too bad.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh no, like I don't think that's too bad creating your own purpose. I think it's even exciting to create your own purpose. You get to go on this journey and figure out like what you want to do with your life.
Yeah. Of course, we do have that free will. What if the purpose is for us to come back to Him because we lost that purpose in the beginning?
Well, how would you come to that conclusion?
Yeah, we lost that purpose in the beginning because of what we see today, right? Like I mentioned, the world is becoming more violent, and to me, that shows that we do have a sin problem. cancer. People always ask, well, why don't we do have a sick kids with cancer? And
To go back to God.
right. Our purpose is to go back to God because we as sinners we lost our way, and because Christ died for our sins, if we come back to Christ, we gain that salvation
Well, how do you know that?
back again. Oh, I know this because I know the way I live. I'm not here to try to come around and try to act like I'm holy and thou, but I know that I battle my temptations every day. So why does my body feel that way? Why does my body tempted to do things, right, that makes me feel good?
Well, I mean, like, how are you coming to the conclusion that, like, I'm trying to get
Oh,
to,
man.
like, what's leading you to believe that our purpose is to come to God? I'm not even
Oh,
sure if God exists.
right. Like I mentioned, man. See, in your worldview, you can't explain really anything.
Like, what?
You know that, right? Life. You can't explain genomes. You can't explain certain insects. I mean,
Uh,
it's overwhelming the evidence when it comes to the insect world.
wait, hold on.
That
So,
alone destroys, huh?
so what's wrong? What's wrong with that? Like, if I don't have an answer to, like, why
Oh,
insects are
boy.
here, why should I believe that God created insects?
Right. The reason is because if you don't have an explanation is to where you can explain where it makes you feel comfortable, because you don't feel comfortable in your mind and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you say you're agnostic, but you don't really feel comfortable there because you don't know, right?
I mean, like, I feel like perfectly fine saying like I don't know. I
Right,
feel
right. You
like
don't know, but do you feel comfortable that you do you believe that you have enough evidence to say that you don't know?
This guy
like
really
what
likes
you,
God of the Gaps, by the way.
oh yeah, but like
No problem.
but you don't need evidence to say I don't know the conclusion to a certain proposition.
Okay. Would you say that since you don't know, based on your mindset and the way you think, you could just make up anything that supports your worldview?
No, I wouldn't say that.
No. Okay.
Because like
Um.
if you're trying to get to the truth, I don't think you should be making things up. I think you should be evaluating the evidence and coming up with probabilities of like what is most likely to be the case.
Okay. Right. So you don't know how genomes came to be on Earth.
I probably could do more research on the science behind it, but abiogenesis might be the position that I hold to, but I have to look on the latest developments of abiogenesis.
Have you ever researched abiogenesis where it explains? See, you have two sides. You have one side that's lying and saying that, oh, it kind of worked, and then you have one side that's saying it didn't work.
Wait, how do you know they're lying?
Both of these people, both of these sources, right? They come from people that actually went to college as well. Well, because they support the way you think, you tend to lean to that side. Have you ever looked at our side to see that biogenesis was explained to be not a successful experiment?
You'd have to show me the article for that.
Yeah, I'm gonna inbox it to you. I'm gonna inbox it to you, and I'm gonna show you that. I want you to read it without your bias. You know what I mean? And it's not made up. They don't put words and just they just fancy words in it. They show you the data where it does not work. A biogenesis does not work. It has never worked because we have never seen life come from non-living life.
Well,
And if
like,
you want to say that, huh?
okay, oh, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, and if you want to say that's the case, then the people that's conducting this experiment is actually proving intelligent design. Imagine somebody with glasses on in a lab try to prove that life could
Wait,
come from non-living life.
wait, hold on. I don't think we've proven intelligent design unless like there would be like some article out there and we would read it and everyone would be Christian, right? Or like some kind of theist. I don't think it's proven, but maybe could you present me evidence that would like hint at intelligent design being more likely than any other conclusion?
Yeah, I think you missed one. I think you missed something important that I was trying to say. Imagine people with.
Then likely.
I think you missed something important that I was trying to say. That imagine people with glasses, right? trying to say that, well, we can show you that abiogenesis work. These are human beings saying this. But if you take the human being out of it, you will never see abiogenesis start anything.
I mean, yeah, like,
It won't be able to, basically, it won't be able to conduct its own experiment, is what I'm saying.
well, I mean, yeah,
Right?
humans have to
Right.
conduct experiments, and they have
Right.
to
And what does human possess?
the ability to conduct experiments and look at the
Right.
data.
And what does that take?
A mind.
Okay. Not just the mind, because we know a person that that has low IQ can do it, right? You have to have some type of IQ, right?
So, like an intelligent mind.
I'm asking. Yeah. So there we go. So you could stay with that, and you could expand on that later on when you get off on TikTok and think about it more. But that's pretty much what it is. You know what I mean?
That's not
So
really proving that God exists. That's just proving that humans need intelligent minds in order to study phenomenon in our world.
right. But you know what's the crazy thing about it is that even though with their experiment, they still didn't create DNA.
Well, I mean, okay, so like, let's say humans
Yeah.
don't create DNA. We don't know what created DNA. Why should I believe God did it?
You don't know what created DNA?
I mean, like, let's say like we can't create DNA. Let's say human beings can't create DNA. Like, why should I believe God did it?
Right, because the evidence shows that, right? Because
What
we've been looking
evidence?
at the stars. I'm about to tell you, because we've been looking at the star for how many years now, and we have never seen any other process, right, that bring forth genomes anywhere on the universe or any planet.
Yeah,
But
but
for somehow,
why would we look at? Wait, actually, never mind. Go ahead.
yeah, but somehow, just somehow, I was talking to another atheist in another panel, and I told him, listen, man, you believe you came from rocks? Oh no, I don't believe I came from rocks. Okay, well, tell me where the building blocks come from. Tell me how it all came to be. Well, a star does, and then meteors. There you go. So you do believe that this amino acid got a ride, right, from the meteors and crash landed on Earth, and because it has the perfect condition on Earth, this rock, right, or whatever this amino powers came, decided to start creating genetic codes, primordial soup, and then the first organism.
So the thing is, there had to be certain circumstances
Yeah,
for that to be.
plum.
Wait, hold on.
Um,
Wait.
yeah, you're gonna talk over me, aren't you?
Wait, hold on. Wait, before
Yeah,
we get
you
into
like doing that.
Yeah.
guys. Before we get into all that, let's say that we as human beings explore the entire galaxy and we find no answers for how DNA came to be. Why should I believe that God did it? I guess that's what I'm asking.
Right. Okay. So let me ask you something, and I want you to answer it with without a bias. A God should be able to create things in nature that his creation cannot create. Do you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay. Why can't we create DNA?
I'm not saying God can't create DNA.
I didn't say that, sir. I'm asking it again, and I want you to pay attention. I know you're playing GTA and everything. I know it's a fun game. I want you to pay attention. I know you're playing GTA and everything. I know it's a fun game. I like COD. What's that? Call of Duty. I like that
Call of
game
Duty.
better. Yeah, I like that one. Okay, no problem. A God should be able to create things in nature that his creation can't create. Thus makes him God. Now, can human beings create genomes and bring it to
Um,
life?
We've actually demonstrated the beginning creation. Can you stop going? I'm being patient for Coco's sake, but there's a limit, and I don't think you want to hit it.
I don't.
Yeah, so maybe not, maybe less of the while I'm talking, okay? We can keep this nice and calm, or you can get up to your usual antics. And I would prefer the former.
Me and the host was having a 14-minute conversation.
Oh, but anyway.
And I'm up here too.
Yeah, but you interrupting a little bit.
But yeah, like I would have to do research
And
see.
I'm Coco's mod.
I've heard conversations about scientists creating DNA or getting close to creating DNA, but I have to read those articles. I can't argue for that.
From what?
But I can't argue for humans creating DNA. But like again, like I'm saying, like even if even if I grant you, humans can't create DNA. We can't find out what created DNA. Why should I believe that God created DNA?
Right. So let's stick to the let's stick before we get to the big finale. Right. Let's stick to that one about the. You said that humans were created something that's close to it. What materials did they? What did they use?
Wait, yeah, I told you, like, I haven't done research on it. I've heard
Okay. No
conversations about
problem.
it,
Okay.
but I'd have to do more research on it. But again, like, I'm asking you, like, could present
Right.
the evidence that God did it.
Right. No problem. We're gonna get right there. And before we get right there, I'm gonna say this. Right. So we know that a butterfly, right? First it's a caterpillar, and then it turns into a butterfly. It's like, why is he saying this? Okay, no problem. Okay, so so the caterpillar before it turns into a butterfly, the reason it does that, right? Because you said that we could create genomes. That's crazy, right? Because if we could create genomes, you can manipulate what that creature can do. Now, the coding that you need to cause this organism, right, to morph into a butterfly, right? That genome in itself is a miracle because it's programming something that's alive.
Well, yeah,
None of us would be able.
like all of that is great, but I'm wondering, like, what's the evidence that, like, God
Right,
is
right,
doing this?
right. Okay, good. Okay,
Randomly, real quick, do you
so
know
while we do,
how
okay,
butterflies become butterflies from caterpillars?
you say you don't know how?
Or like she's
No,
asking
do
if you
you
know
know
how.
how?
Right. I mean, no, I don't know because I'm not God. Okay,
Okay,
I
so
don't know why.
when actually I know because I'm not God, but I study things and I look things
Metamorphosis.
up.
Okay.
Um, when caterpillars go into their chrysalis form, first they attach
Alexa,
themselves
turn
to
all the
whatever
lights
they're
on.
anchoring, and if you keep talking, I'm gonna mute you. So they go into their chrysalis. They actually shed their skin into the chrysalis, and then they become liquid goo inside of said chrysalis before they basically dissolve and become goo, and then they become a butterfly from the goo. So I why is that such a mystery? Why
Interesting.
can't
No,
you? The thing is, you kind of you do a lot of God of the gaps. Coco, do you want
okay, no problem.
sloth up here?
Okay, no problem. I'm gonna respond
Brief.
to what she said.
Well, yeah, but
Okay.
like, hold on. Like,
Hang on back.
I'm really trying to, I'm really trying to get to why should we believe God created all these things we don't understand to
Right.
be true?
Right. So what I'm showing you, right?
Do you
Can
want
you
me to
keep
let
asking?
sloth up?
Okay. So you keep asking the same question, right? I'm trying to get you to see that there's no other way. I don't understand why it's so hard about you not understanding that.
Well, yeah, but you have to
Okay,
demonstrate.
if you see, even if you was to make up an argument, it still won't fit
Wait,
this
hold on,
genome.
hold on. Even if I grant you that there's no other explanation for this phenomenon that we're seeing, why should I believe that it's your explanation?
Right, because when I asked you, right, a God should be able to create things in nature that his creation can create. You said, of course. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, but like, why should
Right.
I? So yeah, like
Okay.
I could say
What's the
Winnie the
problem?
Pooh, like I could say Winnie the Pooh is a god, and he can create things that are, above like creation. But like, why should I believe that he exists and actually did it? Like, why should I
Right,
accept that?
because we both know you don't believe in Winnie the Pooh, because if you did, you would have put that on your prompt.
Well,
Oh,
it's a
I got
hypothetical.
it.
I'm trying to
Yeah,
I'm trying to emphasize a point, right? Like,
but it
even
was
if I
not. It wasn't a good one. It wasn't a good one.
no
I need
the
to correct
Okay.
some misinformation here.
But
the
let's get to the okay. Let's not get away from the caterpillar, right? Because she explained. She was trying to explain the caterpillar.
Look. The thing I'm trying to capitalize
There
on is
goes the
even if I
mute.
have zero explanations, that doesn't mean I adopt yours. You have to demonstrate why yours would be a good explanation to adopt.
Right. You answered that already for me. When I asked you, a God should be able to create things in nature that creation can create. You said you agree with that.
Yeah,
Now,
sure. Like,
okay, no
he can
problem.
do it, but like, that's not
Right.
demonstrating that he actually exists or that's
Right, because we can't do it. You answered this already. We
Hold
passed
on,
that.
Black.
wait,
We
wait.
can
Okay,
do it.
so
We have
Plum.
done it. We
Yeah, it's
can and
done
we
already.
have. We can and we have.
Okay, let me get to Plum. I
Wait,
want
no,
to address Plum, what she said
wait,
about the
hold on, no.
caterpillars.
Wait. Like, stay on
You
track.
know?
Like,
I'm on
so
track. He's just basing on. He's saying
Yeah.
we have created a functional genome from scratch in 2010. Craig Venter did it. and put it in a
There's
hollowed out
also the
cell,
Miller urine.
booted it up, and actually created
All right.
a bacterium with the
Oh, hold
hollowed
on.
out cell. Go ahead.
You say Preventer? Okay, let me look at it right now.
Yeah.
Also look into the Miller Urey
That's already dead.
experiment.
I already debunked that already. I don't want to talk about that no more. So let's go with something new. This
You
is
didn't debunk
Preventer.
it,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Craig Venter,
That
2010,
let's see. I like
created
that one better. 2010.
a genome from scratch. He did it a few times. A genome from scratch, because a genome is four organic molecules. I forget what they're called. He harvested the molecules and pieced them together in the exact sequence because he sequenced a bacterium.
So I have a
He put
question.
that in the nucleus of a cell, of a hollowed out cell, booted it up, and it became the bacterium and functioning and replicating and everything. So when you
Okay.
said we haven't created a genome, that was factually wrong.
Okay. Let me ask you something. Where did he harvest it from?
The organic chemicals from a lab. He didn't harvest it from life. These chemicals are abundant just in the.
Okay.
I'd have to look up where they come from, but he
You brought
actually
him up. Okay, hold on. You said he harvested where?
did. Are you talking about the organic molecules?
Yeah. So you say that he harvested.
I can Google where he got them. He didn't harvest them from life though. They came from like actual containers of
Oh,
the each one of the organic
so
molecules.
it's non-life.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
An organic molecule by itself is not alive.
Okay. Cool. All right. Cool.
So it was from scratch. The only part he actually created a bacterium. The only part of the bacterium that used previous life was a hollowed out cell. And so he created a genome from scratch, inserted it into the nucleus, and it actually formed into he booted it up and they formed into the bacterium, and he created a partially fully well that's an oxymoron, partially fully. The genome itself that formed the bacterium was fully synthetic. So we have
Synthetic.
created genes, DNA, a full complete genome
Okay.
multiple times.
I'm gonna break it down, but first I'm gonna start with this. Right. None of that would have happened without the intervention of what?
Well, it doesn't matter. So your
No, it does
argument
matter. No, hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Because your worldview says that life spontaneously just came from nothing, without a mind, right?
no, hold on.
Right?
Yeah,
Right?
well,
Okay, cool.
uh,
Okay, okay,
okay. Are
okay.
you afraid to let me talk? Because
No,
you asked me a question,
no,
you
but
won't
you
let me
talked
fully
already.
answer.
You talked
Well,
already.
you asked me, okay, you go ahead and ask questions and not let me answer. All right.
you're
So,
gonna Becca's gonna let you talk.
Oh man, it's
all right. So now you're saying, well, it shows you have to have your first argument was we can't make a genome because if God makes things, he makes things that we can't make. And now I showed you a make it. So that's like a heads I win, tails you lose. If we can't do it, it's God. Now that we can do it, oh, see, look, an intelligence had to do it.
because I'm getting muted, right? No, I
Excuse
didn't
me.
get there yet.
Sorry.
I wanted to show you first that not that any experiment takes a mind to do anything first. That's what I was showing you first before I
Well,
tackle
yeah,
your whole argument. Before I tackle your whole argument.
I was just correcting false information you were
Hold on,
putting
sir.
out. You should
Hold on,
say
sir.
thank you.
Sir, well, so when I come on, man, bro, like
But actually, really
hey,
quick.
man.
Wait, hold on, really quick. Actually, Sean, thank you for the explanation because I have heard of it vaguely, but
Yeah.
I'm not too scientifically equipped to
No, you're a smart
explain.
dude. You should just read about it. Yeah,
Bro,
you'll learn
bro, you
about it.
didn't even hear my argument yet. That's
Yeah.
because after you hear my argument, you're not gonna believe what the gibberish he just said, bro. See, you
Well, yeah, but
biased.
like the thing
See?
the thing I was trying to get you to is like even if we have zero
Correct.
explanation,
I don't care about that. I just care
like
about destroying your.
wait,
Listen.
hold on, wait, stop. So like even if we have zero explanation for how things are coming to life, and you give us an explanation that you think works, that doesn't mean that we should like accept your explanation. Um, I mean, like you have to show us like you haven't really shown us how like every other explanation doesn't work, or you haven't really given evidence for why we should adopt yours. It's kind of just like
You don't have to listen. You don't have to adopt mine. You don't have to believe nothing I'm saying. what I'm here to show you is that evolution and all this delusion you guys believe in, I'm destroying that. So that way you have
Okay.
nowhere else to go.
Wait,
You
so
got nowhere else to go. So
that's
you
where
have to
How
waiting.
long
imagine. You
have
have
I
to
been
imagine. After
watching?
that, you have to
Like, how long
imagine.
have you been in lives
Okay,
that we've been in
Sean, let me
together?
finish our conversation, Sean, because
Oh,
they try
like
to save you.
I'm not Sean. I'm
No, they don't.
Plum.
I
I'm
don't.
talking to
I
Sean. We
don't
had a
need
conversation. We were
saving.
having a conversation. I want to talk to
well, like
Sean.
I'm not trying to
No,
save Sean,
I'm
but
just
like
I want to
asking
debunk what he
how
just
many
said.
times we've been in live, how long we've been in lives together.
It
It's been
doesn't
at
matter,
least
man. I find
two,
joy in
three.
doing
What I
this.
Well,
what
it
I
Just
was
how you
said
back
is
guys
I
find
when
joy.
fact.
the
Just
last
like
time
how you
I
guys.
saw you. The first time I saw you, I think, was when I was still hanging out in the back of lights. So, here's the thing. I've known you at least 2 or 3 months back, and not once have you destroyed anything. You like to say
remember,
that you did, but you haven't. So maybe stop with the peacocking and
I really
just
don't care about feelings for me.
have an honest
I am.
conversation. And no, you're not.
It's just
You're, oh,
feelings,
I'm
man.
gonna
Like
destroy.
it's feelings and
That's not
stuff. I
what the
want to get back to the
purpose is.
but
conversation.
yeah,
Like
I
I
don't
don't care about what you're
really,
talking
I don't
Okay.
really care.
Okay.
I don't really care too much about the meta, but like again, like back, you haven't really demonstrated why I should adopt your worldview.
about.
And
If I'm not doing nothing,
to
why
be
you muted?
honest, oh yeah, you can
Because
start.
you're trying to
You're
talk
threatening,
over the
right?
host.
Wait, hold on. It's okay, Plum. You don't have to mute him. Even if he
What
talks over, it's
what
fine.
what
I mean,
What
today's
Coco?
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Coco. You're the
what?
host. Oh, you're the
So,
host. I don't want to talk over you.
oh no, you're good. So like,
I need to get to cooking this man, Sean,
wait,
bro.
hold on, stop. So like, today is like man-to-man Mondays and like debates. So it is gonna get feisty. If he talks over me, like it's fine. We don't have to like spam mute him. But you haven't really given me a reason to adopt your worldview, and you haven't really like defeated any other worldviews in the conversation we're having. And you know, like I'm kind of slowly trying to get you there, but like I'm just gonna jump to the point. You're kind of doing God of the gaps, where you're saying like, if we don't know what the answer is and all the other conclusions fail, then you should adopt my conclusion because like it works.
Right.
But you're not really giving me like it works, but then like why should like there's so many questions I have for it, right? So yeah, theoretically, a god exists that has abilities and can do things that humans can't. Okay, it works, but like why should I believe that God exists? Why should I believe that he actually created all this stuff? You haven't really given me that, right? Like I don't believe that God exists, and I didn't see him create this. I didn't see him create any of this. Why should I believe he created any of it?
Right. Okay. So apparently you haven't. Have you looked at a cell in a microscope, man?
Yeah, but how does that answer my question?
Okay. Now, now that remember, so basically, remember what you saw in that microscope. Okay. You telling me, right, in your worldview, that these elements were able to put these things together?
Wait, we're not talking about my worldview. We're talking about like how
No.
you're justifying yours. Like, why should I believe that God exists, and why should I
Right.
believe God
I'm
created?
showing you. I'm telling you that. I'm telling you because if you see the cell in a microscope, then you know that that's not a process of evolution. It's not. You know that.
No, you have to demonstrate that to me.
Okay. Okay.
If
I'll
we're
tell you
looking
what.
at a cell in a microscope, all that tells us is there's a cell that I'm observing under a microscope. It doesn't tell me whether evolution is a thing or whether it's not a thing. I'm just looking at a cell under a microscope. So I'm
Right.
wondering, like, again, like, this is not really answering my question. Why should I believe God created anything, and why should I believe that God
So,
exists?
right. I just told you, man. But see, the thing is that you don't.
No, you
Wait,
didn't tell me.
I did.
That's
Okay.
why I'm confused, right? You haven't debunked any other worldview. You haven't shown me why I should believe your worldview. You've kind of just been like gish galloping between like different points. I don't know. I don't really know what to say.
All right. Cool. All right. So, I did tell you that, right? I did tell you that God should be able to create things in nature that creation can't create. You agree with that?
Well, yeah. But
That's all that matters.
yeah,
That's
but
all that matters.
wait,
Now, listen.
no.
No,
Wait,
but
hold
hold
on,
on,
hold on. Did you hear what I said?
bro. I heard
Right?
what you said, but that doesn't matter because you already answered my
You
point.
didn't. You didn't hear what I said, right? I said that you can come up with a God and say he has powers and he can do anything that humans can. It's possible that God has powers and can do things that humans can't. That's a possibility, but that doesn't mean I should believe this possibility. It's a possibility
Without
that
evidence.
yeah, like it's a possibility that leprechauns can exist, right? But you have to still present me the evidence on why I should like why I should accept
Bro,
that
you just repeating
hypothesis.
yourself, man. Like you're not saying nothing new. Okay, so I just
Yeah,
told
but
you. We're not talking about.
you're not giving me justification. You're
I
just saying
heard
that
you,
it's
host.
like
We're not talking about a
wait,
leprechaun
hold on,
because
stop. The only thing that you've demonstrated in this conversation is that it's possible that God could exist, but you have not given me any evidence as to why I should accept that God exists. That's the only thing you demonstrate by saying like,
I already.
is it possible that God could create things that humans can't create? You're only demonstrating to me a possibility, but you're not demonstrating why I should accept that possibility as reality.
Why am I getting muted, bro?
Well,
I'm gonna
because I
be
mean, you
talking.
keep talking
Because
over
you're
me,
trying
but
to talk
No,
over
I heard.
Coco.
yeah,
I'm gonna.
but Plum, you can let him go free.
Yeah, man. Let me go,
I kind
bro.
of want the back and forth
If
to
Yeah,
spice things
man.
up.
Like it's
not
fun,
gonna
man.
let you
Like stand
talk, it's
on
gonna be
business, man.
annoying.
We
Well,
gotta
yeah,
stand on
it's
business.
fine
I
because
want you to stand on business, bro.
today
I'll
is
be
Yeah.
nice. I'll be
Can I
nice. Keep
Listen.
my
clarify
All right,
hands
something?
to
listen. Because it sounds
myself.
to me, right,
For
that
you.
y'all saving Sean, right? And now you want to get into
Oh,
this
I
no,
don't
no,
need to
blasphemy.
save
we're not
him.
saving
Okay.
Sean. We're just
So,
trying to
host,
stick to
listen.
the point.
So, host.
Right?
So, you want to talk to me, or should I go back to Sean?
I want to talk to you because I'm
Okay,
hosting
let's talk,
live.
man. Okay, let's talk. So you asked me, well, then why should I believe that it's the Christian God that you want to believe? But listen, you don't have to call him Christian God. Or I don't care what names you call him. I asked you, it's true that God should be able to create things in nature that creation can create. Period.
You're just okay.
Okay.
Wait, no.
So can I
Listen,
fit,
hold
bro?
on. No. Listen to what I'm saying. When you ask me that
That's so
question,
mad, bro.
you are just presenting me a possibility. I'm an agnostic. I already believe it's possible that God could exist. I'm looking for evidence to accept that God
Sir,
exists.
I know this
Dude,
already.
back before we started this conversation, I was already there. It's possible that God can exist. I just don't have evidence to believe that God exists. So that's what you need to present me. Not tell me that it's possible. Present me why
I'm
I
not telling
should
you. I'm
accept
not,
your
bro.
thesis.
I'm
That's
not telling.
back. What you're saying is giving me a possibility. It's not giving me like evidence to accept that possibility as reality. So when you tell me that is it possible that God can create like yeah, duh. I was there before the conversation started. But give me evidence as
All
to
right,
why
bro.
I
You
should
done?
accept that.
I'm talking
Right?
about that.
So step one, it's a possibility. Step two, where's the evidence to accept the possibility? That's what
Um,
like
okay, host. First of all, I'm not. I'm not. What I'm talking about is the impossible.
no, we're not talking. No. You're shifting
Relax,
it. No.
relax. Let me talk, bro.
No.
Let me talk.
Stop.
See,
The
you can't do
topic.
it. You can't do it. You
No,
can't.
stop. No.
Man,
Back.
can't mess with me,
Back.
man. You
Back.
can't.
The topic is does the Christian God exist? You have to present me evidence that the Christian God exists. I could grant you that my worldview.
Stopping me, man. Like,
Wait. Well, because you need to listen, and I have explained the same thing to you repeatedly in this conversation. This is now the fourth time I'm explaining it to you. So try to understand what I'm saying. You have
you said
demonstrated
that. Oh, just because it's possible. That's what you said, right? Does it
just
mean right?
just because it's possible
Right. I
doesn't
get it,
mean. Wait, what? Are you trying to understand what I'm saying?
bro. Relax, man. I
Okay,
get what you're saying. You said
I made an executive
just because it's
decision to bring Sloth up.
just because it's possible doesn't mean that that the Christian God exists. It doesn't mean that I get that,
yeah.
right?
So what?
Now listen to the words that coming out of my
Okay,
mouth,
yeah.
man.
Wait. Stop there. So you get that, and then I'm
Now
asking you for
watch
evidence.
this.
I'm asking you for
You scared,
evidence.
bro. You
Well,
scared
wait,
about the smack him in the
no. Wait, stop muting him. Just let him go. Don't mute him like anymore. Just
yeah,
let it
man. I
happen.
took my shirt off, man. Come on.
Right.
Okay.
Pause.
Back. Um, the first step was you said it's possible that God can exist and create stuff that humans
You said
can't.
that.
That wait, you said that. You
Right.
s-
You agreed.
yeah, I agreed. That's step one. That's a possibility. Step two is evidence for why I should accept the possibility. So I've asked you to present that evidence, and you keep saying I already did, and you keep referring back to what you said, which was just presenting me the possibility that God could create things that humans can't.
Right.
That statement right there is only presenting me a
Not just
possibility.
humans, not just
Wait, hold
humans,
on.
but meteors.
That statement right there is just presenting me a possibility, not giving me evidence that this possibility is more likely than any other
Bro, you
possibility.
keep it.
Right?
Hey, go
So
ahead, man. Go ahead and repeat yourself
present me
minutes
the
of time,
evidence.
bro. You're
Present
repeating
me the
yourself.
evidence. Back.
All
Present me
right,
the
man. You done?
back. Present Me. The
Okay, if you be
evidence,
quiet, I can.
when you listen to what I'm back, shut up. Listen to what I'm saying, because I can't finish a sentence without you interrupting, and I've had to repeat the same thing 4 times to you, and I don't think you're listening to learn. You're listening to just respond.
Learn what? You say you don't know your worldview.
Are you trying to comprehend what I'm saying and understand where I'm coming from?
I know, but you
Or
said learn. No, you said learn.
Yeah.
What do you mean learn?
Learn
what?
Can I answer you?
Right, learn what?
Learn my perspective and try to understand where I'm coming from.
You say you don't know.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean I have nothing that you could possibly learn in
This
regards
can't be
to...
it, man. This can't.
Wait.
This can't be it. This is. I gotta go to another.
Back.
This is low tier.
Oh, he's gonna run away.
Wait, back. I said I'm
He's
agnostic.
running.
I said I'm agnostic, but that doesn't mean that you can't learn anything about like my position or why I don't believe in God. That's what I'm asking you to learn. My perspective, understand where I'm coming from and why I don't believe in God. But it doesn't seem like you're trying to understand where I'm coming from. You're just trying to respond, because I've had to repeat the same thing to you 5 times, and then you complain about me repeating the same thing to you 5 times. Do you understand that?
Yeah, man. Go ahead. You done?
Yeah. So what's the evidence that God exists?
All right. Let me speak the way I want to speak, man. Like that's trying to control how I talk. That's what you atheists do all the time, man. All right.
I'm not even an atheist.
Yes, I agree with you, right?
I'm not even an
just
atheist.
because
you do acknowledge
you are,
that, right?
because I think it's more of a cowardly way to try to hide behind agnostic. But anyway, so now,
okay, so
can I talk?
Like, I've been very respectful to you this entire time. If you're gonna be a dick to me, then I can start muting you rather than Plum.
How am I being? How am I being?
You just said agnosticism is a cowardly way to not be atheist.
That's my opinion.
Well, yeah, I've been.
Can you respect my opinion?
Well, yeah, but like, your opinion.
It's subjective, ain't it?
So, like, I say I'm an agnostic, and you say that I'm a coward. Why are you doing that?
Did I call you a coward?
Yes, you did. You said agnosticism is a cowardly way for atheists to hide, and I'm not an atheist.
Yeah, I didn't call you a coward though.
That because I identify as an agnostic, so you're calling me a coward.
No, that's not. I didn't call you that directly, man.
Yeah, but you said agnosticism is a cowardly way to hide from atheism, and I identify as an agnostic.
All right, if I hurt your feelings, sir, I apologize.
He's not saying you're coward.
Oh my
fucking
god, I hate those fucking bullshit apologies.
Stop, guys. I'm not, like, my feelings aren't hurt. I'm on TikTok. That's, like...
The way you was holding your chest, like you was pointing like you was holding your chest.
Well, yeah, like, I talk with my hands sometimes. Like,
okay.
I don't care. I don't care.
I still didn't get to the argument about the possible stuff.
I'm agnostic. I'm not atheist. Please, I would really hope that in this respectful conversation we're having, you refer to me as an agnostic and not an atheist.
Sorry, because it's okay. You have your worldview and I have mine. I don't believe that a person that's agnostic is it's either you're atheist or you're not. That's that way I look at things. Sorry, man. I'm not trying to defend you or nothing like that.
Okay? Go ahead.
All right, cool. So you said just because it's possible, right, doesn't mean that it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can grant possibilities.
Okay. Now, what about the impossible?
Why does that matter?
That matters because this is why it matters.
Wait, right? No, it doesn't matter. And like, let me explain mine.
It matters, right?
Wait, no, hold on. I can grant possibilities. Talking about the impossibilities don't matter. You have to demonstrate why I should accept the possibilities.
No. Listen.
Like, I'm asking you...
Real quick, I'm gonna... mod moment. You're not going to be snarky and snide with the host.
I'm not doing anything but having a conversation.
Wait, Plum, it's fine.
You're mimicking, you're mocking him,
in a society where people are
just...
Stop. Come on, man. Go back to the 90s where people had heart, man. Stuff 10, you know? Anyway, so...
I just wanted to let you know that aliens who are tricking you into thinking the Abrahamic God exists are the ones who created life. And I do think that it's, I don't know, it's just my position. It's not at you or anything. But I do think that it's, it's a really cowardly way to believe in a God or something.
Okay, Carl. I like that one, Cloth. It's Sloth. Let me ask you this so that I want you to ponder on this while I talk to Right. I'm gonna ask him this so that way you can ponder on it.
No.
I'm not gonna get into a conversation with him. I'm just gonna hit him with a question.
No. Me and you are doing a 1v1.
Okay, the Cambrian explosion. Okay. Anyway, all right. So now, Right. So you're right. Just because something is possible doesn't mean that it is. That's interesting.
Yep.
But what I'm talking about, right, is when I asked you, a God should be able, not possible. I didn't even say possible. It's possible that a God. I didn't say that. I said a God should be able to create things in nature that His creation cannot create,
Yeah.
which makes it because if He's the only one that can do it,
How are
and
you
no one
how are
else
you coming to
can.
that
And no, and
conclusion?
hold on. But I'm getting somewhere. And no one else. See, I don't have to monologue. I go straight to it. Because if God can do it, right, and no one else can, it's called impossibility.
You have not demonstrated that
Okay.
to
Well,
me yet.
hold on. Now, impossibility would imply that if we can't do it, we know rocks can't do it. We know billions of years can't do it. What do we have left?
Aliens.
Badge, I have already explained this to you in this conversation. So
Impossibility, not
you're
possibility.
Badge, you are not listening to the words coming out of my mouth because I've already explained this to you.
Oh, the impossibility. So, are you telling me what I mean? Are you saying that when human beings can do the impossible?
I
Are you
gave
No,
you
saying
an
that?
alternative
no,
I'm
fact.
asking him.
no,
Hold on. I'm
no,
asking him since he wants to
no,
talk,
no,
right?
no. I've told you that even if I scour the earth and every other possibility fails, and the only hypothesis that's left is the Christian God, why should I accept that possibility, right? You are
You
doing a God of the gaps. You're
don't
saying
have to.
because you're doing a God of the gaps fallacy, which I've already explained to you in this conversation. So that shows you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I am listening because
You're not actually learning from what I'm saying.
you
You're
don't
not
you don't.
hearing
Okay,
anything
listen.
I'm
You just
saying.
said okay.
No,
Well,
no,
listen.
no,
Hold
no.
up.
Shut up. I'm in the middle of talking and you're answering to like give your answer. So you're not listening to understand what I'm
You
saying.
have no answer for me.
Wait, no, my
Just
dude,
talking.
listen to what I'm saying and learn the information I'm telling you, right?
What
I'm
information you got
telling
for me to
you,
learn?
do you know what a God of the gaps fallacy is?
No, I only know the
So
gas of
you
the
don't,
evolution.
so you don't know what a God of the gaps
Yeah, I
fallacy
only
is.
know the gas of the
So
evolution.
now would be the time you listen to me and try to understand what I'm telling you from my perspective, right?
What about the
If you
impossibility? Stick to that.
back, listen to what I'm telling you. If I grant you that we scour the earth, we can't find a single answer, and you present me a possibility that it could be God, why should I accept that? If I just
Okay, that's a
accept that,
question.
if I back, if
That's a
I just
question.
if you interrupt me one more time, I'm just gonna move on to the next guest.
So you was asking me a question. My
If
bad,
you
man.
interrupt me one more time when I open my mouth to say something, I'm gonna move on to the next guest. So listen to me and don't say anything, right? What I'm trying to explain to you is that if 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 we examine every explanation and it fails, and you present the possibility that it could be God, that doesn't mean that I should accept it. I accept that it's a possibility. Why should I accept it? You saying we don't know, so we should just accept this possibility that it's God is God of the gaps. You're putting God in a space where we don't know and saying this is the answer because everything else fails. But there is no justification in doing that. You're just putting it in there to fill a hole. So give me
Okay.
the justification. I could grant you that everything else fails. Yes, nothing else works. But why should I accept your worldview instead of just plugging it in because nothing else works? So don't talk about the impossibilities. For this conversation, I grant that everything else fails, and God, for the Christian God, is the only possibility left. Why should I accept the Christian God possibility?
So, but do you? Okay, you said okay. So do you agree that that's the only option left?
That's the only option left.
That's all I need to know. Have a good night.
Why should?
Thank you, sir.
Wait, wait,
Thank you.
wait, 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 wait,
Thank
wait.
you,
Don't,
sir.
wait,
I
hold on. Don't end the
alternative.
con.
No, that was
Okay,
a he felt he had a mic drop and
okay, back. If you're in this live, if you leave this live and you don't come back up here and finish the conversation, I will block you. You don't get to drop off my panel after you deliver an argument. This is a conversation. If you're not trying to understand where I'm coming from, I will block you. So you have 60 seconds to get back on this panel and finish the conversation, or you're never having a conversation with me again. But let me make myself very clear, because that is very disrespectful, and you're not trying to understand where I'm coming from.
clarification too is nothing else we have thought of now works, but that doesn't mean nothing we think of in the future will work.
I mean, I legitimately just I used to do this and I stopped at some point, but like aliens is a perfectly reasonable answer to this. Why would I think a god outside of space and time created things that somehow changes states when I could think that aliens did it?
Also, the word possibility can mean one of two things, demonstrably possible or possible in the sense that I can't rule it out. Those are two different concepts because some things are impossible. So an actual possi like demonstrated possibility has to be like shown.
Yeah. But I don't know. I don't think he's trying to. I've tried my best to make that conversation work, but I don't think he's trying to understand where I'm coming from.
I don't think so either.
He's just responding to give answers. Um,
He speaks too quickly, like when you're not, and I did it to you on accident there, but he speaks too quickly when you're not even quite done making your point to where he's not like pausing, okay, let me reflect on what he's saying and try to understand it and then respond in kind.
yeah,
He's kind
but
of banned from,
but anyway,
or he's banned from a couple of lives because he's like, if you actually talk to him about his views, like he is a complete whack job.
yeah, but he's not coming back up. So I think yeah, back if you're in here, you are getting blocked. But anyway, thank you guys for being here. There's 9 people in the live. I really appreciate you guys being here regardless. I'm streaming GTA on Twitch and YouTube while they're also listening to these live discussions. I'm basically looking for any ops, anyone who believes that like a mind created the universe. That's the God that I don't believe in. But I'm not an atheist. I'm an agnostic, but I lean towards atheism. So I don't really believe in the Christian God, and I have my reasons for that. I don't really believe in Islam, and I have my reasons for that. If you want to discuss, feel free to come up. Honestly, I have enough friendlies up here, so I'm kind of just looking for ops at the moment. But
Oh, I'm
if
about to
you
dip anyway. Um,
okay,
I
but
was
yeah,
gonna ask where are you at in GTA 5?
um, where am I at?
Yeah, I'm actually playing through it right now as well. Yeah,
I'm
you
playing
you
a
said mentioned that I was like, damn, me too.
I'm playing a GTA Online, and like I have a company. I have like maybe a couple planes and cars, and I have a nightclub.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, I'm honestly just doing like the Gerald missions over and over and over again, and just getting cash, cash, cash. And that's like it requires the least amount of attention. I can still focus on the live.
I figured I'd finish through the campaign or story as a nice little break in between Battlefield 6
You
and
should
then
check
back to the
out
grind.
the Craig Venter experiments. They're really freaking cool. He recreated I don't remember the species, but a type of bacterium. So they sequenced the DNA ahead of time, then they recreated the genome using the 4 different organic molecules and somehow connecting them together, and then basically created almost from entirely from scratch the bacterium itself. The only cheat was they used a hollowed out cell, which was already a living thing at one point before.
Okay, yeah, I need to look into all those things, and I
Now
was
it
thinking,
doesn't disprove God, that's what I was trying to tell him, but he wouldn't let me talk. But sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
oh no, you're
It
totally
doesn't
good.
dis yeah, it doesn't disprove God. Whether we can or cannot at this given time make a life or not make a GMO, not it doesn't matter. I was just correcting something he said that was factually inaccurate.
Oh no, yeah, you're totally good. I'm glad that you came up and explained the science part. I am trying to become the best debater I can be, and and also just like try to believe as many true things as possible and as least many like false things as possible. And so
Yeah,
understanding the science is a really good thing.
yeah, I think you're very good in your um not just in substance, but also in kind of a calm conversational style. I think you do much better than most that I've seen. So you give yourself credit.
Yeah. I'm I guess the goal is to be a warrior in a garden. And so, whenever the wars break out, I can fight it, but like, I'm calm whenever there's no fighting. But yeah. Yeah, like
Uh,
it's
do
like
you know what?
okay.
Do you know what I think makes you, in my opinion, a good debater?
Mm.
You're not trying to win. You're genuinely giving an honest assessment and having an honest conversation. And if you go into it trying to win, when people go into it trying to win, they will often go off tracks with logic or facts or whatever because they're just trying to, the goal is to win, where you are have an honest and well thought position. And so it honesty creates better arguments, I think.
Yeah. And like honestly, I think that's how we should all engage, right? We're trying to. I think all of us are creating worldviews and trying to, figure out what the truth is. And I think we should engage honestly and present
Yeah.
our worldviews and like genuinely try to understand each other. I think dialectics are more prone for understanding, while debates are more a test of rhetoric skill. But I mean, debates allow for people to uncover new resources or exchange ideas if
Yeah.
if it doesn't get too out of hand and we're just yelling at each other.
Yeah, I prefer the much more conversational approach. You have it, and there's a Christian named Paperboy, he has it. I disagree with a lot of his views and his thinking, but he's just very conversational and he approaches things honestly. And if you throw something at him that he doesn't have a good answer for, he'll just like admit it, like, hey, I'll be honest, I don't have a good answer for that, but I feel God knows the answer, or that sort of thing.
Yep, yep, yep. But yeah, I try my best. With that, I guess I'll let the next guest up, and yeah, we'll talk to them. Actually, before I start, give me one sec. I'll be right back, and then we can get to it. Also, let me see. I need to exit out of this.
My goosey is almost here. I'm so excited.
Hold on, I gotta exit out of this. But give me one sec extra, and I'll be right with you.
Okay.
Um, I'm gonna go do something, but I need to like get out of this game. There
You
we
playing
go.
GTA while you're living?
Yeah, I'm playing GTA while I'm live right now, and it's streaming on Twitch and YouTube.
Wow, multitasking.
Live right now, and it's streaming on Twitch God. And YouTube. My remote control fell. My headphones disconnected. Live right now, and it's streaming on Twitch and YouTube. There we go. There we go. Yeah, it's always falling. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me 5 seconds.
Hi guys, how you guys doing?
Good, how you doing?
I'm okay. I'm glad he doesn't have a little one to butt heads on the panel. Yesterday he left them to their devices and it got kind of divisive. Just kidding.
Done. Okay. What do I call you? Existential?
Extra. It's extra celestial, but you could call me extra or celestial.
Alright. I'll call you
Whichever.
Celestial.
KK.
What you got for me? You believe in
Okay.
a God? You believe in a mind that created the universe?
Yes.
Okay. Which one is it? Christian, Islam? Which one?
Yes.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you mean by that? Elaborate.
Contrary to their popular beliefs, I believe that the Bible is multidimensional. It's 100% true. However, it is, the beliefs are being hoarded. At best, they're being hoarded. But in reality, it's like, yummy food. But I believe that it's 100% true. But the thing is, like, if you look at it from a scientific frame, like a scientific view, oh,
Yeah.
you can for 14 minutes. Thank you. Then you can see it as, how to explain this. Okay, from Genesis, there is a point of understanding when you understand like the science of like wave mechanics, things like that. The uh, the ancients used to speak of their personalities as like gods and daemons and things like that. So I think that they were telling the story, and they were like making it like exciting for people to pass it down. Yeah, relatable. So people could pass it down, and we know that there's been this story in other religions and other places, and even if you look at like other religions that are not Abrahamic, they have similar stories that are not exactly the same, but they're similar. And a good one is like Gilgamesh. I heard that that was in another thing. When I looked this stuff up, I saw that it was like you can look at that in elementally, and so the reason why these are being seen in different cultures is because they're different areas that are taking on these they're taking on these traditions. And so when I say that I believe that the Christian God is real, it's because when you listen to what they're saying about what God is, they say worship God in spirit, right? He is the law of the land. Then when you're looking at the people portraying this God, it's the extreme of the best and the worst of being.
Wait, hold on.
So
So
yes, I believe
pause.
it's real, but
Wait, hold on. Okay, well, I guess back is back, but I'll restart your time at like 13 extra. But back, I don't appreciate how like you finish your argument and then drop from my
I don't
panel
want
and
to
you
hear.
don't want to hear my conversation. That just shows that you're here for like dropping puns. And I don't know how long you were here, but I told you to come back and like finish the conversation, or I was gonna block you from the live. But I'm telling you right now, like that's disrespectful, and I do not tolerate that. Like you finish the conversation and you try to hear what I have to say, and then you drop from the panel when it's clear the conversation is over. Not you just drop a quick pun and then you're trying to get the win and leave. I
No,
was
but you answer the
respectful.
question though.
Yeah, like I was respectful to you for the whole entire conversation. I didn't call you any names. I even moved on after you called me a coward. And it was cool. And that's why I'm trying to make my space a space that's respectful and cool. So I don't appreciate the I am trying to win mentality and you drop a point, then you leave the panel and you're not interested in what I have to say. And if you do that again, I will block you. Do you understand?
I heard you, but you answered my question.
Wait, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm setting a boundary. Do you understand and will you respect my boundary?
Yeah, man.
Okay, so I don't really appreciate that, but yeah, like I answered your question, right?
I don't know what I did wrong other than just after you answered my question, I was satisfied with the question and I left.
Yeah, you didn't. The thing that you did wrong is you weren't trying to hear what I had to say. You
Oh,
you gave
because
me you gave me a question, I answered it, and then you left because you're acting as if you won the conversation. And this is not about winning or losing. This is about trying to understand each other, right? Like I'm trying to understand your worldview. I'm not trying to win when I was talking to you.
I wasn't trying to win either. You answered my question. There was nothing else for me to keep going about.
Yeah,
I
but
have to go
just
to another panel.
yeah, I answered your question and then just leaving, right? That's disrespectful to me.
Okay, all right then. Fair enough.
Like you just I answered your question and you were like, that's it, cool, that's all I needed to hear, and then bye. You just hung up. Like,
Okay.
that's really disrespectful, right? Just leaving it like if I'm talking to you and you just walk away from me and that's it, and I'm still talking and you walk away from me, that's disrespectful. It shows that you don't care to hear what I have to say after. You're just here to like win. Just throw out your question, I answer it, you won, that's all I need, and I'm gone. That's not cool. You understand that, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so just don't do that on my live again. I don't really like appreciate it. Let's just try to finish the conversation, and then we can say goodbye and be like, oh, okay, we're glad we understood each other. I don't like, really accept that. That's okay. We can move on. But yeah, I have to get to I have to get to my guest. But yeah, we can move on. I just wanted to tell you that.
since we're on the topic, this is your live, so you have total right to have that feeling, but you shouldn't expect people to respect you in the way that you feel like you should be respected, just because that's part of the thing about like, does it brings me back to my whole point of like, does the Christian God exist? I believe that there are different people in the way that they operate, and I'm talking about down to the chemicals. So for some people, the same way that you feel like that's respectful, that's disrespectful the way he was, I agree. But there are some people who don't know better. And even if they do, it's something that they cannot quite interact with in the right way because that's just how they are.
Well, yeah, but
And
like with that, right? Like I understand that people have different dynamics, right? But if you have like a family, if you have a friend or a loved one and they tell you, "Hey, this thing that you're doing hurts me. I'm setting a boundary. If you do it again, I'll have to cut you off." You have the freedom to do whatever you want, but I also have the freedom to set boundaries and cut you off, right? If you don't change, I'm not going to let you like keep hurting me. And if you really cared for somebody, right, you would change your behavior and like stop hurting them. But like if someone tells you like, "Hey, I don't like this thing that you did and it's disrespectful," and then you're just like, "Okay," then you just keep doing it, then you don't care about that person. And that person has like the freedom to like cut you off. So all I was doing was communicating to back, "I don't like that behavior. That's the boundary I'm setting for my live stream that I'm hosting. If you want to host a live stream and like do your own thing, that's fine. But for my live stream, like that's the boundary." And like it hurts, and I don't want people doing that. If you're going to do that, then that's my boundary. I'm cutting people off who do that. And I mean, if Back actually cares about having an interaction with me and understanding me and being a part of this live stream, then he won't do that. But if he does it again, then that's it. You don't get to be a part of my live stream, and that's fine. There's other live streams.
yeah, no, I fully understand. I agree. I honestly, when I was saying what I'm saying, I really was bringing it back to the prompt because it's the wholehearted like underlying truth of what I'm saying is that when you look at something that could be an extreme like that, like not being able to fully, agree with you, that's an extreme because honestly, I feel like that's a place where everybody should be able to meet at. But if someone cannot adapt and deal with your very reasonable law, it's probably because they're on the extreme of the other side of your being in a total opposite angle to where they're unable to do that, and yeah, they shouldn't interact with you. But the same thing is when you understand that and you take it that to a chemical level, you'll see how the God first came to be.
Yeah.
How there may have been an entire population of people who were seeing these things, being these things, feeling these things, gods and demons and all kinds of weird stuff. But that's because that's how chemical makeup is. So the what I'm saying is, yes, he's real, but he may not be necessarily what we know him to be in the book. How people have gotten that idea of it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. So I guess that can like loop us back to the conversation. So I guess you're saying like you're saying that you're saying that that people had like certain chemicals and like they were experiencing things and they were saying that it was God, basically. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that they experienced it they've had an experience of certain situations, and there to them that experience was God. Now, we these days don't have that same experience as much, but there are still people who have these experiences, who have these mystical experiences, and they can say like they've seen these entities. And with that said, yes, it can be real, but the thing is, to us, to people, I don't want to say normal people, but to other people, it could just be the, I want to say the auric field, because I feel like it's consciousness myself, because even when you read the book and you're looking at the way in which the book is structured and all that, it could very well be consciousness or the law of the land, which is again in read through consciousness.
Okay.
But at an
Wait,
extreme,
so
it could look like something else.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So wait, so explain what you're saying again. Like, how does God exist from your perspective?
For me, it's consciousness.
It's consciousness? Why couldn't it just be
But it's
consciousness?
said that in the Bible. It mentioned the way that they described it. they said it was like in spirit, so they said you will never see him. And then they mentioned people that had his characteristics, and it's like, what? But then you realize, have you not met someone whose ego was so high and mighty that they thought they were God? That they thought, they just were higher above all the laws, and they told, you know what I mean? They basically felt like they were able to do the things that they did. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, like when you think about Jesus, he was on the cross. What happens when you get caught lying?
I mean, you feel guilty. Wait, but how is
When
this?
other
How is
people
this,
catch you lying?
but how is this demonstrating God in an objective sense? I guess you're telling me that people like have feelings, or they might feel like they're God. But are you making the claim that God, like people actually interacted with God outside of just their feelings?
Yes, for them, yes.
Or is that like just an experience they're having, or is that something that like anybody can see? Like it's happening outside of this person. It's not just in their head.
From what I understand, God's entities and aliens are transpersonal, so it's something that everyone can see, but it would be an extreme state.
Okay, so let's say I think it was Abraham, but wait, hold on, let's see. Give me one sec. Just a couple seconds. Okay,
I don't
so
know what kind of meat they use in this agusi, but it's delicious.
oh yeah, you're gonna enjoy it. But okay, so when it comes to the burning bush, right? Moses saw a burning bush and God was speaking to him, right? From your perspective, let's say other Jews walked around that burning bush, would they be able to hear God's voice and experience the same thing?
Was there anybody else there?
Or no, like let's say Moses is having this experience and he's hearing God's voice via the burning bush. Is that a voice that other people can hear as well, or is it just in Moses' head?
It sounds to me for that situation, it was him, and the burning bush was something like a situation that he was going through. So it's psychological. No, not in every sense does does God's appearance be the actual factual part. Now,
But
again, back then maybe because it was a different time and it was different energy that was, you know, okay, it was closer to source. So when you think about like the big soup and stuff,
yeah.
sorry, I know it's a lot, but
Oh no, you're totally good. I was just scratching my ear. These headphones are not connected to this live. It's connected to another thing. I can still hear
I'm gonna
you.
run.
okay.
Have a good night, Coco. Good seeing you and talking to you again.
Oh yeah, come back anytime.
For
Sorry,
sure.
sorry, it's kind of slow right now, but it'll pick up later. But wait, you know the burning bush story from the Bible, right?
Yeah, I know somewhat. I
Yes.
get only time I remember a bush is when we talk about Jesus cursing the fig tree.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out like what your perspective is on that, like whether God is like something that everybody can encounter, or if someone's having an experience, whether that's like something objective or whether it's just like subjective or in their head. Like, would you say God
Oh,
exists? Would you say God exists outside of human perception?
no, I mean God. I personally believe that we are in within God. We are of God. So like, like we can experience something that we live on or in. You know what I mean? But technically, if we're looking in terms of the Bible, the way that they were a group of people who were probably based in hope. So they were mostly seeing this entity. They were seeing it. That was how their chemical makeup was for the time.
Okay, so you don't believe God is like external to humans. You believe that humans
You
are
can
are
never.
God.
Even if he was in the flesh in the way that everybody speaks of him, he wouldn't be outside of us. He
Oh,
wouldn't be outside of us. And even God in the Bible, Jesus Christ in the Bible, he
Yeah.
explained it very well, and I don't know how it gets conflated. That he said that he came from the Father or whatever. We were all of of the Father's children, and we were all gods. Because when they talk about that, they're talking about fields. So
Hmm.
we're all fields of like electromagnetic fields, and we play God to atoms and stuff like that. Millions of tiny little atoms. We are the tiny little atoms on the universe.
Okay. I think so. I think you sort of have like a pantheistic understanding of God. That like we are God and everything around us is God.
Of
Um,
God.
yeah, like everything is of God. Like I'm more so wanting to argue against people who think that God is like external to us. Not that we're a God, but God like exists externally to us.
I hear you. I'm just saying that's literally what it says in the Bible. And if you look into the history, like without looking at the biblical history, but looking at that time, you can find out that they did used to call their personalities gods and daemons and things. I am very much curious at when it just became this one thing, even though literally gematria and all of that stuff that you can like look into, and like I did a couple of tests like with, of course I use AI, but like to look up the algorithms and stuff, and all of it checks out. It's I got like re like it's about consciousness. The characters even line up with certain aspects and things like that. I think one time, I might be wrong about that one, but the amino acids line up with their ages or something somehow. It's supposed to be like a parallel,
Oh
and
well,
so
if you can, I'd probably say like, could you send me sources? Like
yeah.
maybe send me some of the stuff that you're reading, and I could like look into it.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah,
I was
yeah.
gonna send you some of the stuff I did on Claude.
Okay, and like DM me like where you're getting your understanding that like I mean I know like the Bible does say like we're created in God's image, but I think like I think like the Bible also specifies that God's kind of external to us. Like we're not gods. We're kind of like lesser
The
humans.
Bible says that God is within us. The kingdom of heaven is within. And it also says that you should worship God in spirit.
Okay, but
And
yeah, like I would like to look into more into like what you're trying to compel. But yeah, send me sources on what you're saying, and yeah, I'll check it out.
we're going to read them this time. Last time I did, you didn't.
Wait, what?
I said, are you going to read them this time? Last time I did, and you didn't.
I mean, like life is like hella busy. I'm like either at work or editing. Like I try to get around to it, but like and I will like literally tonight. I'm supposed to,
I'll just keep coming back because it works.
okay, or like or yeah, send me like one article at a time, and then like maybe that'll help me like get through it. But yeah, like I'm
Okay.
creating a reading list tonight of stuff that I'm gonna try to get through in the next couple of weeks. But yeah.
Okay. I'll see if I can find something. But oh, here's a really good one,
Hmm?
I think. So you know how they have Genesis twice?
Yeah. Like two chapters
Okay.
of Genesis, or
You ever heard of yin and yang?
wait, what do you mean by Genesis twice?
Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, they're the same story.
Yeah, I've heard about that. Yeah,
Okay. Yin and yang, the creative and the receptive.
yeah, that's Taoism teaching. Okay.
Okay. The creative and the receptive is Genesis 1 and 2.
Where are you getting that from?
So I've gone all the way, went all the way. Once I started hearing all about this on TikTok, I noticed that the books line up with the chapters in the I Ching.
Yeah.
The entire thing, honestly, that's the first thing I can show you, and it'll line up 100%. The books, if you tell me like the book name and chapter, I can tell you the gist, but it's still gonna be a little. It's I to a lot of people, I've never gotten anybody be like, oh well, that's not general at all, you know. But the thing is, it's energy, so like it's gonna be within everybody and everything. So, but it
Okay.
matches every time.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just say to send me what you're reading, and yeah, okay, I can look
Okay.
into it. Yeah, thank you for
Okay.
coming out.
Bye.
See you around.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I'll exit, but give me a second. Also, you should also look up the sentences in your DNA. That will kind of make you wonder maybe there is something out there.
Okay, I
Because
can look at that.
if you take the I Ching and astrology, or whatever, astrology maps the interference patterns from birth, and then the I Ching, the Feng Shui sequence, it's a spiral. It will it'll show you like where you're hitting, and like on the wheel, and every word in the 12 minutes or 12 piece sequence will give you a phrase that you can put down, and then you use the parsing with the decimals to use and then stuff like that, and it makes a full sentence. Okay, I'm lying. I'm going.
Oh, no, you're good. See you around. But yeah.
I like it, by the way.
Huh? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
The texture is a little bit off-putting at first, and
Yeah.
I didn't like the cassava fufu, but thankfully I got the plantain fufu as well, and that's good. So
Literally, same issue growing up. Like I think I'm even allergic to a boosty soup. I'm gonna be honest with you. There was something that was like hurting my throat, but totally relatable. But thank you guys for being here.
yeah,
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say they use I think it's tendon, and I love tendon, but also I have to kind of pace myself.
Okay. But yeah, thank you guys for being here.
But yeah, tasty. Sorry.
Oh no, you're
Go
totally
ahead.
good. No, you're good. But yeah, no, it is very tasty. But yeah, thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. I'm doing 1v1s today. Today is man-to-man Mondays, where I'm doing 1v1 debates against people. So spread the word to other people. Share the live with anybody that you see fit. I'm doing 1v1 debates. I'm trying to do this like every week, maybe get more people in here. If you can, like the live, tap your screen, share with anybody that you see fit. Trying to really have like conversations with people and understand where they're coming from, and see if anyone can give me anything that might convince me to believe that God exists. But yeah, with that, we're going to move on to our next guest. There is a bug in my room, and it's like a moth, but I'm going to find that bug. I don't know, it's flying around somewhere in here, but yeah, we're going to get to our next guest.
By the way, I propose woman-centered Wednesdays or feminist Fridays.
I literally used to do that, but like women don't show up. Like I used to have that, but they just didn't really show up. Oh darn, there was a guy.
Mostly you gotta make.
Okay.
You have to make it a point to like keep majority at least 50%, if not like, say you have 6 spots, keep like 4 of those with female roles, because otherwise we get overspoken and it's annoying. But anyhow, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying. Yeah, dude, I see it all the time. Like, philosophy spaces on TikTok are kind of dominated by men. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
People are over talking.
Oh, absolutely.
But,
yeah, like, remind me to send you the article that, like, it's kind of crazy. It kind of unpacks some of the male privileges, and like some of them are just like, what? And one of them is, in order to get equal talk time, a group has to consist of 60% to 80% of women. Otherwise, they get overspoken. And also men tend to think that women speak a lot longer than they actually do.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll see if I can remind you to send me that. But
I'm going to send you that.
okay, yeah. Feel free to DM it to me. But hey, Nicholas, what you got for me today?
Currently, the same problem you were having about 20 minutes ago. I'm playing a video game right now, but
Okay.
I will chat, or I'll get off if you want me to. But I think I can hold the conversation either way.
No problem at all. So, what you got for me in regards to the topic? Why should I believe the Christian God exists?
I would say everything, I guess.
So let's start off with one thing.
Yourself.
Why is myself evidence that the Christian God exists?
I would at least say that it demonstrates that you exist,
Yeah,
which is a very good starting point, perhaps.
yeah, but there are worldviews that can, account for like me existing and, don't believe in the Christian God.
Yeah, sure. But I think most of those world religions probably have a lot of similarities to the Christian God that I believe in. So again, I was kind of trying to get a starting point, or agree on some things first. But I don't know. I mean, we can go straight into it too. Like, what kind of evidence are you looking for? Are you looking for physical? Or are you looking for theological? Or are you looking for
Well, so yeah, so I do agree that like there is evidence for the Christian God, right? Evidence would be like anything that raises the possibility of a claim being true or a proposition being true. So that could be like a philosophical argument. That can be maybe an experience that you had, but I would say that's kind of like the weakest version of evidence. It can be physical evidence. It can be historical evidence. But yeah, there's many different types of evidences. Just anything that raises the probability of a proposition or a claim.
yeah? I would say uh, physical, or I want to try to give you both here, and then I guess you could pick. So physical evidence, I would kind of go with like maybe the Shroud of Turin or the
Ooh, let's talk about that one.
well, that's my least favorite because I'm the least knowledgeable on it, but we could. Um, and then perhaps like the axis of evil in cosmology.
The axis
And
of evil in cosmology. What do you mean by that?
um, the it's the correlation between our ecliptic plane of the sun and the quadrupole and dipoles of the CMB mapping from the Big Bang's
Okay, so
observable, or let's say, what we can detect currently as the start of matter or time, or CMB would be the correct term, I think.
CMB. Here, let me see if I can look that up on my laptop. But like, why would that be evidence for God existing?
Um,
Oh, you're talking about cosmic microwave background.
yeah.
Okay, I mean, like, yeah. So that's just gonna be like, so I know what you're talking about. That's going to be like some kind of like radiation that's like observable in space, and yeah, that would be evidence that like the Big Bang Theory happened. That we have this like radiation that exists in space. But why does that demonstrate that God exists?
Well, it would demonstrate. I'm kind of going to. I don't know. I guess I would go to that we have a relevance in the universe that's unique. So it would. I'm not a debater, but I do listen to people. I guess it's kind of like one of those arguments where um, there's so many different metrics that you could just throw off with gravity or something like that, and there's no universe, or there's no life or whatnot.
Oh, so you're talking about yeah, like I've heard of that before. Like there's like some kind of like special ratio for life, but I mean like I kind of find that argument to be sort of weak in a sense because some people will say like the Earth is in the perfect position to support life. I don't really think so because like the Goldilocks zone is like miles wide. So literally, the Earth could move a couple miles closer to the sun, actually, a couple thousand miles closer to the sun, and it would still be able to support life. And the Earth can also move like a couple miles back from the sun, and it's still able to support life. And also, like another thing that I heard from one of my favorite debaters on here named Ian, is even if I grant you that like it's very rare that we exist and there's these parameters to support life that are very impossible to really get to, it's like a low probability. Given how expansive space is, how like it would literally be impossible for us to explore all of space. It's like infinite. We have infinite amount of space and an infinite number of galaxies, right? Um, it might be a low probability that our galaxy could exist, but given how infinite space is, it's inevitable that our galaxy would exist.
I have an
Yeah, and I'm
analogy
not
that's
necessarily
fun.
going off of the life thing. Again, I was really going off the axis of evil in the beginning, but it does boil down to that. Because basically, there's a correlation between if you want to Google it, but you don't have to. It basically means that even in the beginning of the universe, Earth has a correlation to the Big Bang, which shouldn't be there. It means that we're in an anisotropic, not an isotropic universe, and we're like, I don't want to say the center of the universe, but somewhat. But past that, yeah, it boils down to the life, and the laws of the universe just being slightly off, if, like I said, with gravity or the different forces.
So I think you're arguing, yeah, like the fine tuning argument. But
Yeah,
yeah, I would
fine
say like
tuning. That's what I was thinking of. Sure. Yeah.
yeah, but like I would say like I don't really see our universe being like pitch perfect, and even if it was, given how expansive space is, like it's inevitable that this universe would exist. And also like there are like a lot of things in this universe that I mean, yeah, you could look at everything that seems to be finely tuned to support life, but there's also like a lot of things in our universe that are not finely tuned to support life. Like a lot of like habitats that are on Earth that literally it would be impossible to survive there. Like maybe like the coldest place in Antarctica or like the hottest place in the Sahara Desert. And I mean, like I don't even think humans are finely tuned. There's a lot of problems with the body. Um, and I
Yeah,
mean,
but
I can give examples, but yeah.
I'm saying our position. Maybe I should restate it. The axis of the eagle argument, which I'm still going on, kind of, and I can move on. But it's our position in the universe. It's not just humans. It's our position. So you call it Earth, call it the sun. It's our position that shouldn't be known, or
Wait,
shouldn't have any correlation to the universe, and we do.
but like, what's so special about that? Our position is not like super pinpoint. Like, we could be like thousands of miles closer or far further away, and we would still be able to support life. Like, what about that
But
screams like God exists?
it's a map. Okay, so the axis of evil is a map that we've drawn through the CMB, cosmic microwave background radiation. We can map out where everything started in the universe, and we can draw a map, and we can pinpoint hot and cold spots, and then we can draw a map, and we are in it. We're not just. It's not that we are. Everybody thinks that we're just. I'm talking about the observable. Everybody is in the observable unit. Like you can only see so. Like can only travel so far. You can only go so. Or not so far. Sorry, take that back. You can only see. We can only observe so far. So everybody is always going to look like they're in the middle. That's not my argument. It's that. Yeah, you take that map and you've got us in its quadrupole and octupoles, which shouldn't be there. But past that, yeah, and then it boils down to all the other arguments when it comes to even life. But I'm more just talking about whatever you want to say it is: Earth, the sun.
But Plum, you had an analogy you were gonna do earlier. You can go ahead.
Oh yeah. So we were talking about. Hang on, let me pull it back up. We were talking about the Goldilocks zone and everything and all that fun fine tuning stuff. I really like the puddle analogy. Basically, Puddle wakes up, finds itself in a perfectly shaped hole, and concludes that the hole was made just for it. When in reality, the more likely scenario is that, or the one that we know at least, is that the puddle was formed within the hole and molded to the hole rather than the other way around.
Yeah, but this pole has arrows that we can draw through hot and cold spots.
Okay.
No, the one by Douglas Adams, right?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, bet. I'm gonna add that to my arguments.
Yeah, it's a good one. Also for the oh yeah, okay. The Shroud of Turin can be very easily debunked by just by looking at the image itself. It looks like the shroud was basically held taut and not actually draped over Jesus, and it's like a painted picture pretty much. Whereas if you look at just look at the Mask of Agamemnon, flattened out, the features look a lot different than they would molded into a human face shape. And it's actually pretty fascinating to look at that and compare because, like, the Mask of Agamemnon was clearly molded to an actual face, whereas the shroud looks more like it was photocopied.
That is their argument, though, too.
Yeah, and it's basically it's just like using all you have to do is like use artistic realism because yeah, if you like, have you looked at the Mask of Agamemnon at all?
No, I haven't. But like I said, I
Okay,
think
hang
their
on, I
argument
got it right
is that
here.
his body went straight up like a photograph would too, and it wasn't
No,
like a
okay,
or
okay, hang
or it
on.
was or it was all 360. I forget what it is, but they have their same argument. It kind of doesn't work either way.
So
Is where I'm going with it.
this is the Mask of Agamemnon. It's flattened out, but you can see how the features look different than they would if they were shaped around a human head, right?
But if the image, let's say Jesus, all of his energy went in a 360 kind of direction, you would have that look that they have in the shroud.
Not really. Hang on. Let me find the picture of the shroud. Okay. So,
Oh, do you want to show it on
here's
the
the Shroud
picture?
of Turin. The Shroud of Turin. It looks like basically as if the shroud or canvas was literally held taut, like flat,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
then his
Yeah.
image was projected. Hang on, hang
Sorry.
on. His image was projected when, like, it's said that it was draped over him, but the Mask of Agamemnon, by contrast, like, it was shaped into to fit around a human face, as one would drape cloth. And that's why when flattened out like it is, it looks a lot different than it would on an actual human shape. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I think I was opposite in that. Then they're saying that it went straight up.
No, cause see, like, basically, but by let me find. So this is basically as if the shroud was held like this, floating above Jesus's body or whatever.
Well, I don't think they're saying it was.
as in flat rather than being draped over it like that. The shape is going to be different because the features will look stretched out to represent basically the shape of the human face that was draped over. So
But wouldn't
it's
unless all of the energy went straight up, and it
no.
wasn't.
What I'm saying is like the shroud is like the shroud of Turin would be basically it would be as if two people were on either side and holding the sheet out or the shroud out completely flat. That they would have to do that in order to get the image to look
Yes,
like that.
because when they're going down on the face, they're stretching it all the way down so that it's only hitting the top of the structure, right? So it's only imprinting the top layers, which is their argument. It's going straight up.
It doesn't make sense though, because like
So basically,
just
like,
basic. Okay, hang on. Let me
go for it.
find.
Wait, so like, or wait, hold on, wait. When God resurrected, you're saying the energy blasted upwards through the
They're
cloth, and then
saying yes, it went straight. And again, I'm this isn't my argument per se, but if you want like physical, tangible Jesus, existence, that would be the. I was try to get to the very beginning or the most, and I would say that would be part of it, um, or maybe the oldest thing. So yeah, that we could physically tie to him. Um, they're saying that it drapes over you, just like if you were to lay a napkin over something, but the hair particles, the face particles, the eye particles, it just all went straight up. So it hit like you would where she was showing if you were to stretch it out. Obviously, you'd have to go around the whole face though with that.
yeah. But I mean, yeah, like, there's a
You're
bunch of
just hitting the
flaws.
nose.
Yeah, but there's a bunch of flaws that I find with the Shroud of Turin, regardless of like the energy. Like, why is all that energy even required for a resurrection? Like, why should we even believe that the energy is like required or actually happen for the resurrection?
Okay, demonstration time
Go for it.
featuring my daughter's Catty Noir doll, a la Monster High. So
Wait,
the
don't
theory
forget.
that I'm working on is basically someone took the shroud and they were like this because if you were to get her draped, the features would be different. Like it would stretch out the features over her face and have her face look like it was stretched out weirdly. So it looks like that, but then pull it apart,
Mm,
like flatten it out and it widens. Whereas the shroud looks something more like if they were basically holding the shroud over it, like completely taut, like this. So that's how I debunk the Shroud of Turin. Shroud over it, like
be like stretched out because like
yeah,
yeah. So
yeah.
basically,
If it were actually and like
So then
accurate, so convenient to me, honestly. And I've heard of people using like some kind of setup, and and that one can only be used on organic. I think organic or inorganic material. Um, Basically, it was debunked as not being possible because that's not how it's not how that dating works. It would not be possible to do any dating with the process. So,
Like
yeah.
I'm just look. You're saying that wide angle, I think is what it's called, isn't a viable way of dating something like with X-rays and because you can't carbon date the material always either because maybe the material was older and reused, just because the material says a certain. I mean, I agree too, but I don't know. Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm
it's been a
on.
few months since I actually looked at all this stuff.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm playing Fortnite now. So okay, wait. Feel free to like call my name if I'm like losing attention or something. But yeah, I'm listening to what you guys are
oh, I
saying.
will. I'm sending you little random things too. Wait.
Yeah,
Um,
but honestly, like in the Shroud of Turin, I wouldn't say it's like the strongest evidence. I think it's like actually pretty bad. Like, but like not to say anything about you, but like whenever you get into like more sophisticated like discussions about like religion and stuff, not a lot of people take the Shroud of Turin to be like serious or anything.
Yeah,
yeah, most people, especially on our side of things, will absolutely refuse to take that as evidence because it's just such flawed evidence,
Yeah.
even if it could be used.
Do
So,
you do you have an article on
you're,
the do you have an article on the dating of the Shroud of Turin by any chance?
um, I have to look it up again, but I can find it.
No, but that's fine. Whenever you can. But what other evidence can you present to us? What other evidence can you present to us, Nicholas, about God existing?
like physical evidence. I mean, there's what other I the the recent archaeological study of the inscription of Jesus is God in some bathhouse or something like that, or some farmhouse or something.
When was that?
But theory wise, I guess I would go back to maybe the next thing would be like DNA and uh, yeah,
Like what?
maybe like a Shannon theory.
Shannon theory. Let me look that up real quick.
Shannon information, that is. But we could talk about evolution and DNA and
Or do you have anything? Or how about like, do you have anything in regards to the Bible? Anything there that compels you to believe in God?
yeah,
Like what? What about the Bible compels you to believe that God exists?
the stories in it.
I mean, which specific stories? Because I find a lot of them unverifiable, and some of them kind of faulty.
I'd specifically probably say the story of Jesus.
Okay, what about Jesus? I believe Jesus existed, but I don't believe that Jesus rose from the dead or that he did any of the miracles that the Bible says that he did.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that the Holy Spirit's going to have to kind of pull you, and you're going to have to want to do that. And nothing I say is necessarily going to start that. But
But do you have like any compelling information about Jesus or why I should believe that he was divine?
yeah, it seems like too good of a story.
Um, Well, I mean, like a story can like sound good, but that doesn't really show that it actually happened or exists.
Um, but the more you look into the story, the more you find truth in the story. It's a never-ending cycle of finding more and more truth. And
But what's compelling you? What's compelling you to believe that the stories in the Bible about Jesus are truth?
because there's physical manuscripts out there and physical, locations and artifacts that you can go look at and see to verify it.
Like what specifically? Like, because there is a physical manuscript of like the Quran, and there's also like there's a physical manuscript of like there's so many religious texts out there, right? There's a physical manuscript of the Quran, and just because we have a physical manuscript of something doesn't
Yeah,
make it
yeah.
true. And also
No,
like
those are
you
all
said,
evidences as well. I would say, though, I think maybe to answer your question more directly, because I'll do that. I'm sorry. Would be the gospel, in the sense that, yeah,
but also like one more thing I was gonna say
repentance is a
is
is a is a powerful thing, and grace is, and um,
but also like one more thing I was gonna say is that just because there are real places in a book or a story doesn't make it true. So that's also another thing, right? Because like Spider-Man exists in New York City. That doesn't mean that Spider-Man is real in an ontological sense. Maybe conceptually, but not ontologically.
yeah. But there's billions of people that believe it happened, and then you ask all those billions of people for evidence, and they're going to give you a billion pieces of evidence and theories and
Well,
manuscripts and
do you know
dates and docs and
do you know what the ad populum fallacy is?
yeah. But I think I just went into that. They're going to give you a bunch of other evidences and more evidences, but just like I would say, there's or I guess there's thousands and thousands of manuscripts. There's thousands of churches. There's a lot of, you're saying that there's like no evidence for Christianity or Jesus
Or no, like
rising from the dead. I think that's
no, I'm granting that there's evidence. I'm granting that there's evidence that Jesus. Wait, no, I'm granting that there's evidence that Jesus existed, but like I don't think there's evidence that Jesus did the miracles that he said he did. So like, yeah, there's a bunch of manuscripts, and that's the reason I grant that like Jesus existed as a person. But I don't think that Jesus rose from the dead. I would need like more evidence for something that's kind of beyond the physical realm or beyond the capabilities of naturalism. But yeah, there's tons of manuscripts, and like people can bring evidence, but I have to evaluate the evidence. I think there is evidence for Jesus, and maybe there's even evidence for his miracles, but I think the evidences I've seen so far are kind of weak evidence. So it would be like strong evidence that Jesus actually did the miracles that the Bible said that he did.
On the Shroud
I
of
would
Turin, because I am going down a little wormhole basically. Um, from an artistic perspective, also. Let me see.
And
So,
yeah,
like, here's the full length of it. And if you look really close, so first off, you've got the really weird, like, flat, like it looks like they held the sheet taut over the face. But also, you have, like, there's the back of the body. And it seems like there's just a fine line of just where it's cut off rather than if it was draped in the way that they're saying that they want to portray it. It would be more. Yeah, it wouldn't look like that. It would look a lot different, I'm pretty sure. Like, I feel like I should sacrifice a doll or something at some point to try and see what it would actually look like.
Sacrifice a what?
But I look like.
Sacrifice a what?
But I would sacrifice a doll.
A doll? No.
Nah. I would buy another one to replace it because I'm sure my child would have my head if I actually did that.
But yeah. I guess
What
I
was
guess
that?
Nicholas. Let me see if there's any other guests I could probably get to. But I would be happy to talk to you some other time.
Wait, Coco, did you just try to say what's up, but like stumble there?
Oh yeah, like I said what's up, but then I kind of like ditched it mid
You had,
sentence.
you had to go back to debate mode. You forgot what you were doing.
Yeah, I was I'm like playing Fortnite and I'm also debating, and we're doing pretty good on Twitch. People are hopping in, and I've actually discussed with somebody on Twitch. I talked to them, and yeah, like I'm getting more Twitch viewers slowly by slowly. So I think that's good. We're making progress. At first, I was getting like 1 or 2 viewers on Twitch, and now I'm getting like 4 or 5. So that's pretty cool.
You gotta start somewhere.
Hell yeah!
Yeah. So like
Hi, people on Twitch.
we're like slowly working our way. But yeah, Nicholas, it was nice talking to you. But let me see if any other guest wants to come up.
You too.
And yeah, like come by any other time and bring any evidence that you want, and we'll discuss it.
Yeah, sounds great. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you have a good one. Oh shoot! Oh, sorry. But, my bad. I accidentally expanded them. But thank you guys for being here. If you can, like and tap the screen, share it with anybody else that you think might be interested in talking about God. And yeah, we're here. I'm streaming Fortnite on Twitch and also on YouTube. And yeah, I'm waiting for any ops. But other than that, hey Bobby, welcome to the live. And what do you think?
And I'm believing now. Yeah. I was actually having a conversation.
Ah, shit. We lost one.
God damn, we lost one to the Christians.
I was having a conversation that at first threw me off. It was like, if God is choosing to be logical, like at first it doesn't sound right that God is choosing to be logical. It threw me off when he said something like God is always choosing to be logical.
God is choosing to be logical? Huh.
He's always choosing to be logical. Like God could choose to be illogical, but he always chooses to be logical. That shit threw me off at first.
Yeah, I don't even. I mean, like typically Christians would say that God is logical or God is good, but like God's choosing to be logical. Wait, what? So that means God can choose to be illogical?
He can, but he's always choosing to be logical. It threw me off because this dude had this weird metaphysics. Like I was trying to go through his view, but like there's some people that just I don't know how to do it. Like one thing I love about this having conversations with people online is they build up this world. Like I love the empty world experiments in a world where God exists alone, because it forces the person to understand if like they have some kind of fundamental nature of reality, if it's an infinite regress, if it's set right, this like empty world experiment. But like some people, when you like give them an empty world experiment, they just they have this elaborate way of understanding God and reality. It's so fucking I don't even know if what they're saying even makes sense to them.
Yeah.
But
no, I get what you're saying. But also like isn't that just kinda like it's kinda like what building a worldview is like to me. I feel like I'm kinda just like I'm starting with nothing, and then I'm basically like building this world and kind of deciding what ideas I think are true and what ideas I don't think are true. Is that what an empty world experiment is?
Yeah, for example, one of the reasons it's hard for me to believe in God is because of when I do an empty world experiment, it's hard for me. Like you don't have to do it with just God. You could do this with morality. You could do this with anything. This empty world. Yeah. It's like a possible world, but just this possible world just empty. and you could just like see, and then you could just pause it once, and like you could say, like for example, if morals are true, is it the case that in this empty world is true? Is it still true that um it's wrong to grape in an empty world, right? Like I know what make or what's the truth maker here. So like empty worlds are very interesting. For me, like especially when it comes to building worldviews, I
Yeah.
wanna one thing that I want to do is I want to find a reason to be like I want to find a reason why reality can be some other way. Like I don't want to hold to a view where reality is only this way, but I feel like it's weird to me to say something that reality must only be this way. You think
Yeah.
that's weird?
Yeah, because you're kind of like negating all other worldviews. You're saying like only mine works, and that's kind of what
No, no,
tag.
no, no. Not even not negating like other worldviews. Just like it's like what like it's weird to say that life couldn't exist in some other way.
Well, yeah, but like that's kind of what tag does. It says that the only way to ground certain things, or the only way for life to exist, is if God exists.
Oh no, that's not what tag does. Tag is trying to do something. Maybe that's fine. Well, maybe that's what fine tuning. I don't know. That's not what fine tuning does.
Well,
What tag tries to do is like he tries to go like tag tries to ground like intelligibility. I don't know if he's trying to it's trying to ground life because
well,
I see him in like maybe fine tuning is trying to like do something about life,
because
but
like I guess like people like they take tag and they kind of like use it in like a variety of different ways, right? Like it's supposed to be for intelligibility, but sometimes someone will say like God is the ultimate foundation for reality, for logic, for existence, and like they'll just swap out intelligibility with other things and say like no other worldview can ground these things, only mine can, and it can't be any other way.
well maybe at least when it comes to life, like usually they run around some fine tuning. That's like that's maybe the world is fine tuned for life in such a way, but it doesn't really make sense. Or maybe they want to say, I guess, if life exists, therefore God exists. I'm not too sure. Therefore, life exists, therefore God. It's such a weird argument.
It needs
Like I know, I'm
substantiation.
not, I'm not, I'm not even too sure God is doing to ground life. Just God just makes life. Generally, though, like what I'm trying to say is something like in my like even in a world where God doesn't exist, like in my own view, I still wanna posit that life doesn't have to be this particular way, but life could be in any other way. Because it's weird for me to say that re I want to have a view. I don't know if I like to hold like necessitarian views. Like necessitarian views are just weird to me because it forces you to just say, "Hey, life can only be this way," and I'm not too sure I hold to that. I just don't know if I hold to that. Unless you're trying to say maybe like there's aspects of the universe where the rules are different. Um, some indeterministic system. You probably got probably to appeal to like quantum mechanics or something.
Yeah. So you're
The
trying to
multiverse.
see like if there's like different explanations that are probably like equally as likely.
Yeah, because I just don't think it makes sense for me to like say like life has to be like we have to be this organic meat suit. I'm pretty sure I could imagine a world where life. So if someone asked me why is life like this versus some other way, I could be lazy and give say I'm a necessitarian. I should be this way, but I really don't like that answer. In the same way, I don't like the whole compatibilism on deterministic kind of thing. I don't really feel that reality is deterministic. I feel like there's some level of indeterminism that's going on.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, I'm hearing what you're saying. You don't wait. So you don't subscribe to determinism?
Not really. It's just maybe at most I could be an incompatibilist because I'm not sure the incompatibilist is making a statement about the nature of reality being determined or not. Because I'm not too sure. I hold some nature of the nature of reality being this like determined system. It just feels like you just so happen to be in a particular world or in a particular part of the universe. But I'm sure these rules are not like uniform across the universe. Maybe that's some part of the universe where the rules are different. Maybe like again, if you appeal to the quantum mechanics, maybe like some multiple world or multiverse idea could be posited. You know, it just feels weird to say that like reality has to be this way. It's the same way when I ask a Christian like especially that runs a fine tuning argument. What explains God's desires? What explains this way rather than some other way, right? And they're just like, well, God just wants it this way, It doesn't particularly make sense. But the same burden, the same I won't say burden, the same problem that the Christian has, I think the atheist has. Like, what explains why reality is this way versus some other way? I
I
think you should
mean,
try to like explain that in your view. Like, if you could find a way to like find an explanation for that in your view, I think you've done something interesting.
yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, if you make the claim that it can only be this way, then like, yeah, you have to justify that claim. And I think that I believe that there's objective truth out there. I think that in the end, when all of humanity fades away, one of us has to be right. I just think that we're all trying to present an argument for it. And yet, no, I agree. Like when the Christian says like God is this way and they can only be this way, then yeah, they have to present an argument, and it's like, why do they think that? And then the atheist is like, God doesn't exist and it has to be this way. And it's like, what's the argument for that? And yeah, I agree with you. Like people need to present arguments for why certain things are the way that they are. But like, I don't really find it weird that like people think that way. I think there is like an objective truth, so it's not weird to me. I think there is something out there that's like there's one answer that we're all looking for. But it's just which one is more probable. Who's closest to that answer is the question.
Maybe I'm not this objective truth. I'm not. I feel like this objective truth might really just be very boring. Like this question of like why existence to me, I'm not like at one point I thought it was interesting, like why something rather than nothing.
Yeah.
And I feel like the Christian wants to like romanticize this idea of purpose so much that I'm not too sure what's God doing to make this purpose thing so romantic, so like charming. Because to me, if like I don't know what it is about God saying, "Hey, your purpose is to like pass butter," and maybe I choose not to pass butter. Like I don't know what about that is so amazing, because it feels like what what you should feel more amazing is a self-given purpose, like a purpose that you derive from yourself. That should feel even more amazing than some random purpose just randomly bestowed on you. But that being said, like all that being said, I think the whole like objective truth or whatever that means, I'm really not too sure what's going on there. I mean, it could be like, let me, even if I could grant that kind of language, right? It could be like, even if you were to discover like some objective truth, it may not even be anything that interesting. It might just be this objective truth to reality might just be like, oh, this is just how reality works.
I mean, but would you
But
say
that
that?
mean there wouldn't be any actual purpose behind it. It just is. It's like saying existence is like, it's like, what's the purpose of existence? Like it's just a weird question to ask. It just is.
Yeah, but like, don't you think in our search to figure out like what our reality is, don't you think that there's like one state of being, like one ultimate like truth?
I'm
Like
agnostic.
somebody's worldview has to be right in all of this.
Um, I'm agnostic to that, honestly.
Well, yeah, like I guess I hold that like like at the end of like we're having these conversations and we're presenting our worldviews. I think at the end of time, like when we all pass away, I think like either it's gonna be complete darkness, or I'm gonna wake up and I'm gonna see like the Christian God, or I'm gonna see Zeus, Aphrodite, Hermes, Hades. I'm gonna see like the Greek gods. I feel like at the end of the day, like somebody was right and the rest of us were wrong and just came to wrong conclusions. I
I
think
don't know. I mean, it's part like when I look at human history, right? All I see is just like people trying to make sense of their surroundings,
yeah,
and not just like using whatever means and resources and imagination to explain fire and shit. Right?
yeah.
I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. Like, when in human history, when you see all this that's going on, and that anyone is making a wrong or right claim. Like I don't even know what it means to use like historical evidence to understand supernatural claims. You know, so I'm not too sure like anyone is wrong or right. Ultimately, man, like I was having a conversation with like Flobby and Mitch, and on the like in empiricism, because it was weird because it feels like we always downplay the empiricist, right? We always say like, hey, the empiricist can't can't make the claim that tomorrow will be like today. That's a metaphysical claim. That's not a science. That's not an empirical claim. Um, what's the fundamental nature of reality? But to me, it's such a weird thing to say. I don't know why human beings can grow in technology where we can't explain all things, everything, empirically.
Yeah.
I don't know why that cannot be the case. Like maybe there's some brain of facts. Like maybe they're saying that there's no matter of science could ever explain if you're a brain of fact, or if like the fundamental nature of reality is like some like I don't know idealistic God. Um, maybe that's what they're trying to say. You can't be like Neo in the Matrix or whatever.
Yeah, I get what you're
But
saying.
I'm not. It's I don't know. It's just I don't know what objective truth is. I think the closest we could get to that, if such a thing exists, is just maybe true scientific inquiry and like empirical, like scientific and empirical inquiry, essentially, like that kind of conquest.
Yeah. But really quick, there's 9 people in this live. If you can, tap your screens, like the live, share it with anyone who you think might be interested. And yeah, I'm basically trying to
Yo,
look for
Elf,
any
what's up?
ops and debate people.
Hey,
But
Bobby, I really want to convince you of the PSR. I think I have some arguments.
go for it.
Run it.
So, where should I start? Let me see here. Well, first of all, do you at least, just to find a common agreement, are you at least understanding of why I have intuitive problems with something existing for no explanation?
Yeah, it just bought about brute facts for some reason. I'm not too sure why.
All right. So here's an interesting thing, an interesting one. So in order for something to, if something is really brute, there's no explanation. That means there's actually nothing restricting it to be the way that it is. Like to be a determinate thing, that means something is determining what you are. If not, that means you could have been anything. Now, this is interesting. If a brute fact could have been anything. Like it didn't have to be the way that it is because nothing restricts it to being what it is. There's nothing explaining it. It could be literally anything, but not only literally anything in any logical way, but like it could be any illogical thing too. It's literally completely undefined in restriction or structure. That would actually mean, Bobby, this is the interesting bit, that for any brute fact, there is actually an unstructured infinite. So an uncountable infinite number of ways that it could have presented itself, meaning that any specific way that it could have been is like unbelievably, vanishingly unlikely to have occurred.
I could agree with you, except for the illogical part. Why should I assume that
you
brute
don't think
facts
it
have to
would
be
be?
illogical?
No, a brute fact, if it's restricted by logic, means that it's dependent on something at least in part and not like an entire brute fact, meaning that we can pick it apart and break it up into further deconstructed facts that each themselves, due to the law of excluded middle, must either be a brute fact or not. So we must be dealing with a composite brute fact if you're saying that.
No, I imagine like even like the theist that pauses God being illogical. Like to me, God is just a logical brute fact.
Wait, what do you mean? His existence is a brute fact, and the
Yeah,
fact that he's logical is a brute
his
fact?
existence is like a logical. When I say logical, I just mean like it's not violating the three laws, right? So his existence is just some logical brute fact. I can
So, but
imagine.
you're right. But you're saying if you're saying that the brute fact is restricted by logical principles, so it has to exist within the law of identity.
Yeah,
I think that defies it as its nature as a brute fact. You've already applied one explanation for the way that it is instead of another way. It has the law of identity, so it therefore is explained at least by that.
when I think what explains something, I'm not sure. I'm just saying what explains its property. Like you
Yeah,
could
I
say
think
doc.
it. Well, I think it is the case, right? Like if you say that a certain thing cannot be this set of ways, but is allowed to be this set of ways, that is now a rule that is applying to the existence particulars of that thing, like the ontology of that thing, which is the same as saying it's partly what explains why it is the way it is. It's part of an explanation for its existence.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a part of it's part of an explanation. Yeah, I guess it's like is that like a soft PSR, something like that?
I'm not sure, but this is the key to my argument: is that any brute fact, in order for it to actually be a brute fact, it would mean that it is completely unstructured in its ontology. There's no reason why it is the way that it is, and yet it is a specific way. Now, I don't know if this is like a conclusive, deductive, like contradiction, but intuitively, this doesn't seem to make any sense. That something is completely unrestricted in the way that it is, and yet it appears to us a definite, unchanging way. Every brute fact that people claim is an unchanging fact, which seems to mean that it has restrictions on its existence.
Yeah, generally, yeah, but those restrictions often follow like the same patterns. Like is logical, or it's circular in some kind of way where it's like essentially it's like almost asking what explains existence.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh, and here's another reductio, though, real quick. I'm like, think about the idea that brute facts could exist. That means that things could come into existence for no explanation. Now, if that were the
wait,
case, right, then there's nothing stopping a tiger from magically appearing in front of me, just randomly appearing. Like, there's nothing stopping an ice cream from appearing over Coco's head and just falling on his head. There's nothing stopping that from happening because there's no rules to existence. Brute facts would mean stuff exists with no
wait,
rules
no.
defining that it exists.
So generally, I mean, at least in philosophy, when we talk about like theoretical virtues, right? If you posit so many brute facts, your view just becomes incoherent. You just like usually in this debate about theoretical virtues, you really just want to have the one brute fact. If you have more than one, is
I know,
oh,
and I really think I think that if I can get the right mind, like if I can attract people who are actually educated in like category theory and stuff, like we can do this. We can construct a fully explainable universe from the ground up, just based off of purely like mathematical relationships. People are already working on it. Like this is super promising, and it doesn't mean it means that we can have no brute facts in our explanation of reality. That means we win.
what? Oh, you start to explain. You start the brute fact of what explains the actual explanations.
No, each explanation is explained by other explanations. Think
Then
about
what
this.
explain what explains the
If
whole
A
set?
explains B, B explains C, C explains D, D explains A, right?
Yeah, but then you have to.
Every single thing has an explanation, but you also have a finite set of objects.
Well, yeah. So okay, so you have this, but you still have a set of these objects, right? This is a set. You have a set of all these
Well, if we go
explanations.
deep into the thing I'm talking about here, there are no objects. But let's say, again, just to bring you, okay, sure, we have a set of relations, and these relations like interact with each other in a way that they must cohere. So a relation cannot exist and contradict the other relations that it's related to. And then like we don't need an explanation for like all of relations existing, because that is also a relation. Every single logical thing you can think of is related to some kind of mathematical relationship, and they're all going to be explained by the other mathematical relationships. Anywhere you point is going to be connected to the other points to explain it, such that every point is fully explained by the rest, but there is no brute fact that starts the chain. They're all created in an interwoven web of logic. Like this would be very similar to some conceptions of like, like results from the delayed choice experiment, in the way that a particle is defined in its locality at any point of its life by its interactions across this entire space-time line. So it's like it's a non-linear version of logic or space-time or what
It
have
still
you.
sounds like you're. I'm not too sure, but it feels like you're still explaining like this infinite set.
Well, it's infinite only because you can never, you know how the dictionary works, right? Where a definition is just a bunch of other words. So if you don't know any words at all, if you read a definition, you'd have to go look up those words. But then what do those words mean? They mean other words. And so the entire dictionary is completely circular, but it's virtuously circular for this reason, that if you keep on reading, if you keep on going through the explanations enough over and over, you eventually learn enough that you circle back and you actually realize, oh, I've now learned every single word. It's fully explained, and yet it's entirely circular.
I remember, yeah, Mitch has actually brought this up about this, like, some kind of dictionary, like a book where somehow you're able to go back, like, you almost like, it comes back on itself. But I think even when I had that conversation with Mitch, you still have to, the book itself still, like, even Mitch said this, I believe, that the book itself still needs an explanation.
I know, but just think about expanding this logic to the universe itself. The problem is that the book is a contingent thing and it needs an explanation. But if all of reality works this way, if all of reality is this recursive explanation, system, then like we're going down to the base level logic. At some point when you go down far enough, you are not going to need an explanation for any of it, because the concept of explanation is being explained by these relations. Like, it would be like asking to justify the process of justification. Prove to me logic exists with logic. It's impossible because it's something that's unavoidable and self-evident. So it would be similar to this. If we successfully construct this metaphysic, it will be fully explained and not require any further explanation.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. I was just going to circle back. Yeah, that is... But I feel like, because I think we had this conversation on your live actually with Mitch, and Mitch brought up the issue with this, and it sounds like it's the same thing that what you're saying sounds like what Mitch was talking about then.
The key here is that the dictionary is based on other things, right? But if we're talking about what reality is fundamentally about, then we're talking about things that are not based off of anything beyond the structure of relations that I'm describing. So it's like, again, it would be like asking what came before the Big Bang. It would be a nonsense question to ask what explains the fundamental things that create the possibility of explanation, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, because you have everything, you have all this explanation that explain each other and just kind of loops back on itself. And it only works for like this necessitarian view. It's like a book that only works for this particular reality. I mean, it works. I feel like I just don't think you're escaping like some brute explanation though. I'm not sure you're escaping that. It's just something I need to like maybe bring up with like Cage or like Mitch or someone that's kind of more well read. Yeah. But I don't think I don't feel you're explaining like something is still unexplained here. And
I'm a layperson. What I can tell you from my research is that there are extensive areas of like mathematics and stuff that like show these things. Like you can construct mathematical models based off relations with no objects. You can also have, I looked it up in set theory, Bobby, you can have a set explain itself. Or at least you don't need an explanation for the set because the set's not a thing. It's just an arbitrary categorization of things. But every single thing within the set could be explained by things within the set. And so like this isn't impossible, at least is what I can say, but I'm not going to be able to flesh this out as a layperson. Like I'm just an armchair philosopher. So I can like come up with the idea in basic terms, but to prove it to you, we're going to need mathematicians on this.
Yeah, because usually I use the whole set explaining itself when I argue against Christians, but I still don't know if like, because if the set explains itself, I guess that's all right. Yeah, I guess that's all right. That's no. But
I think Gödel has a problem. I think Gödel proposes a problem, right? But I don't think that we need to make a system like entirely arithmetic. Like I'm not sure. I need to look into Gödel's and see exactly what are the things that like make it so that something applies or is applied to Gödel's theorem, and such that then it would necessitate that there's something that we can't explain within the system if it's arithmetically rigorous, such that it can describe itself. I think that's the condition. But again, I'll talk to Justin on it. But
I think you need to talk to Mitch. I'm kind of curious what Mitch says about this, and because I'm actually curious if this attempt to escape like brute necessity Like this attempt. I want to see.
Well,
I'm
not
gonna see if you actually
necessity.
succeeded here or not.
Real quick though, just to maybe brute necessity means something different, but necessity and bruteness are contradictory, right?
Yeah, I guess was brutally necessary.
No, I mean,
Oh.
like, this is part of my problem with brute facts. It cannot be necessary if it's brute. Something's necessary.
No,
That means
no,
something explains why it's the way it is.
If you're saying that this set explains itself, you're saying it's necessary.
No, in my view, but I'm telling you the way brute facts work, they cannot be necessary. My view has no brute facts.
Yeah, but
everything is necessary, yes.
it is necessary, yeah.
But you said brute necessity, and I just want to point out that this is part of the problem with brute facts, is that they are, by definition, not necessary. They're definitionally arbitrary. They could have been anyway. In fact, there's also no explanation why they don't change, why they appear consistently at all, why they obey logic and the law of identity. There's no explanation for any of this. It's kind of inconceivably like incoherent to me. Just intuitively on its face, this seems silly that we would accept brute facts exist. If they could, reality should be insane. It should be unintelligible. I think you have to abandon rational intelligibility of reality if anything can exist for just no reason, like at all. Like, how do you know anything exists for any reason?
That's fair. That's why, and again, that's why in all worldviews, there's not more than one brute fact that's posited.
I know. People just have an assumption that they have no choice but to accept for their worldview because their worldview is built top down, I think. But that's the thing. Like, we need to build it bottom up. Start with the stuff that we know. And that's not going to lead you to, like, theism. That's going to lead you to something like structural realism, I think.
Yeah, essentially this like what's the word? Recursive kind of system of explanations. Yeah, I'm just curious what Mitch has to say to this, because if Mitch says, yeah, this makes sense. Everything explains itself. There's no bruteness here, because usually that's always the idea of like what explains the set itself, that question. But if the set explains itself, I guess, then you're good there. I guess then all you're saying, but then you just reject all other possible worlds. So, I mean, that might be something that I'm not a fan of, actually, because now you're just saying that it has to be this way.
I hear what you guys are saying. I was playing Fortnite and like focusing, but like I was listening to what you guys were saying.
I mean, to be fair, I think you actually allow for like ununiformity. Like even in your view of, I think you allow for ununiformity. Like there could be some silicon life in some other parts of the universe. Like some other parts of the universe could like behave in a way that's not it's not uniform. Like logic could be different in some other parts.
Well, I have an explanation for this. This is my conception of what paraconsistent logics are and what apparent contradictions are. If you look at relativity, two observers in different reference frames can disagree on order of events in simultaneity. So it's a contradiction, but it's explained because of our reference frame within a three-dimensional perspective. If we could observe reality from 4D, or if we were seeing the entire space-time manifold, there is no actual contradiction. Everything is happening in one cohesive way. It's just that we have these different reference frames. And I would say that quantum mechanics, every single other thing that we have to explain with paraconsistent logics, apparent contradictions, are contradictions in epistemology only. That it's just because of our reference frame that we then are viewing some other reference frame, and then they seem to misalign, like a shadow being cast in two different ways because of our angle of reference. But if we could see all of reality, there would be no contradictions. That would undermine intelligibility as well.
Yeah, I mean, generally, quantum mechanics generally follows the classical laws. I'm not even if
superposition is a weird example that it doesn't quite fit.
Yeah, I don't think superposition is violating any classical law.
That's what some people say because they try to treat it as like a singular object, but that's not what the evidence shows. It seems to be like superposition is basically this like fuzzy summation of all possible waveforms or something like that. Like the math doesn't just say like, oh, it's like this. It either exists as this wave that is concrete or this particle. It seems to exist as this wave distribution of possibilities. And again, I think that could be explained if we understood the underlying metaphysics in a way that we are just in two different reference frames when we're doing this, like these observations from the particle and us, we're in two different reference frames, and so they appear like, you know, like some kind of contradiction, or that the particle's in multiple places or one at once or what have you, you know, going through both slits like an experiment.
Oh, yeah. But where are the ops at?
I mean, so far I can't find. Sorry about that. I can't find anything wrong with the view. Actually, like it is kind of airtight. Maybe the only thing that bothers me, like again, like I want to allow for like I mean, you don't like possible worlds, but I want to allow for like a system where like some indeterministic world, so maybe like some paraconsistent world exists, a system where all of these possibilities arise, because that's how I think reality actually functions. I don't know. It makes sense to say like all like
Right, but how would you
the world.
cash out possibility? Like what do you define, what makes something possible or not possible? How do you define that?
It's just based on the system, I think, based on the logical system of each world.
Sure, but if something, well, I would say this. I think something is only possible if it's explained. Like that would be my idea of how reality works. But in your view, if there's possibly things that are not explained, how do you even cash out possibility and impossibility? I don't think that you can.
You just have as long, yeah, that's true. I mean, as long as there's one thing that's, because I just have to have one thing that is not explained and everything else is explained. I think it makes sense.
Right, but if there's a thing that can't be explained, if it has no explanation, that means it's definitionally it can change. Like it has no reason why it is the way that it is. That means it should be able to change. But is that what we see with every single foundational axiom and every worldview? No, it's like the one unchanging thing in their worldview. It's like contradictory to the concept of arbitrariness, which is definitionally tied into a brute fact. It's determinate, can't be changed. It seems to be like an objective truth, and yet it's an arbitrary brute fact that can be any way, in any conceivable way. I don't get it.
I think a brute fact, yeah, like for example, like when I think of existence, right? To me, existence is just a brute fact. Now, why existence cannot change and stuff like that, there's not an explanation. It just seems that's the way it cannot change. There's maybe
Right,
a standard issue going on there.
I think this is the problem people are having. They're viewing a brute fact as a thing that just is and cannot be any other way. But that would be the definition of necessary, not a brute fact. Because if it can't be any other way, that means it's explained by contradictions in being some other way. That would be a rule set applied to its existence ontology. So that means it's explained in some fashion. The only way that you can have a truly brute fact is if it's entirely not explained, which means that it's entirely arbitrary and has no reason why it should be the way that it is, or why it doesn't change, or why tigers
don't
pop into
like
my
that
brain.
necessary explanation. I just don't like, to me, when like to even understand that people want to use is necessary. All right, that's an explanation people want to posit, but to me that is equally as saying it's just brute. Like when someone says necessary, that's just saying it's brute to me.
No, because Bobby, most times when people say something is necessary, they don't know why it's necessary. They just claim God is necessary, but they don't know why. But really, when you say something's necessary, there has to be a reason why it's necessary. And even if you don't know it, it's there. For other things that are necessary, we can point to the reason why, and that's what makes it necessary. It's because of the explanation.
Okay, so yeah, it could be basically something can be necessary. Just don't wait. Okay, if something is necessary and we don't have an explanation, then what's brute? What's a brute fact? What is that?
A brute fact is something that is completely arbitrary. It could be any way. It doesn't have to be what it is. It's counterintuitive because people think of brute facts as necessary. They equivocate them. But no,
I thought brute fact just
be
something.
Any way.
Brute fact is just not something that doesn't have an explanation.
No, that's just the thing we don't have an explanation for. That's just you not knowing what it is. That doesn't tell you anything about its ontology. That's an epistemological failing.
Okay, so maybe I've been using brute facts in the wrong way then.
Sorry, I misheard you, Bobby. You specifically said not that you don't know the explanation, just that it has no explanation, right?
Yeah, it has no explanation. It just
right.
is.
That would make it not necessary and brute. No, you're right about that definition.
Yeah, because the way you're saying, because something that's necessary, like if something is necessary but can be explained, and something that, my understanding of something that's brute fact is just something that simply can't be explained.
Right, which means it's not necessary. This is the part people don't realize. If it can't be explained, it's not necessary, because explanations they equate to necessity. If something's necessary, it's because it's fully explained. It can't
can
be any
be
other way.
necessary, but can't be explained.
What?
Well, it can be necessary, but just can't be explained.
No, that's contradictory. What makes it necessary, Bobby?
It must exist in every possible world.
Oh, well, then that must be a logical reason why it must exist in every possible world, yes?
Yeah, if it's necessary, that's what it means in modal language.
Yeah, I know, but like something that has no reason that it must exist in every possible world, that would just conclude that you must conclude that it doesn't necessarily exist in every possible world. There has to be a reason. Necessity is tied to reason, whether you know the reason or not.
I'm not too sure. Not too sure the reason why. Because even when I ask other people why something must exist, I'm not convinced of the reason. It's just like they're just kind of defining it to be necessary in every possible world. Like it's just saying just.
Yeah,
God, like for example, God has this properties that make it necessary in every possible world. But I'm not too sure what's actually going on there.
Yeah, it just becomes unclear because people talk about all these things that we just don't know. But it's very obvious when we talk about things that we do know. Why is fire hot? Like, why is it necessarily hot? It can't be any other way. We know that. But why is it necessary? Well, actually, technically, if you were higher temperature than the fire, it would not be hot. But I mean, for our perception, it is always necessarily hot. Why is that, Bobby?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think generally, I'm also a bit of an epistemic nihilist when it comes to like knowledge too. I'm not too sure we could always come to these truths. I'm not too sure that's actually possible. There's always going to be this epistemic gap. In the same sense where like you never know if you're like a brain in a vat, if that's actually the case or not. You know. So,
well, okay. We don't know if we're a brain in a vat. Sure. I'm not sure how that connects though, because we're talking about like fundamental reality. If we're a brain in a vat, we still comport to the rules of reality.
You know, well, yeah.
I mean, even if it's a simulation, like we can't, I've actually got arguments for this. Even a simulation can't defy like the laws of logic within perception. Even if a tiger did appear in my room, like I still can only perceive a tiger in my room. I can't perceive like a tiger and not a tiger. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I guess I don't know. Just that's how I use that word brute. Like a brute. I mean, I need to flesh out that definition of like brute necessity, especially when it pertains to like possible worlds. Because I just always assume like, hey, all we mean there is to say like we can't explain it, but it's needed in all possible world. And it's like, all right, and all views will always have such a thing. Like if it's regards to talking to the idealist, you're talking to like a Hindu, you're talking to a Buddhist, you're talking to an atheist. They will always have this something that just seems to be brute and necessary.
Right. And all I'm saying is this is the thing people don't recognize is that if you're saying it's brute, you're saying that it could have been any other way. That defies the definition you're using of calling it like it has to exist in every possible world. That's contradictory. I haven't proven brute facts can't exist yet, but I can prove that what people are calling brute facts are not brute facts most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, the way you explain it makes sense because we are saying like a brute fact is something that's truly like just ambiguous and is unexplainable and can just be unchanging, like has no actual explanation. And I don't think, yeah, you're right. That's not what we are saying when we use that word brute.
I just realized how hilarious the term even is, brute fact. Like, what is a fact usually? It's a thing that is true. And that if something is true, that means it's true for a reason. Like, I even think the term brute, we should just call them anomalies, not brute facts. Like things that just have that defy all explanation. That's what a brute fact really is.
Yeah. I think your view is good. I think the view is good. I'm just curious what Mitch has to say. Like, if you truly avoided like some kind of like brute, like if you don't have any like bruteness to your view, then yeah. But besides that, I'm just curious what Mitch has to say about the rest of it. Like, it's a great like necessary view. It's like this view explains like this universe very well. You know, the metaphysics surrounding this particular universe.
It's funny you say that, Bobby, because what you just said is that the view that upholds the PSR, which means that everything is definitionally explained, has the best explanation. It's like, well, yeah, I mean, that's that's like literally like baked into the principle.
I think Mitch has a similar view where he holds like this, this infinite regress of explanation, but he wants to do something where,
I don't think that we can have an infinite past, an infinite regressive explanation temporally, not in the way, because my infinite regress is a recursive atemporal matrix of like relations. So it's not subject to any of the paradoxes with an eternal past. But like seriously, if you have an eternal past, you do realize that means there is no explanation for anything contingent in reality. Because if every contingent thing relies on the other contingent things for explanation, and then that relies on the other contingent things, and it goes back and back and back, you would just have a reality of all these contingent facts that always rely on something that is infinitely in the past, which means it doesn't exist. So the ultimate explanation for you, Bobby, doesn't exist.
No, I think so. Mitch wants to say something like, one, what explains this set of explanations is some other PSR that explains
another PSR.
Yeah, something that he has something that he has some reason to explain the set.
Mitch should probably.
And then, but even with that being said, I'm not too sure there's any reason to say, hey, that I exist. Because even if there's an infinite regress, I still exist. I'm not too sure. Like, what's the contradiction that you're like? What's the PNLP?
So the contradiction is with the PSR itself. So again, like if you abandon the PSR, if you're fine with having no explanation for why contingent facts are the way they are, then infinite past is fine. But this is my problem: is that it would mean some kind of weird metaphysical brute fact, such that the reason why you are the way you are, Bobby, is because of the past. Yes. But the past is the way it is because of the other past that's also there because it's infinite, and it just goes on and on and on. That means definitionally there's no explaining why you are the way you are, Bobby. It has no ultimate explanation.
No, it has an explanation. It's just like, it would just be like...
No ultimate explanation. Remember, you have an infinite chain of contingencies. Every single contingency could have been a different way because the past is infinite. Like, you have infinite explanations, meaning that anything could be any infinite number of ways. Like, it's the only way that you can exist definitely the way you are in a way that is actually necessary or explained is if there's some sort of either brute fact at the beginning that doesn't change, necessary fact, maybe not brute, something that doesn't change at the begining, or you don't have an infinite past. Like, you have to have some sort of temporal beginning of causation.
I don't think that's the case. It just the infinite regress is just that. There's no first member. We just get here from.
That's the point, Bobby. There's no first member, and the first member is the ultimate explanation for every contingency.
It doesn't happen. It doesn't. It just. No, the set would just. The infinite sets would just explain itself. The reason why.
Wait, hang on. No, that's my metaphysics. How are you saying that the infinite set explains itself? Where's the support for that?
The prior explanation.
But that's only explained by the prior explanations.
Yeah. That's why this infinite set explains itself for that same reason.
No, but these are only like temporal, like contingent explanations. Like, it's not an ultimate explanation. You haven't supplied the PSR.
Are you asking what explains?
You don't have a sufficient explanation. You only have these temporal contingent explanations. You don't know if they could have been a different way. Because remember, if the past, like if we take the explanations for Bobby G being the way that you are, then how do we know that those had to be that way and not some other way?
Hey, Cosmic, is there any issue with some infinite regress of explanations?
No, I would say no.
Well, most people would say no. I'm just saying, like, I disagree.
Well, what's the contention that you have?
Well, it undermines having an ultimate explanation for every contingent fact being the way that it is.
Behind you. Do you mean, like, what's the explanation for the set itself?
Get that person.
Say that again.
So what do you mean by that? Do you mean what's the explanation for the set itself?
No, I'm saying that there's, like, if you ask the question, why is this the way that it is, you can go back and explain it due to its, like, immediate causes, but then that begs the question of why those causes are the way that they are. And then that pushes you back again. So
Yeah.
every single time you explain what happens, you're not fully explaining what happens because you're using it based off contingent facts. Your explanation is contingent, so that needs further explanation. And then that gets pushed back infinitely, meaning you have no ultimate explanation.
Yeah, that's. What do you mean by ultimate explanation?
Meaning like something that explains why things are the way they are.
Yeah, for any given entity within the set, the explanation is just going to be its prior antecedent.
But there's no explanation for like why things are the way they are at all, period, like in the ultimate sense. I know that you can temporally explain why you are here, but those explanations have no explanation except the ones before it, but then they have an explanation that's before that.
Yeah,
but
that's the view.
it just
But
it pushes the goalpost back infinitely.
Well, that's the view. It's an infinite regress of explanations. But what you're saying to me sounds, well, there's no ultimate explanation. By ultimate explanation, you mean what explains the way that things are what they are. And you don't mean relative to the entities within the set. Then either you mean what explains the fact that there is a set in the first place, or you mean something else that I don't understand.
No, it's not like a set in the first place. That's a different question. That's like, why does existence exist? What I'm saying is that there's no grounding, there's no floor. You're saying it's turtles all the way down, which is okay, fine. Every turtle is explained, but like I'm not saying that we need an explanation for why there are turtles at all. We need an explanation for what's holding up all the turtles, because every turtle must be held up. That means no matter how far down you go, there still is an explanation required. Every turtle must be explained, but it goes on infinitely, which means you are always going to have another thing that can't be explained, no matter what.
No, it will be explained. It's just explained by something prior to it, and it's going to go down infinitely. I think you're just explaining the view. I don't see a contention.
I think to me, this infinite regress is just like your view of this kind of recursive set. They're the same.
No, because mine is finite, like logically. Like you can read the whole dictionary and learn all the words, whereas this would be an infinite dictionary that continues to go on forever. So again, imagine my analogy with the dictionary. Let's say you know nothing about words, except that you can at least read, but you don't know the meaning of any of them, which is, I don't know how that would happen, but for the hypothetical, this is what we'd require. So that means we're in the dictionary, you would read a definition, you would not know what it means because you have to look up every word in the definition, and so you would continue to go around the dictionary until you eventually could come to a closure of explanation for the words within the dictionary itself. You would eventually understand them all. But for your idea of an infinite past, that means that you could never understand any of it, because every single time you go to a definition, it's going to lead to other words that still have infinitely other words that could be in other infinitely other definitions, and it's a literal endless task, but you need a full explanation to understand any of it. You need closure to understand the dictionary.
I don't think that's analogous. Like, having the dictionary thing, right? Like, I would agree, I can fully agree. There are semantic primitives, right? There are words which have no definitions, or words that are no longer able to go into smaller concepts. Right? There are semantic primitives. But when it comes to, like, if we're talking about, like, some infinite causal chain, right? I don't see why there must be some finite thing. Like, I still don't really understand the contention. Like, the thing with the words, obviously, there's going to be concepts that can't be further reduced. Like, the word existence, right? Like, I don't think I can reduce the concept of existence or consciousness, right? Or what is likeness. I think those are just semantic primitives that can't be further reduced. But that's not to say, right, that
that just seems almost like a red herring a little bit, like not on purpose. I'm just saying the reducibility of concepts isn't like the point of the analogy. It's the point is that even something that's irreducible, you don't know what it means unless it's described by other words, because you don't know any of the words. You always need to refer to other words to explain each word, and you can only learn any of the words by learning enough words.
By the way, before I continue Cosmic, I want to recall something. What's the brute fact again?
Well, it depends. Some people think that a brute fact is like some form of existence that has no explanation, or some necessary thing, like some necessary entity. Like, they would say 1 + 1 = 2 is a brute fact. What explains that is it is necessarily a fact, or it's necessarily true.
Yeah, and this usually like this would usually be like a necessary, a brute necessity, something that just exists in every possible world, right? And just
yeah.
but just kind of can be explained. Okay, so maybe that's some right off. Maybe that's defined the way you define, because that's how I understood the word. Some when you define it in some other way, it threw me off. But no, right, you could go back like
I'm gonna think about and work on my my anti-infinite series argument here. I think I can do some more work here. I'll get back to you guys while I listen.
Alpha's hey Cosmic, is it? I'm gonna talk to like maybe like have you seen Cage? Has Cage gone for has been gone for a minute?
I saw him like 2 days ago.
Does he have the actual Cage account or a different account?
No, he changed all of his account names and usernames.
Yeah. But now I'm curious. There's something else brought up about like.
What? Yeah. Okay.
Would you Cosmic? Would you agree that do you know of a worldview where it doesn't eventually bottom out in this kind of like brute, this kind of brute fact? I guess this brute explanation, this brute I guess necessity. Do you know of a worldview where that's not the case?
Yo, Herb,
Well,
are
it
we about
depends
to
on
do
like
it again?
what are you talking? Like it would depend on what you're talking about, because like when it comes to something like justification, you can have like foundationalism, where there's going to be some foundation in which I need not justify because of some impossibility of the contrary or something like that, and you can have infinitism. Cage is actually an infinitist. Something is justified if there's an infinite regress of justifications.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. So it depends on what sense you're talking about. Like I think,
even in an infinite set of explanation, like like you have to you said like the set itself. What explains the set?
well, the set would be explained by the fact that there are justifications.
I see.
Like the fact that there is an infinite regress of justifications entails that there are such things that which are justifications for the set to exist.
All right, so that I think that's similar to what Alf is saying with like some recursive, like a finite member, but like an infinite set, like some finite like those sets where there's finite members, but like it repeats over and over, like so.
Well, with that, I mean, I think you can keep infinitely regressing with that. Like, what explains the fact that there are justifications? The fact that there are propositions that need to be justified. What explains that fact? The fact that there are minds that which have these propositions or these beliefs that need justification. What explains that? The fact that there are minds. What explains that? I think that you can infinitely go back with those things.
Well, no, not infinitely go back. It'd be like as you said, that like this dictionary where all words in the dictionary eventually like loop back, so everything kind of explains itself in this kind of like circle essentially.
I don't see that though. Like in the dictionary, there are going to be words that you probably either one don't need justification or don't need a definition for.
I mean, maybe the dictionary might be a bad analogy, but what's the idea is, you're trying to every aspect of reality can be explained, right? But explained in such a way where it will kind of like loop back onto itself. So the explanation, like it wouldn't be like an infinite regress of explanation. That it'll be like an explanation that leads back onto itself. It's kind of weird.
It's like
a.
I'm not sure I understand.
It's like
coherence thing.
It's kind of it's kind of like those sets, those set theories, those type of sets where there's finite members in the set, but it kind of like it repeats.
So Cosmic, can you help me out on my investigation here? Like, can you give me the reason why we don't need an explanation for the totality of facts in the infinite set? Because you made that sound like that's obviously not a problem. I just don't know the argument.
An explanation for when you say that, I just hear what's the explanation for the fact that things exist.
No. I don't mean the fact like explanation for existence. I mean the explanation for the whole set. Because again, everything in the set is explained, yes, by its priors, but those priors are contingent still on other priors and those on other priors and those on other priors. So if there is no actual explanation that sets things in a specific way, that means the entire chain is arbitrary. It could have been any way. Like there's no explanation for why it is this way and not another way. for the whole set, for the whole series.
I'm not sure I understand. Like, if we were to have like two sets, like, let's just say some infinite color, some set that has some patterns of colors, right? Like just infinite dots of colors, and set A has blue, yellow, red, and set B has yellow, blue, red, right? Are you saying what explains the fact that set A is the way that it is and not in the way that set B is?
Well, I don't know how to compute this analogy because there's no causal link between each of the colors in a set. You just have a collection of objects. So they're not analogous to when we're talking about the whole point here is a causal series.
Well, then imagine, instead of colors, just imagine Jimmy, James, and John. And then the other set is John, Jimmy, and James. And then what causes Jimmy is John, what causes John is James, as opposed to set B. What causes Jimmy is John, and what causes John is, or what causes John is Jimmy, and what causes Jimmy is James.
So you have A causes B causes C series,
Yeah,
and then the other one is like B causes A causes C kind of thing.
Yeah, is that what you're asking? What explains the fact that set A is the way that it is, and not like set B?
No, the issue here would be A explains B, B explains C. What explains A?
What explains A would be C, or B, sorry.
Well, wait, so you're saying A explains B, B explains... So A explains B, but B also explains A?
Wait, what was your question? What explains A?
What explains the initial cause of the set? A explains B, B explains C, or A explains C, C explains B, whatever you want to make the order. But what explains the first one? What explains A, which causes B, which causes C?
Well, if it's an infinite regress, there would be no cause.
Right, there is no explanation for any of it unless you just stop asking questions. Like if you just say, what causes B? Well, A. Well, then if you just stop asking questions, boom, explanation done. But what causes A? And then you can ask that question infinitely, meaning that the epistemology is completely ungrounded. You will never be able to stop asking why. You can't do it.
Right. I'm confused. Are you saying that, like, with the ABC thing, like, your contention is the fact that, like, what explains A is B, what explains B is C, so on and like, ad infinitum, right? Your contention is that there is no initial cause.
Yeah, there's no initial cause. Sure, yes, you can phrase it that way, yeah.
So the initial cause, and under your view, would be what grounds the set.
It's what makes it non-arbitrary, what makes it a specific way and not another way. It gives you sufficient explanation, which you don't have in an infinite series. You only have temporary explanation if you ignore the rest of it. You always have a temporary brute fact. If I explain you, then the explanations for you are a brute fact unless I explain them. If I explain those are now, the explanations of those are now a brute fact. You always have a brute fact in an infinite series because to explain your brute fact, you must create a new brute fact.
By brute fact, you mean what?
An unexplained fact. And this is just epistemologically. There are no unexplained facts in your view, except for the fact that you can never have a full explanation for those facts. Even though they're explained, you will never have a full sufficient explanation because every time you explain something, you need to explain those explanations to have a full explanation. But you can't do that endlessly.
Maybe what I'm not understanding is why I need such a brute, or why I need such first.
Oh, just because of my contentions with brute facts in general. I don't think that they're possible. Most people don't agree with this. I think that it's contradictory to have a thing that it has a determinate state, but also...
What do you mean by brute fact? Maybe we're having like
something that doesn't have an explanation for why it is the way it is. Like no explanation.
I would just say that's something that's necessary. I think that brute fact.
Well, I'm fine with necessary. Necessary would mean it has an explanation. If something's necessary, it has to be a certain way. That means there's some sort of logical relationship determining it must be that way. Some sort of relation to other things that means it has to be this way.
Yeah, I would say that a brute fact, like I use brute fact the same way that I use necessary. Like,
I think most people. Yeah, okay.
To me, a brute fact is a necessary truth.
Most people do, and under your view of an infinite causal series, there is no such thing as necessity because everything is contingently explained. The entire series is contingently explained.
Well, I would say that like there would be some there would be necessary things like
Right, like maybe like logic or something.
yeah, that and like obviously I don't think your contention is like if I were to say, well, another necessary thing would be like existence itself or the fact that there is a set. Are you saying that like there are no necessary things within like the entities like within the set?
No, I'm saying like anything that is explainable by priors in the series is contingent and can't be necessary.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, and then your issue with that, and sorry if I'm getting it wrong still, your issue with that is that there must be one for it to be non-arbitrary or non-arbitrary?
Well, I think I can already make it at least an argument from queerness to appeal to people's intuition, because we have a weird situation here. We have a situation where things are like locally necessary because they're fully explained if you just look at their immediate priors. But then the entire series is definitionally contingent. Like there's no reason why it is the way that it is specifically, because it's an infinite series of explanations. So we seem to have everything being like in a weird way contingent, but also necessary locally. And it just, I don't know, like it at least seems like a strange philosophical situation. Like it's not like an argument. I'm just saying it's freaking weird.
What do you mean locally necessary?
I mean, if you ignore explaining everything sufficiently, if you just explain it based off of its immediate priors, like if I throw a ball, the immediate explanation for that is that I threw it and that's why it hit you in the head. But if you just stop there, you're like, okay, boom, it's fully explained. The way that I threw it determined the way the ball hit your head. It couldn't have been any other way if you just look at the way I threw it. But then you're still not explaining why I threw it the way that I did. That's still contingent. Your explanation is contingent.
I think that would be a different question. Like if I were to ask, why did you throw the ball at Tim? And your explanation is, well, because, or you can give like different explanations, because I felt like it, or because my muscles, moved in such a way that it allowed me to throw the ball, right? That would answer or explain the proposition, you threw the ball at Tim.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is weird about this situation. You can construct... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, when you get past you threw the ball at Tim, that's a different proposition that needs to be explained, right? Or a different thing that needs to be explained.
Yes, you always have another thing that needs to be explained in your view.
Yeah, but I have the thing that I wanted to be explained. So I have the justification or the explanation as to why you threw the ball. Now, if you give me the explanation that, I threw the ball because I wanted to, why did you want to is a different question. So I already have the question answered, the original question explained enough to where I can understand what you mean. Now, the secondary question is a different thing that needs a different explanation or a reason as to why. And I don't see the issue with that.
Right. The difference to us is you don't hold to the PSR, right? You don't think things need to have a sufficient explanation.
It depends on what you mean by sufficient explanation.
Meaning that it's explained in a way that it can't be any other way.
I'm confused. You mean that like a sufficient explanation would be like take like syntax or something like 1 + 1 or A therefore B or some shit like that, right? Like that, the fact that that's necessary would be a sufficient explanation or not?
Yeah, I mean, what I mean is like if you have a sufficient explanation for something, it is logically impossible that it could have existed any other way.
I would say that there are sufficient explanations also.
Well, this is the confusing part. This is where I think this view might have some problem, some contradiction in there, because it is the case that you do have a sufficient explanation for a particular action, but if you just continue asking questions, you'll find out that no, you don't, because there's no necessary thing that causes everything to be the way that it is in the whole chain.
Never mind, because I was like thinking not about the causal chain. Sorry, I misunderstood. Like my brains went somewhere else. Within the causal chain, within the regress of the causal chain, right? I would agree that there is no necessary thing within there, because everything within the set is contingent.
I want to actually get John into this, because John, the question that's being had right now is this idea of like bruteness, and like maybe is it fair to like John, if there's like an infinite explanation? Okay, John, how could I ask this question? Like, how could I ask this question to John about this brute conversation?
Oh, well, I mean, I'm still like trying to.
What are we asking?
You may
What
not
are we asking
understand.
if it's brute?
So,
Right.
like so far, what I've gotten is that like the issue is that there is no sufficient explanation within an infinite causal series, and by sufficient explanation, he means like some necessary thing, like something that could not have been otherwise.
Okay, just one clarification. So, by sufficient explanation, are you representing weak PSR or strong PSR?
I'm not sure. What it is.
Machine.
Machine. Machine.
Sorry, hey, what's up? I was fiddling with something.
So, as it applies to sufficient explanation, is it being in reference to strong PSR or weak PSR?
What's the weak PSR? The strong PSR, I think, is kind of obvious, right? That everything does have a sufficient, like everything has a sufficient explanation. What's the weak PSR?
Yeah, weak PSR is just going to represent more of like contingent things. So it's gonna say not everything has an explanation, or you could also say that, like some people will just describe the weak PSR as like most things have an explanation or something like that.
So like I don't know what that. Yeah, I'm talking about the strong PSR because again, I'm trying to eliminate brute facts. I think that they are incoherent. But let me put something out there real quick.
Are you a? Well, I mean, in some cases, like you could take this. So, are you a theist or an atheist?
Atheist.
Atheist. Okay. So, are you denying an infinite causal chain, or?
I'm working on it.
Okay, so as I understand it, just see if I'm caught up. You guys are currently talking about an infinite causal chain. I'm guessing, like cosmologically.
Yeah, be careful, Herb.
Right?
Darn it, I gotta get eliminated. Oh fuck.
Are you guys referencing like an eternal universe and infinite chain?
An infinite past. And yeah, an infinite causal past.
Okay. So I'm torn on this. I don't think there's a logical contradiction. But you could even hold to like.
I mean, if the PSR is true, there is. I think the PSR might actually be a law of logic that we just haven't proven yet.
Well, you could even say like an infinite causal chain is a sufficient explanation. So like you could still represent, if you do it correctly, you could still represent the strong PSR and hold to an infinite causal chain.
But how? Like contingent facts, if they are left to an infinite regression of facts, then every single contingent fact is only like locally necessary because the entire series is not grounded in anything definite. Like it has to definitely be arbitrary.
But I just see that as the view. Like if your contention, right, like by the locally necessary thing, you mean like if the explanation for you throwing the ball at Timmy is the fact that you wanted to, and that's a necessary fact. So it's necessary that you wanted to, or that you desired to throw the ball at Timmy, and that is the explanation as to why you threw the ball at Timmy. I would say that one, that's not a necessary fact. I think that fact is contingent. I don't see the issue with that fact being contingent. It could be that you didn't want to throw the ball at Timmy, but yet you had some arm twitch.
Which version of contingent are you talking about? Do you mean that it could have been another way, like modality, like there's another possible world where I didn't throw the ball, or are you saying that it just depends on other things for its explanation?
Probably dependent.
Yeah, I would say that it's I think I can use it in like both senses here. I think that I can say that
you can. Yes, you can.
It's contingent in the way that it could be otherwise, and what explains that it could be otherwise is that it's contingent on other facts that could also be otherwise.
Oh, so that's another brute fact. You believe that things could be other ways.
Yes, I believe that things are contingent.
Interesting.
I think that's just like the view that like I don't see the necessity or the need for these like sufficient things, right? For sufficient explanations. Like even if every explanation is contingent on a prior explanation, and by sufficient reason you mean some necessary reason, I don't see the issue because that would just then be the view. That would just be the view that there is no sufficient reason as to why you threw the ball at Timmy, because the reason that explains the fact that you threw the ball at Timmy is just contingent. It's not sufficient because it's not necessary.
Right, but that's again, I don't want to get confused of the two different versions of meanings of contingent here. Like, yes, it's explained by other things. But if you think it could have been another way, then it's definitionally not fully explained. Part of it happens for no reason. That's the only way to have alternative possibility. You have to accept that there's part of reality that happens for no reason.
I'm confused. I'm sorry. What do you mean? Like, if I were to say that it could, or that the reason is contingent on another reason, I have to commit to what? Sorry.
You have to commit to determinism. Like if you're saying that a thing is explained by reasons fully, then it's determined. So if you have alternative possibility, then the only way that you can have that is if part of reality is not determined, meaning that it's arbitrary. It's just not determined by anything. It has no reason why it is the way it is.
All right.
Well, I mean, you could have a Frankfurt case in which that's not true.
Well, hang on a second. Frankfurt cases don't like refute determination. It's just showing. It's just an intuition bump that moral responsibility doesn't depend on determination.
Well, no. It's just in conjunction with like the principle of alternative possibility. So you have a situation in a Frankfurt case to where the outcome is absolutely determined, but there is no there is no principle of alternative possibility. That's all I was referencing.
Yeah, and it's just showing that we can intuitively see how someone can be morally responsible without that alternative possibility. But of course, the Frankfurt cases like presuppose free will without substantiating that the person actually could have done anything different without the machine in their brain that would have made them do it. So it doesn't really like argue for alternative possibility on its own. It's just trying to explain in a physical sense like alternative possibility.
I'm not representing alternative possibility. Like that's in a libertarian sense more than anything else. Like I'm a compatibilist.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, like even if I were to like agree and say yes, it is the case that there is causal determinism, right? But that's not to say that these facts are not contingent in the sense that they can be otherwise. I don't see how. I can't say that. I don't see how.
Right. Let me explain this. Right. So a fact right now, like the way you are right now, is fully determined by prior things. Right. Just for this view, you don't have to accept that. I'm just like for this hypothetical. That's what we're saying. Yeah, but you got that right.
Yeah.
Cool. So if that's the case, how do we know that the explanations themselves for you had to be that way? Well, the only way to support this is to explain them by their priors. If you can do that, then they're determined, and you're not arbitrary. You are, the way you are, and you're fully explained as to why you are. Yay, intelligibility.
Well, it sounds. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We still have a problem, don't we? Because the explanations I'm on now, how do we know that they're not arbitrary? The only way to answer this is to go further and further and further and further. And guess what? Because it's infinite, we can never answer this question. We can never say that, yes, this thing is not arbitrary. Can't do it.
No, I would disagree with that. Because if it's no longer arbitrary, given let's say I'm standing up, right? What explains that reason that I'm standing up? The fact that I got out of my chair. And that the reason now is no longer, or the fact that I'm standing up is no longer arbitrary. Would you agree with that?
Well, it's only cosmic. It's only not arbitrary if the reason you stood out of the chair is not arbitrary. Is that not arbitrary?
By arbitrary, well, again, maybe
it could have. It had to be the way that it is. Arbitrary means that it could have been any way. There's no explanation for why it is that way.
Yeah, I can stipulate causal determinism here. I don't. See
okay, great. So there's a reason why you got out of the chair, and you're saying that that's not arbitrary. Yes. Yeah. So that means that it's explained by something else. So let's talk about that then, because if that explanation is arbitrary, that means the whole chain is arbitrary. This is just the transitive property of equality with a quality. So are we saying now that the explanation for why you if why you wanted to get out of the chair was because of your disposition, are we saying the reason for your disposition is that not arbitrary?
Yeah, that could be explained by some other prior thing.
Okay, but the only way we can support this cosmic is if that explanation you're referring to now is itself also not arbitrary. So what makes that not arbitrary, that new explanation now?
Yeah, just other priors, I think.
Right, but then those priors, the only way that they can support non-arbitrariness is if they are explained in a non-arbitrary way, which requires pushing the problem back further, and it goes on infinitely. You cannot logically support non-arbitrariness.
All right, so you're saying that...
Wait a second. Just, okay, I come at this from a different paradigm. it seems like logically you could, because like, so for example, I'm a theist, right? If you push that back all the way, it's going to end at a necessary being called God. Now, when I say God creates something, it's not going to be out of like an arbitrary nature. Now, I'm not saying you have to believe in God. I'm just saying under this notion, you're saying like there's some sort of logical problem. But under theism, there wouldn't be a logical problem because there is reason in which God's creating something.
Yeah,
And
there's also reason for his existence
the buck would
because he's
stop.
no,
Yeah,
he's also no, it's he's also necessary, meaning that there's an explanation for his existence. It's like tied into the ontology of reality.
Wait,
So
what?
he's not a
Wait.
brute
yeah,
fact.
yeah. I
have no problem with that view, Brat. I just don't like brute facts.
It's an
No.
explanation for
I
God's
hold to
existence?
this. So as it pertains to God as a necessary being, like I hold to a strong PSR. Like the necessity of God's nature is the explanation, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like it wouldn't be a logical problem. It seems like it's more of a metaphysical problem, because if I can instantiate like a logical world where God exists and God is creating these determinate facts, and it's not arbitrary, then there obviously, under that view, there would be a logical world that it could occur to which it's not arbitrary.
No, you have the opposite view. If you're saying there's a necessary grounding to reality, that means everything in reality is actually necessary and contingency is an illusion of our limited epistemology. You have the opposite view.
Okay, so I must not understand. I thought you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that there's a logical contradiction as it pertains to like arbitrariness.
Oh, maybe there is with the PSR. Arbitrariness contradicts the PSR, but we don't know that the PSR is a logical principle of reality. I think it is. I think we have reasons to believe it is.
Okay, so it seems like it would be like more. Correct me if I'm wrong. It seems like it would be more of like a metaphysical issue rather than a logical issue. So as it pertains to like Cosmic's view, now he doesn't believe in God, and he's instantiating like some set of infinite regress of of contingent causes or whatever, right? So you're saying that his view, it's not logically contradictory. It would more so be like metaphysically. There would be some sort of issue
no,
there.
like from my view, it is because I hold to the PSR as a fact about reality. If you don't hold to the PSR, if you have no problem with arbitrariness and having no explanation for why anything is the way it is, ultimately, again, because yes, you can explain why I threw the ball, but you can only explain why I threw the ball in that way if you explain everything, and you can't explain everything. So it's the arbitrariness issue. If you don't think arbitrariness is real, like things happening for no reason the way that they do, then there's no issue. Everything is arbitrary. Everything could have been any way. It just happens to be this way. No reason for it. Just happens to be that way. Sure, you can accept that if you believe that.
So just for clarity, Cosmic, are you denying PSR and holding to like a brute fact?
Well, I mean, I would say that I think that's something. By brute fact, I mean necessary truths. I would say that there are necessary truths. Now, when it comes to like some infinite causal chain, which I don't hold the view, but for the purpose of the conversation, when it comes to like some infinite causal chain, I don't think that there would be like this sense of like absolute necessary truths, right? Like non-relative necessary truths.
Okay,
Can you say the last bit again? I didn't follow the last.
If I heard you right, so there wouldn't be an explanation for these necessary truths as it pertains to like an infinite causal chain.
I'm sorry, repeat that?
Are you saying, and if I'm mischaracterizing, just tell me, but are you saying there would not be like a strong PSR as it pertains to like this necessary thing of infinite causal chain?
By strong PSR, remind me what it is. I completely forgot.
So strong PSR is just everything, like anything that could ever be referenced or propositioned or anything. Everything has an explanation, whereas in weak PSR is just like contingent things have an explanation.
Yeah, I would say that if you take necessity to be an explanation for a given proposition being true, then I would say that yes, everything has an explanation. Now, with the
But you're saying the infinite regress of contingent causes is not necessary, right? It's
this. I'm sorry. What do you mean? The set?
yeah, just the infinite set of
Yeah,
contingent
the
causes.
set itself is necessary because the set is just existence. The set is just the things that exist. So
No,
if the
the
set
the
does not
interesting
exist,
part is the interesting part, Cosmic. Did you just say that like the fact that you exist is that necessary? Are there any necessary? What exactly is necessary in reality? Like besides logic, I mean, like what
yeah, like,
facts
I
in
would say
reality
that.
are necessary?
Facts. I mean, I wouldn't say that there
Like,
are, like, I would say the only necessary truths or necessary true propositions
I
would be
say,
stuff like
I say
logic and stuff.
necessary existence.
Yeah, like existence would be like a necessary thing. Like some syntaxes, like math, logic, those would be things that are necessarily true. I don't think those could be otherwise. Now, within the set, like the entities, though, I would say that yes, the entities can be otherwise. The explanations for the facts within the causal series could be otherwise. Right. So, what explains the fact that John threw the ball? The explanation is contingent. The fact that he threw the ball is also contingent.
Yeah, which means that there's actually no explanation, really.
I don't see how that follows.
Yeah. Okay, let me try to outline it one more time, like maybe slightly different wording. If you say that there's an explanation for an event, and that explanation determines that event, the only way that the event cannot be arbitrary, that means that it had to be this way and not another way, or it's based on some explanation, is if the explanation for that thing is also not arbitrary. It has to not be arbitrary, the explanation itself. If it is arbitrary, then that means the fact that you're explaining is also arbitrary. And by arbitrary, I mean it's like a brute fact. It doesn't have a reason why it's the way it is. It just is. Now, the the only way to explain your explanation as not being arbitrary is to make sure that the explanation for those explanations, if you push it back further, they have to not be arbitrary. But you can't prove that unless you explain it. So you go back and you explain it with other things that they themselves, you have to prove they're not arbitrary. And you can do this infinitely. There is no way to prove that anything has to be the way that it is. So, which means there's no explanation for any of it. There's only just an appearance of explanation if you just don't ask enough, if you just stop asking questions. If you just say, I just like ice cream, that's why I chose it. Don't ask any more questions. Then you could be like, okay, I guess I have an explanation. But you have no idea why you like ice cream still. You still have no idea why that explanation is the way that it is, or that explanation before that. You don't know.
Yeah, I think I'm just having like a tracking issue. I don't.
No, I think you're. I don't. Maybe no. I don't know about that. I think you might just disagree with me, but you're like trying to be nice and thinking maybe you're misunderstanding me. But I will continue to work on it. It's intuitively it makes sense. Like I don't have a deductive argument, but intuitively arbitrariness is weird. Like why? How can that be? How can things be the way they are for no reason? How does that make any sense? So that's why I want to work on this.
That's why you should allow.
Yeah. So if Cosmic just held to like the strong PSR as it pertains to the infinite causal set, then it seems like the problem that you're that you're representing would go away, right?
No, it doesn't, because he doesn't have a sufficient explanation. You can't.
Well, no. I'm just saying. So, in light of the necessity of the thing. So
of the necessity, meaning like it couldn't be any other way.
Yeah. Would you say that necessity is an explanation?
Necessity means that it has an explanation. Like necessity isn't the explanation. It's the property that begs an explanation. You just haven't explained what it is yet.
Okay, so I actually take more of Swinburne's approach to this. Or not Swinburne, it's oh gosh, I'm blanking. Yeah, so if something by nature is necessary, right, and that necessary thing is it's independent in the sense of necessity, right? So it's not dependent on anything else.
To be necessary?
I'm sorry?
It's not dependent on anything else for its necessity?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like I guess this is what Bobby said earlier, it's a brute necessity somehow. I think that is a contradiction.
Well, what I take necessity to be is just it could not have failed to exist. Rather than the definition that you employed, it's like, okay, needing an explanation, I think is what you said.
Well, if something couldn't have failed to exist, then there must be some like rule determining that, right? There's got to be some reason.
Yeah. So the easiest way for me to do this is applying it toward theism, right? So I think it's the case logically, like logical necessity is going to be that, okay, I don't think God or a theistic God is logically necessary. I think the statement God does not exist is perfectly coherent, in which it derives no logical contradiction. But metaphysically, I would say that if God exists, then God exists as a necessary being, and in like every metaphysically possible world, that necessary being could not fail to exist, right?
Right.
And so I'm using the terms here very specifically between logical modality and like metaphysical.
Right, but are we saying that there's no reason for that? Like it is the case, but no reason for it.
Yeah, no. The reason would just be in virtue of the necessity. So something by nature that could not fail to exist, if its nature stipulates that it could not fail to exist.
But its necessity is a brute fact, to be clear.
Well, no. So I'm actually saying the opposite. I'm saying that by necessity, something that could not fail to exist, it satisfies a sufficient explanation.
No, for reality. I'm talking about the explanation for the necessity. It's a different question. Yeah, the necessity of the being grounds everything else as having a sufficient explanation. What's the explanation for God's necessity?
Yeah, that would just be in virtue of like God's nature. So
that's not an explanation. You're just saying it just is. That makes it a brute fact.
Well, I actually don't qualify it as a brute fact because I am offering an explanation. The explanation is a necessary being by nature. That's what the strong PSR is offering.
Okay. Like this ontological argument is really fun though. Like, right? Like, can't I just say that?
Oh no! I'm not running like the modal ontological. What?
Not the modal one, but you just said that the reason why God is necessary is because he's defined as the necessary being. That's what you're saying.
One second. I'm getting
okay. I define God as the tastiest being in all of reality. Therefore, he must be so.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Now say it again.
So, what we're looking for right now is there an explanation for why God is necessary?
Yeah, so the necessity is the explanation.
No, that's okay. Why is there a hot dog? Because there's a hot dog.
Okay, but those aren't going to be the same things. Like you would say a hot dog is contingent, right?
Right, it begs an explanation.
The phrase that we're using, hot dog, is going to be like directly contingent. Now, if you said there was something,
we know, like, but what if it's not? What if contingency is an illusion and all things are just necessary things?
Well, that could be. Like, I'm not opposed to that, but when we're asking the question, okay, like, why does God exist? Right? If God exists,
the answer to that is that he's necessary. But we've moved past that. The question is no longer why does he exist? We know that he's necessary. What's the support? What's the reason why he is necessary?
Yeah, so the reason why he is necessary would be in like virtue of his nature. So some
so you're just it's just a brute fact. You're just saying God exists this way for no explanation.
Aspect known as like aseity could be one thing that's offered.
Wait, aseity? What's that?
Aseity is just independent self-existence.
Right. Again, it's just a definition. It's not a support. It's not an argument. It's not an explanation. It's just you defining a thing into existence. I can define anything I want and make up a thing, right? That doesn't mean that it exists. It doesn't mean it's explained.
So I would disagree with this.
But Elf, you'll be doing that too in your view. Eventually, you have to do that in your view as well.
Do what, Bobby?
Just have an explanation for existence, which is gonna be come down to something like a aseity or whatever.
What? Just a definition?
No, but
Unless, well, he might. Wait, are you rejecting or accepting the strong PSR?
I don't know. I thought that was pretty clear. Like when
I thought you were accepting strong PSR.
Yeah.
Okay. So help me understand, because it seems like so when I say, okay, God exists, there is a divine being that has like the attribute of aseity. Aseity is independent self-existence, and by God we mean like it's this maximally perfect being, or insert whatever you want there. But ultimately, it's like the foundation of reality. Like that's.
Well, hang on. That's an explanation. If we're saying God is necessary because he grounds reality, cool.
Well, no. That doesn't actually explain necessity. So just saying God grounds reality in the virtue of like contingent reality is still not going to it's not going to answer the question you're asking, because I think, in short, I think the question you're asking has already been answered in virtue of the necessity. But it seems like if you're holding to a different view, and you're holding to a view where, okay, it may not be God that exists, but there is something, and this is what Bobby was alluding to, there is something that exists. If you are like rejecting brute facts and holding to strong PSR only, then there's something that exists by nature that is going to be necessary.
Not necessarily. We were talking about this before you came up, but I think that reality is actually just a matrix of relations relating to each other. Like there's no such thing as objects or substance.
No such thing as objects or substance. So
yeah, the objects and substance are.
What do you mean by a matrix of reality?
Huh?
What do you mean by a matrix of reality?
Or matrix of relations.
A relation. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, a matrix of relation. So can you break that down?
Sure. So you know how normally normally the law of identity applies where you say this object is identical to itself. So you would require what we call a relata. Like a relation requires two relata, two things or objects that it's relating. However, what if, and you can do this, you treat a relation as a relata? What if you say that the law of non-contradiction is identical to the law of non-contradiction? You've related a relation to itself with a relation. And what I'm saying reality is just a bunch of relations that relate to each other that then create mathematical constructions that we see as objects and stuff.
Okay, so are you like a type of mathematical realist, Platonist?
Mathematical Platonism, structural realism. I like a layperson. So do I have am I super confident in my views? No, because there's so much that I don't know. But this is my best account for the explanation of reality. This is the most likely thing, the most likely metaphysic.
Okay, but would that matrix relation, would it be contingent or would it be necessary?
Everything's necessary in my view.
Okay. So what is the explanation then for that necessity, right? It seems like it's just going to, the same problem that you're representing of me, it seems like is going to apply to this as well.
Well, no, it would have been the problem I was talking about with Cosmic, about an infinite series of explanations. But I mean, we can solve this with recursivity, right? If you have A explains B, B explains C, C explains A, no matter where you go, you can always get explanation. And yet somehow the explanations they go back infinitely, but they're in a closed loop. It's recursive. So everything's explained, but you don't have to have an infinite series either.
Everything is explained, but you don't have to have an infinite series.
Right, not like a literal, infinitely large series, but it does go infinitely in explanation. It's like the dictionary analogy I gave earlier.
1 second, my daughter. 1 second.
Sure. It's kind of like walking around the earth over and over and over again. You can do that infinitely, right? Each step is explained by the previous step, and you can go on and on and on and on. And every single thing has an explanation. It's just closed. It's not like an infinite series of explanations that are all different. It's just a series of explanations that are all explained by each other. They're causally closed. So it's like everything is explained.
Yeah, John, basically the explanation will loop back to somehow explain itself. I think you probably think about this for God in some sense, where God somehow explains itself. Maybe there's some reason that God has a deity that reasoning loops back to God's other property.
Well, it's just, so when we say the term God, like, there's going to be a definition that we're employing. And under like the most robust philosophical definition that is represented under like a classical or even neoclassical view is no one is going to say that God came into existence, right? No one is, in most cases, no one's going to say that God is like a contingent being that is dependent on some other thing, right? Even if that thing is his nature, it's more going to be represented by necessity. And like I said, metaphysical necessity, in which that thing's nature is the explanation for its aseity, for its self-existence, for its independence. And so necessity acts as the explanation, as it pertains to what we say, like what we say when we mean God, right? This is when he represented like a hot dog. Well, what we mean by when we say hot dog in like a colloquial sense is going to be represented by a contingent thing. What we mean when we say God is going to be represented by like these necessary preconditions in order to qualify that category of being. And that category of being is going to be non-contingent, therefore necessary. And so it's not going to have an explanation in virtue of like some other thing outside of itself, externally or extrinsically, but rather it has explanation intrinsically.
Maybe I used the wrong definition. In L's view, right, he's saying that it's going to be this finite amount of explanation. But this finite
in some ways, what it seems like to me is someone who holds to like brute facts could adopt the explanations that machine is offering.
What?
It seems like it's almost a semantic dispute. It seems like they could adopt, okay, if you have a necessitarian and that necessitarian just doesn't like hold to the strong PSR because they think, okay, necessity is not going to be a sufficient explanation for why something is, then that person, like, they could just hold to everything is a brute fact in virtue of it doesn't really require an explanation.
Let me try to refocus this because I'm starting to get a little bit like I'm not sure what direction to go in. I want to refocus this to like a concrete argument I think that might demonstrate what I'm talking about. So when we say something is necessary, well, we're definitely clear on what that means, that it means that it couldn't be any other way, right? It has to be what it is. It can't be anything else, right?
Well, so couldn't be another way. Would you say that you would take that synonymously with like could not fail to exist?
Well, that would just mean its existence is necessary, but then it itself isn't necessary, as in it exists. It has like, it's a necessary being. A necessary being, I think, has to exist the way that it does necessarily, not just that it necessarily exists. Maybe that's a bit of confusion we're having.
Do you mean, okay, just another clarification. Do you mean logically or metaphysically?
Right. Well, that's kind of interesting for me because my view collapses these things. I think that metaphysics is just like actually determined by logic. So when you ask me those things, they actually mean the same thing. But if I can try to think about it from your view, I think I can grasp this. Like what you're saying, logical possibility means just it doesn't contradict, right?
Yeah, it has no contradiction.
No contradiction, right? And then for something
like even under your view, if I said something like if we cashed out the terms of this matrix relationship or this matrix relation, if we cashed out the terms and we understood what you meant by matrix relation, then it seems logically I could affirm the proposition
as long as like these definitions are coherent. So say, okay, God exists. God exists is like not logically contradictory unless there's some meaning semantically of what the person means God there. But on the like antithetical side of that is where we're going to say God does not exist. The propositional content there is not logically contradictory. And so if we apply it to like the matrix relation, we say, okay, there is, or reality is a matrix relation. And then I just say reality is not a matrix relation. It doesn't seem like there's going to be a logical contradiction as it applies to those things. Again, as long as
I followed necessarily, but like, let me push on a little bit here, because we can take this a few different ways from what you said, and still push forward. So let's just talk about God's existence as necessary, not his properties. Maybe his properties are contingent. I don't know. So for God's necessary, like existence to be necessary, that means the fact that he exists, like, can't be false. So we're clear on that, right?
I would just say it this way. In any state of affairs where God exists, God could not fail to exist. And therefore the facts about like what we mean by God there could not be false.
Okay. So if there's, so typically like explanations are, huh?
Can you hold for like 2 minutes? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I got to think anyway. This is good.
Yeah, you're good.
Coco, do it. Shout out. Did it shout outs.
Well, thank you guys for being here. There's 16 people in the live. If you like what you're seeing so far, tap your screens, like the live, share it with anybody who you think might be interested. The reason that I'm really quiet is because I'm playing Fortnite with one person that's on this panel named Herbivorous, and I'm streaming it to YouTube and Twitch. Normally I would be doing 1v1s, but Machine Elf is like doing a pretty good job, so I'm letting him take it while I whoop people on Fortnite, and we're doing pretty good. We've already won once. I think we've won twice tonight, but not in a row, but separately. So we've won first place twice, and we're working on getting another first place. Yeah. But thank you guys for being here. If you can, tap your screens, like the live, share the live. And yeah, I'm just locked into this game. But if anyone needs me, just tap my shoulder and I'll say something, and I'll start debating.
Yeah, no rush, bought by blood, because you've raised interesting points I need to dissect and figure out here. I took notes, so I'm just like thinking.
Yeah, I just had to. No, I'm back. I just had to get my daughter situated really quick and grab the Mountain Dew. So, because I have a feeling this is gonna probably take a second.
So the only way that I can understand the fact that, to me, like, for something to exist at all in a definite state, there must be something that makes that happen. Because if there's a property that has nothing determining the way it is at all, then there's nothing making it that way. It could be any way. It could change tomorrow. It could just be amorphous. It could be contradictory. There's no rule set describing it is the way that it is. So even something like necessity, like if God's nature is that he's necessary, then the explanation for his necessity must be at least somewhere. It either needs to be outside of the necessity property of God, outside of God, or there's something within God's nature that creates a self-explanation, such that within the nature of God, you have a recursive explanation, like in my model, that God is self-explanatory in some way.
Yeah, but if you say something is self-explanatory, how is that a distinct? How is that distinct from
a brute fact?
A brute fact, yeah.
Yeah. So
in the sense that you're using it, right? The sense I'm using it is he's self-explanatory because just in virtue of like semantically what we mean by necessity, could not fail to exist, like could not be another way. But that's not, again, it's not logical necessity.
Like, so I'm trying to conceive of a way I can explain like something that's self-explanatory. I mean, logic might be a good example, but it's not really self-explanatory. It's self-evident. That's not quite the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, I think you could say that like logic is axiomatic, but it's I don't think I would say it's
because I just detect something fallacious here. It doesn't sit right with me, right? Like if you can just say that we can just define a thing as necessary and that's enough to mean that it is necessary, then I can define all sorts of necessary ontologies into existence. Like I can create anything that must necessarily exist, because that's all we're doing with God here is we're just saying, well, I presuppose that a necessary thing exists, and because it's necessary by definition, necessarily exists.
Well, I mean, this would be applicable toward any. So this would be applicable toward anything. So the definition of necessary is not going to be only applied toward theism. This definition of necessary is just going to be a lonely object in which it could not fail to exist, and the object there is going to be just represented by any necessary thing that could not fail to exist. So if we say there was like some quantum singularity, God does not exist, there's a state of affairs in which God does not exist, and there's some quantum singularity, and that quantum singularity is necessary, right? Then that would apply there as well. And then from that quantum relation, you would have the existence of all of these other like contingent things. But like I know you don't hold the contingency, so you're a necessitarian in the sense that even if there's a single object in this space that we call the universe as the starting point, that single object could be God or it could be some quantum singularity, and then it produces like some set of necessary things.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're committed to a similar view. God is necessary, therefore every action he does could not be any other way.
Well, so I'm agnostic on that. So I would say like God has a compatibilist framework as it pertains to like his will, and so
what are you using the term compatibilist for in this sense?
That would be in virtue of like God's desires.
Yes, but what does that mean? Because compatibilism, in my understanding, doesn't apply in the way that you're using it. So you have a different meaning than I do. I need to understand the definition of compatibilist here.
Yeah, the compatibilist is going to be just basically there's going to be something that determines the action. The determinant factor would be something like, okay, God's necessary nature could be represented as the determining thing. But then you're going to say, okay, but God acts out of desire to create specific worlds. And so out of that desire, in the same way, like there's a host of external prior causes that leads me to not only exist, but to like a certain flavor of ice cream. But if I'm at an ice cream store and I desire to have chocolate that day over strawberry, then I'm like that choice is going to be represented by what I mean.
We've accidentally walked into like my subject matter for some reason, so I might be more competent here. But like, are God's desires?
Is your name Matthew by any chance?
No.
Okay. Someone texted me and was like, "This sounds like some individual." So Matthew Edelstein or something.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But my point here, here's what I want to ask you, right? God's desires, do they necessarily exist the way that they do?
So this is where I am kind of agnostic as it pertains to whether or not, if God desires something, is it necessary or contingent? I'm not a necessitarian strictly, but I'm also I'm not entirely convinced on the contingency front as it pertains to the PSR.
I might be able to help with this. I think I can push you in the in the right direction here because so when we're talking about something that could have been another way, right? If that's the case, that means that the entire set of explanations for that thing don't determine that it be a certain way. That logically can only mean that it's determined randomly or arbitrarily for no reason, right? So the only way that God's desires could be any other way is if they're partially determined by nothing or randomness or something incoherent. So you have to lose the coherency of God's desires if they're not necessarily determined or to be a certain way.
Okay, break that down. So I'm going to repeat back to you what I heard. You have two options. One, that, and are you offering this as a true dichotomy? Like either it's necessary or it's arbitrary?
So necessary, or just we can just say not necessary, and not necessary would mean that it could have been another way. It could have existed in a different way than it did then. That would mean that its properties, what it is, its identity is not necessary.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you just use contingent there?
I get confused with contingent because people mean it in two different ways. If you just mean contingent means that it could have been another way, sure, but contingent could also mean that it's explained by something else, and those are two different things.
That's fair.
So yes, if we're gonna stick with that definition, yes, things are either necessary or contingent by the definition that you outlined.
Sorry, my wife is talking to me.
Okay.
In the box. Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's that one. Just in case, I'll text you. Set it for 7 if I'm not gone by 7. Well, 6:55. Set it for 6:55. Just as a precaution. All right, love you. Okay, sorry. Should have no more interruption.
All right, so the situation, right, is that something is either going to be necessary, it had to be that way, or it's going to be contingent, it didn't have to be that way. But the only way for something to be contingent means that every single bit of information that explains that thing cannot determine it to be a certain way. That would make it necessary. That can't be the case, which means that there's now no longer an option to provide explanation for the way that it is. Contingent things, in the way that you're cashing out contingency, they actually have to exist the way that they do in some part for no reason. They have to be arbitrary or random.
Well, not necessarily. So if we said, okay, God desires like a specific type of world in which green grass obtains, right? Now, logically, we can say that there could have been a world in which bluegrass obtained. And I'm not talking like, I'm not talking about, music. But we're just talking about the color of the grass, right? So the color of the grass would be contingent as it pertains to it could have been another way, and like green grass could have failed to exist, right? So both senses of contingent there are being applied. It could have failed. It could have failed to exist, and
it depends on other things. Yeah,
and yeah, it's dependent. It could have been another way, right? So, but what if it is the case that upon agency, and again, like a compatibilist notion of God's desires, that God desired to create a world in which bluegrass obtained, right? Then it seems like that would be unproblematic. There's no like logical contradiction there.
Well, I'm going to need to flesh this out. I'm not sure I followed. So you're saying that initially I thought you said that God desires green grass. Is that true?
Yeah. So in this state of affairs, God desired green grass, and that would be like metaphysically. But logically, it could be the case that God's desire was for bluegrass.
Okay. So that means that it could have been. So again, like the only things that could possibly explain why God does the things that he does are his nature and his like desires and stuff. So, and then what explains his desires? That would be his nature, right? And
Yeah,
if
sure.
so if his nature is a specific way, we're not saying his nature is some fuzzy property. It's a specific property set. If his nature is a specific way, but his desire could be one thing or another, then that means that his desires are not fully determined by his nature. They're partially determined by something else, something that we don't even know about, something that I would say is random or arbitrary, because the only thing that could possibly explain God's desires are his nature. So we're left with no explanation.
Yeah, but if his nature is necessary, then by necessary, we're going to say that, okay, it could not have been another way, and it's the case that it could not have failed to he could not have failed to exist. So God the being is necessary as he could not fail to exist metaphysically, and then his nature could not have been another way as it pertains to like these necessary preconditions to qualify the category.
Okay, so what are his desires determined by, such that they're explained if it's not by his nature fully? Because his desires can be different with the same nature, so the nature is not the sufficient explanation. What else is explaining God's desires so we can maintain intelligibility?
So just really quick, do you think desire is like an intrinsic property of nature? Because I would not take desire to be an intrinsic property of nature. I would take it to be extrinsic.
I'm not even sure what this means, to be honest. Do you think you can explain how you're using intrinsic and extrinsic? Like, intrinsic to me means that it's inseparable from the thing, right?
So intrinsic, it's not just inseparable. It's just going to be in relation to no thing but the thing. Whereas an extrinsic is going to be in relation to something other than the thing.
Oh, I'm not sure that anything is in relation only to a thing and not anything else, in my view. But in your view, if you could just explain how this cashes out, I'll try to follow along.
Yeah, so extrinsic is going to be such as it's going to be a relational property, right? That's all I'm meaning. So if God desires a world, right, that desire is still being indexed toward the world that would exist. Right, it's relational to the world. It's not relational to like some internal mechanism of God or some internal mechanism of his nature or some intrinsic property of his nature, but it's in relation to something external to God.
But you hold God created the universe, right?
Yes, I do hold that God is a creator.
So that seems a bit confusing already. It's a slight tangent, but how is it that God his desires are relational to the universe, but he made the universe?
Yeah, so that would still be
maybe I'm just confused here. But
okay, so I have a standard that I use for that which is intrinsic and that which is extrinsic. So if it is applicable toward this standard, I give 4 conditions, and they're not my conditions. Like they're represented by a philosopher known as Joshua Sijuwade. And the conditions would be such as this. A property is intrinsic if and only if, 1, it is possible that a lonely object could exist and possess P, and it is condition B, it is possible that a lonely object can exist and lack P. And then C, it is possible that an accompanied object or relational object could exist and possess P. It is possible that an accompanied object could exist and lack P. Now, P there is going to be representative of like property, right? And if you need to write this down, that's perfectly fine.
No, that's all right. I don't think I need to necessarily write it down. I just need to follow. Like this was an explanation of intrinsic, right? You said
yes. These are going to be conditions in which, if we're looking at anything applicable toward, some entity, some lonely object, then it's going to be the case that if it's intrinsic, it has to meet all 4 conditions. If it violates one of the conditions, then it's not going to be intrinsic.
Right, but the second set of it made sense in the beginning, and then I don't understand the second bit. Let me outline again. Like you're saying, if it's possible that an object, a singular object, not around or in relation to anything else, can hold
just a lonely object in which that object, a state of affairs in which that object exists and nothing else exists.
Okay, so we're taking an object with nothing else around it, just the object. If it can hold P, then that's one condition. It needs to be able to hold P, whatever the property is we're asking if it's intrinsic or not. but also it needs to be able to not hold P within that object, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so far we like an intrinsic thing is a thing that an object can hold in isolation or not hold. Interesting. But it also this is fascinating. So an intrinsic property can't be something that is necessary to the object.
Well, you could have something. So, for example, like, so remember when I represented aseity, like self-existence?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so aseity is going to be an extrinsic property in virtue of it violates condition B, right? So condition B, it is possible for a lonely object to exist and lack P. Let's insert P there. So take the property of like independence, right? Independent of all else or something to that effect. Aseity would violate that, but you could still say that an extrinsic property is still essential, and I'm using a very specific, so essentiality as it pertains to the being. So if you have a state of affairs in which something exists independent of all else, I would still qualify that as an extrinsic property because it's in relation to all else, but it's extrinsic. But it's essential. That would be an example.
Man, you've got me here. This is hard. This is hard to understand. I'm working on it.
That's why I said if you want to write it down. If you want to write it down.
Like, let me do this here. Like, I don't even think that this is relevant to what I'm talking about at first of all, but it's fascinating. I do want to understand it just because it's interesting.
Yeah, I think we've kind of gotten a little. Okay, good night. I love you.
Love you.
Mwah, love you too. Love you. Bye night. Mwah.
Daddy, guess what she said?
Right now, I don't know. I think I don't fail to see the difference between your view, John's view, and your view, Elf. Actually, the reason why I brought Cosmic and John, to John, I shared the live to those two, so just so I'm pretty sure they could probably back me up in what I'm trying to tell you, that maybe you're using different definitions of the word, of how it's commonly used, or. But I guess I also want you to talk to Mitch about this view that you like, about your view, to see if it's actually is avoiding the issues you're trying to avoid. I'm not too sure if you are doing that.
So we're kind of like we're in a point of the conversation right now where we're trying our darndest to clarify terms.
Yeah.
That's as far as
your definition of intrinsic. Your definition of intrinsic and extrinsic is just so much harder to understand than just saying intrinsic means that it has the property without being in external thing explaining why it has that property. Like, that's just a very easy way to cash it out. Extrinsic means that there's something else that is necessary for the thing to have that property. It's depending on something else to have that property. I don't know, your definition is so mind-boggling, but I don't know if it's useful when my definition that I just outlined is very understandable and it seems to be useful in what most people mean by intrinsic and extrinsic.
Well, I think there's there's some useful reductios when we're that makes these conditions actually a little better. So a property is intrinsic if and only if it is possible for that lonely object to exist and possess P, or it is possible for that lonely object to exist and lack P, right? So easiest way I can do this, because I'm cursed. Well, I'm blessed by a knowledge of philosophy of religion. So I kind of.
But hang on, why is that second one necessary? Like, if something has an intrinsic property, but it cannot fail to have that it has a property, but the property doesn't depend on anything else because it's a lone object with that property. Why does it also need to be able to lack that property for it to be an intrinsic property? Why is it the lack of necessity of the property important?
Well, it depends on the property, right? So, for example, let me apply it this way. So if we have God, right, it is, and I'm going to insert, rather than lonely object, I'm going to insert actual things, and I'll even insert P, the property for P. So it would be, it is possible for God to exist and lack omnipotence, right? Or all power or omniscience or something like that, right? That would be a property. It is a possible state of affairs in which God could lack omnipotence, right? It's
I mean, maybe
also
maybe
a possible,
naively, but yeah, sure, I'll accept it to
yeah,
move forward.
it's also a possible state of affairs in which God possesses omnipotence, right?
Sure, maybe. I mean, maybe, but sure.
Yeah, so the property there is going to be omnipotence, right? And then this is why it's going to be considered like intrinsic. So if you have an accompanied object, so condition 3 and 4 is going to be, it is possible for an accompanied object to exist and possess omnipotence. And an accompanied object would just be, let's say, a state of affairs in which like polytheism is true or something, right? You would still have a relational aspect between gods. So let's just say like Zeus and Hades, right? It is possible for an accompanied object to exist and possess omnipotence, and it is possible for a accompanied object to exist and lack omnipotence. So all 4 of those conditions are met, to which we can say omnipotence absolutely is represented by an intrinsic aspect, an intrinsic thing, right? Now,
I just want to say real quick, like your last 2 criteria of the 4, what they show to me is that the property you're describing is, I mean, I think the first one shows it's intrinsic alone. I'll follow along to understand why you use the rest of them, but the other 2 show that the property you're talking about is not like, what was I going to say? Like it's not unique to the object you're talking about, which is interesting. Like those last 2 show that omnipotence is not logically unique to God. Like anything, some other object can have omnipotence, but why is that necessary for it to be an intrinsic property? What if God is the only thing in the universe that can possibly have the property of omnipotence? What if I could prove that somehow? Does that mean that omnipotence is now no longer intrinsic because God can't fail to have it?
well,
Or
seems
object
like
can have it as well.
like
Both of those
if
things.
only God could have, yeah, if only God could possess omnipotence, you're saying that I don't even know how that would be the case.
I think this will really help me.
Like I don't know if I could.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I could grant that, because it could be the case. Like, I think you might actually have a logical contradiction in saying that state of affairs could exist and where only God possesses it.
I mean, no, you can make an argument from omnipotence that actually maybe entails every other property of God or something like that, and even his like personality and stuff. Like omnipotence could be the defining property of God. God is the thing that is all powerful, and maybe there can only be one thing that's all powerful. Is this like logically impossible to be the case?
I think it is. So the reason I would say it is because all power could be granted. Like the statement, God gave Machine Elf omnipotence. Right. Because all power necessitates the ability to do anything that's do anything that's logically possible, or like the power granting set of all ability with no liability. And so it could be the case that God, in omnipotence, there is no state of affairs in which omnipotence could not be granted to another thing or another creature in virtue of.
Though, bought by blood. What happens if 2 omnipotent beings both try to do something that contradicts? What if God tries to push a rock and then I try to push it the other way and we're both omnipotent? What happens?
So I would consider that as like a liability. So there's a definition that's employed by I think it's T.J. Mawson is his name, And he gives, I think, what is the best definition for omnipotence. And he says it's the power granting set of all abilities with no liabilities. So a way that you could look at this is like in virtue of Superman, right? So Superman, he is like an all-powerful being. But there's an ability that Superman has in virtue of his all-power where he is able to pick up kryptonite. Like picking up an object is nothing. Picking up kryptonite, though, if he does so by will, then that's more of a liability because it's like using power to intentionally weaken, right? And it seems like if God granted omnipotence to another creature, if he just like snapped his fingers and said, okay, well, that actually, I might have to recant what I said, because that actually could fit under Mawson's idea of omnipotence, to which it would present a liability in which you could have two omnipotent beings pushing a stone.
Yeah, I mean,
I get that. So I think it could be the case that omnipotence would have to be isolated. Huh, interesting.
I mean, if it's not isolated, we have paradox territory. So, I mean, maybe paradoxes are okay somehow, but it doesn't seem like there could be more than one all-powerful being.
Well, omnipotence doesn't mean all-powerful strictly. It just means the ability to actualize all potentials.
Yeah, I know, but if you use that definition, then depending on how we cash out potential, that could actually end up limiting God, depending on your view of reality, to not being able to do anything.
Yeah, so what we're referencing right now, just to catch you up, well, the conversation started about brute facts, and now we have, in the attempt to clarify terms, we have digressed into a completely separate conversation. But
I could go back to my core argument, because I think the intrinsic-extrinsic thing is completely unrelated to my argument. I don't know. I don't think it has any application that will salvage what my contention is.
Well, we brought that up. If I recall, we brought that up in virtue of like.
We're talking about desires, God's desires, and where do they come from?
Yeah, God's desires as it pertains to necessity.
All I'm gonna say, right, is Coco does the Christian God exist, but not does the Jewish God exist. There might be some like media rules that he's not trying not to break there.
I don't know.
That's all I'm gonna say.
I have to study to argue.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah. So,
Jews control the world joke. By the way, it wasn't actually an attack on Coco.
Well, I mean, we could still say this though, Machine. Like, it might be paradoxical territory, but it's still logically coherent. So it's like it wouldn't be a state of affairs in which God like would actualize these things, but there does exist a state of affairs in which God could actualize these things.
But the thing is that if they are two omnipotent beings, then like it's possible for them to create liabilities in each other. And so that if just the fact that it's possible to create that liability means that the liability is there.
Wait, what? Why would that be possible? I mean, if it's not potentially actualized, then that means that they can't exactly do that.
Well, so the question is this: is like, okay, would you say that if omnipotence is defined as the ability to actualize potentials, is that what you said?
All potentials, yeah.
All potentials, okay. So would you say there exists in a state of affairs a potential in which God could like grant omnipotence to a human being?
No, that would be incoherent, yeah.
Okay. So just out of curiosity, why is there a logical contradiction there?
Yeah, because to be something which is omnipotent, you have to be pure act. There can only be one thing which is pure act, which would be God. So, like, to say, can God make everything perfect is to say, can God make everything God? Which is just incoherent, because to be God, you would have to maintain the fact that you're necessary.
God is not going to only be qualified. So let's say God retains all attributes, and he only grants a single attribute as it pertains. Oh wait, you're a classic. Wait. You're a. Are you a classical, not classical theist, but a divine simplicity defender?
Yeah, I hold to divine simplicity.
Oh, I'm not having this conversation, dude. No.
Well, I mean, if you want to get like rhetorical backdrop, I could have the conversation, but there's no need. I mean, it's just a better position, especially from a Platonic lens. But
Yeah, you think my view's incoherent. I think your view's incoherent. We're at an impasse.
it depends, because divine simplicity. Well, no, absolute divine simplicity would be the most coherent. But if you hold to like an essence energy distinction, you don't really, and then you express the persons as subordinate to the essence, then you would just escape the whole LPT, which I know is what you're probably issuing.
No. We're not even talking about LPT right now. We're talking about something. Actually, I'd be interested, Machine. So you and I, we've been trying to clarify and cash out terms. I would be interested to see what. So Yuz a very smart guy. I think I'd be interested to see kind of how he deals with your issue.
Yeah, Miss.
Yeah, all right. So
I
to my lights, right? If something could have been another way, that means that the things that explain the way that it is are not a sufficient explanation for the way that it is. And the only way for something to really be another way other than the way that it is if there's partly nothing that explains it in some capacity. Because if it is fully explained, it will be a determined thing. It'll be the way that it is because it's fully explained, and that's determined by that explanation. And so what I was talking about with Bought by Blood is that I don't think God can have any aspect of him that could have been another way. It has to all be necessary. That would then, because otherwise it would leave part of God to arbitrariness or randomness. There would be no reason why God is the way he is.
Well, very specifically, God's essence, right, is necessary in the sense that his essence is his actuality. But if what you're saying is like God doesn't have libertarian free will, we can have that conversation.
Yeah, but Blood uses the term compatibilist in this situation, which I have contention with. I feel like Christians just flippantly use that word and they mean different things by it every time. Sometimes even libertarian free will, but they call it compatibilism.
Yeah, I don't agree with the I don't agree with it. Sorry, I'm laughing at Sage's comment. I don't agree with people being compatibilist. I think being compatibilist has a lot of issues. So I would say agent causation is what I would grant God, which would be a little bit different than the conception of like the ability to do otherwise, if that makes sense.
Just so you're clear, Machine, I'm a source compatibilist.
Yeah, so I'm a leeway. I mean, technically you can classify what I am as a leeway compatibilist, but I just call it libertarian free will with agent causation.
Yeah, but when you say that you're a sourcehood compatibilist or source compatibilist, like, I understand that what matters for you is that the choice comes from you, that you're the source of the choice, right? But when you say compatibilist, are you trying to say that your choices are in fact determined, but it doesn't matter because they still stem from your desires and reason?
Yes. Yeah, so the source compatibilism that I hold is just going to be that like libertarian freedom and determinism are compatible in virtue of this thing, that you will have like these external prior causes, but not that would apply in every instance to which your desires could, like, you don't need a principle of alternative possibility there.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I wouldn't say that's a libertarian.
You're still acting as like the source of your like the desires. So
that hurts, John. That hurts, bro.
I love you. Mwah, kisses.
Anyways, it's kind of, so when we say that something could have been another way, are we speaking of like a contingent thing where it's possible but not necessary?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so.
Okay, cool. So the only issue you'd have is if you held to a strong PSR in which counterfactuals need an explanation as to why they're not the case. But if you don't hold to a strong PSR and you just hold to a soft PSR, then there would be no need for any external or random explanation, since you could just appeal to God's nature actualizing this world instead of another world within.
He holds to strong PSR. Now he doesn't believe in God, but he holds to strong PSR. So
okay, well, if you hold to strong PSR and what you're saying is like a sufficient explanation for something can't come from something which itself doesn't fully determine that which is like being explained, then like I guess I just agree. But
is that what I said? Hang on a second. Like, what exactly was your phrasing there? It might have. I think you changed a word or two that changes the meaning.
Yeah, so I was just saying, like, basically, if all you're saying is that if something can't be fully like explained in like a necessitating fashion, like for example, as someone who appeals to a light PSR but libertarian free will, I could just say that the agent is the efficient explanation. I mean, the sufficient explanation for the action. But there is indeterminacy within the agent's deliberative process, which would mean that, yes, there is some indeterminacy within the action, but the agent fully explains the action. Then
you mean it's the source of the action? No, it doesn't fully explain the action. The action is partially unexplained. You can say that the agent is the definite source of the action.
Well, I guess if I were to like explain what I mean is like basically the action and why the action happened is just going to be any particular deliberation in which the agent did that like maps its values onto like some eventual output or something.
Yeah, but part of that, but the deliberation isn't fully determining the action, is it?
No. It's partially determining, but it's not fully determining. No.
Right, which means the action is not fully explained.
Well, it's not fully explainable without question begging on like a libertarian free will perspective. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's what you're saying, then that's all I was saying is I'm perfectly fine with that. That follows.
Like what? But like, do you understand? Like, my idea here is that if something is not sufficiently explained, if it is partially not explained, as in part of why it is the way it is explained for no reason, then that means that it could have been another way. It is contingent. It doesn't have to be the way that it is.
Sure. Yeah. I don't think that's an issue for someone who believes in counterfactuals, though.
No, I'm not saying. I don't believe counterfactuals are alternative possibilities in the same sense. So no, I believe in counterfactuals.
So I know we were talking about this. I thought you were going to represent to him like why you deny any sort of brute fact. Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean that I deny a brute fact?
Well, that's entailed by the PSR, and my problem with the PSR is
not you. He denies.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, what? Well, I mean, you can hold a lighter PSR and deny brute facts. It just depends on what you mean by a sufficient explanation. If what you mean by a sufficient explanation is a necessitating explanation, then, like, obviously, then sure, any indeterminate system will not have a sufficient explanation.
No, so he holds to strong PSR but denies brute facts.
No, I think y'all understands. His response made sense.
Just imagine.
But the issue is like someone with a light PSR can like give a sufficient, because all the PSR is saying, all any particular PSR is saying is basically that there is some explanation for anything, right? And someone can hold to a light PSR like me and say that like the explanation to an action is the agent, right? Why that particular action happened in like comparison to a set of counterfactuals that could have happened, right? I don't need to have a symmetrical PSR. That's something which like light PSR explicitly denies, but we can still appeal to having a sufficient explanation. We just don't have a sufficient explanation for why it is not the case that what didn't happen. But it's still sufficiently explained, like what did happen.
Sort of. I mean, it explains, like, again, like if I have an action, if I commit an action to do a certain thing, yes, like if it could have been another way, then everything about me, my mind, my reasons, my deliberation, it didn't determine the specific action. So part of it is determined for no reason, yes?
Well, no, it's determined by like the deliberation process, but it's not necessitated by the deliberation process. So like, for example, why I throw a basketball at Jamal instead of Wyatt is because I have like all these reasons as to why I should throw it to Jamal instead of Wyatt. But if at any point in the deliberative process I chose to go with the reason Jamal, like the deliberative process would still fully explain any action. It just wouldn't necessitate it because the deliberative process itself is determined by choice, which choice in like the strictest sense isn't actually necessitating.
What? I thought you were on my side with this. Choice is specifically an act of necessitation.
No. I don't. Anyone that believes in libertarian free will denies that any specific choice is going to necessitate whatever is downstream of that choice, because that question begs in the sense of it would be causally deterministic, and if it's causally deterministic, then agent causation has to be negated.
Yeah, I know, but that's just like saying I don't like that conclusion, so I refute the premises. But what if that is the conclusion? What if there is no libertarian free will? Like, that could still be the case.
Well, yeah, but I just see, like, for example, I don't see any like sufficient reason to grant to grant not libertarian free will. But also, if we were going to explain, like, for example, if you ask me to fully explain the mechanism in which free will maps onto any particular action, that's genuinely a loaded question. That's question begging against anyone who believes in libertarian free will. So, like, we can hold to some sorts of quote unquote inexplainability, but the inexplainability is just necessitated by the belief structure. So, like, it's not really a problem for us. It's more so a problem.
It's not a Wait, hang on, yeah. I thought that you understood that libertarian free will is inherently contradictory and cannot be true.
I've been convinced by Plantiga, dude.
Run the arguments. You've heard my arguments, yes?
Well,
like my
the
literal
arguments are
list
that
of a
there's
dozen
good-
arguments that literally deductively show that libertarian free will can't happen. Like, what have you got here?
Okay, yeah. So, if you want an argument in favor of libertarian free will,
I haven't heard any arguments against libertarian free. Where?
Well, no, he used to when we first met. So Alpha.
Oh, you guys know each other. Okay.
Yeah. Alpha's the first person I talked to on this app.
I'm like, wait, I haven't heard a single deductive argument, inductive, abductive, anything in this entire conversation. Okay.
No, I used to. What's it called? I used to join Elf's lives actually exclusively. Back when I was like a Calvinist and stuff. But I've changed a lot since. He used to
I would rather you believe in libertarian free will than Calvinism. So W shift.
Anyways, so the argument will be from rationality, which is basically that there are good rationality and bad rationality, which is basically saying that there is some normative structure which grounds rationality, and a prerequisite for any normative structure that grounds Bro, I am not an apprentice to Justin W. Sage. What the fuck? I IQ got that guy so bad it's not even funny. I can't even talk to him without slobbering. Anyways, sorry. In order for there to be norms, there needs to be agent causation, because norms require that whatever agent is acting have full responsibility for any sort of action causally determined.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. It was just that was a hilarious premise to me. I'll explain why at the end. Start over at that premise and continue. I couldn't hold my back.
It's like basically a prerequisite for norms is agent causation. So I believe in agent causation because I believe that there can be good and bad reasoning. And that's pretty much the argument. I mean, it's not like deductive in any sense because I haven't formalized it, but
yeah, like you would need to support the premise that normativity somehow requires agent causation, or like where is that coming from?
Yeah. So it's basically just kind of like it's like the intuitive ought implies can, right? So you can never be obligated or directed to do anything in which you cannot do. So like
yeah, but that's not what's going on with like determinism and the way choice works. Like just because you're determined doesn't mean that you can't be persuaded to do things, right? Like you can't be persuaded by norms.
Yeah, so like let's say that like whatever within a deterministic system, some person reasons that the Earth is flat on some paraconsistent norms or whatever. If you think paraconsistent norms are bad norms, or that there are norms which better approach truth, then you would say that that person at that particular instance reasoned badly, which means that they could have reasoned another way. Because if they couldn't have reasoned another way, then that means that there is no ought, which means that there is no like bad.
No, because this is the problem here. Like you're using oughts in a strange way. Like when I say you ought do this, it's in reference to your future action, which means it's like preceding your deliberation and your choice and act. But
we can grant that. But like if I'm saying so, like let's take oughts to be directive. If I'm directing you to something which you can never do, right? So let's say that there is some obligation that I say, like, you need to not contradict yourself. right? Then it would assume that like whatever reasoning pattern you have has the possibility of not contradicting itself.
I know, but that's the issue here is that it's not the case that when we say an ought under determinism that you can't do that ought. That's not what's going on. If I tell you you ought not unalive people, you can obey that rule. You're able to not alive people.
Well, the issue is it would be causally necessitated, so in the strictest sense, you really can't do what you won't do.
No, because it's just about the reasoning process and choice. Here's the thing, like, it's not about the actual thing that happens when we give an ought or a normative claim, right? Like if someone came over to me and convinced me of something, I'm just going to be determined to be convinced by it, and then I'll change my behavior. So like normativity is just recognizing things that are good and bad, and then making prescriptions about things that are good or bad to people. But whether they actually follow them or not is also contingent on other factors. But we can still like apply normativity because it's about your future behavior. Like if we have a law, it'll affect people's behavior deterministically. And if we take away that law or that social norm, it'll affect people's behavior. Like, yes, an unaliver, it was determined to do that, but he was determined to or not based off of the normative framework. The normative framework is part of the cause of that action.
Oh, wait, are you taking like a practical approach to normativity where norms aren't actually real, but they're just like practically applied?
No, they can be real too. I'm saying that I don't know what you're talking about if they can't be practically applied.
Well, no, so what I'm saying is that practicality of norms is like a different type of normativity than like that which is I'm talking about in the sense of normative stuff. Like,
I haven't even ascribed a goal yet. I just realized this isn't even about practicality because I have no goal that I'm in reference to right now. I'm talking about just the way normativity functions with regards to choice. It's not like we're saying if you ought do this, then it means that it's impossible for you to do it. No, an ought is just saying this is the thing that you should do, but then whether you do it or not is based off of other factors about your choice.
Yeah, but like, if you were to say like you ought to do X and that statement be true, right? So we're just going to commit ourselves to cognitivism for the conversation in which like I'm saying like whatever has truth value. In order to not be an error theorist, there needs to be a principle of alternative possibilities, which is just to say that like if you say you ought do X, there ought to be some possible world in which you do X.
Well, hang on. Stop right there. Stop right there, because there is. This is the problem here with determinism, and a lot of people misunderstanding this. There's actually a possibility space in determinism because of the lack of epistemic access to every single agent. Because I don't know everything, right? It is the case that, from my perspective, there are options that I'm deciding between. I'm deciding whether or not to unalive someone based off the information I know. And so from the perspective of deliberate choice, there are real alternative possibilities. It's just that from God's perspective, there are none.
Yeah, so, I mean, if we're talking about modal stuff, right, the metaphysical space of modal, like the metaphysical modal space is just going to be talking about that which is necessitated from whatever axioms you presume about reality, right? So like one of your axioms will be a strong PSR. That strong PSR negates these possibilities, which means if you hold to these possibilities, your possibility space is completely negated into a necessitarian framework, because you're not talking about logical possibility, you're talking about like a necessitating possibility that like regresses infinitely, because that's what the strong PSR entails. If that's the case, then even in your epistemic, like within your mind, you actually only believe in one possibility. You actually only believe in one possibility, whether or not you're fully aware of what that possibility is.
Yeah, but what I'm denying here is that normativity has anything to do with the type of alternative possibilities you're talking about, like real alternative possibilities. It only has to do with your epistemic, like your actual choice functioning. Like your normativity is just a perception of right and wrong that informs your action. It's not like it's that part of that determination is like finding out what future is going to happen. And part of it is knowing the normative framework. So it's like, I don't understand what your support is for like the metaphysical necessity of alternative possibility in the real sense for normativity.
Yeah, because if we're saying normativity is real, then there would need to be real possibilities in which normativity is
But
granted.
there are. This is the real. It's just that you don't like this type of possibility. Like if I were to say,
It has nothing to do with my commitments. It has everything to do with the fact that if we're saying real normative obligations exist, right? So we're saying that these things can be true about reality, not true about my mental states, but these things can be true about reality. That requires a type of agent causation which guarantees a principle of alternative possibilities, or at least a weaker PSR.
I mean, you can keep saying that, but let me try to work on this. Like, you're doing a good job. I'm the one who needs to, like, flesh this out better on my end. So, like, hang on a second. Let me think about this. Because, like, I have so many reasons to deny libertarian free will that this point alone is just not enough. There's too many contradictions with libertarian free will. But I want to understand this point because this is your reason for believing in it. So, it's very important right now. So, when we're talking about, like, if I'm in a situation where I'm deciding to do something, I'm either going to steal from someone or not steal from someone. It is the case that whether or not I steal from them is determined from like a 4D space God perspective. That's already determined. But I don't know that where I'm sitting in my choice determination. What I'm doing is I'm imagining different scenarios with if I steal, what happens, if I don't steal, what happens. And part of my doing this is going to be my normative framework. So if I think that there is no such thing as norms, then that's not a factor in my decision-making process. But if I think it's normal or good to not steal, that will be added in as a reason. And then what that means, is that in the world where there are norms, I do a different thing than the world that there are no norms. These are two different worlds that exist with the norms or with the norms that are different or with no norms. They're different worlds. Different decisions will be led from those norms.
Well,
so
very specifically, what you're saying is not that the norms themselves would influence the action, but your belief in like some set of norms influence the action. So like maybe you would take a fictionalist perspective on normativity, which I am a realist, so I'm opposed to that line of reasoning.
Yeah, okay, but like even if you're a realist, I don't understand how your real norms matter as much as like my like relative, context dependent norms, belief norms, because the thing that drives people's actions is the actual belief norms. The only reason why your real norms matter is because of God and hell and stuff. Like that's the only reason why that matters.
Sure. So we can talk about, so basically it's just a transcendental argument, which is basically that you don't believe these norms are a fiction. You believe this fiction about reality. Can we like grant that when you say that you believe something is obligated or not obligated, that's truly a belief about reality, because when you make it an imperative definitionally, it becomes a belief in which you're imposing onto reality?
I think that makes sense, yeah.
Okay, cool. So if you believe this about reality, in order to remain coherent with like how you perceive reality indexed to your belief structure, you need to have metaphysical presuppositions about reality, which succinctly guarantee that this thing which you believe about reality be true, or you drop the belief in any normativity at all. So basically, if your metaphysical presuppositions go against your nomological presuppositions, then you would be contradicting yourself, since the nomological modality is like subordinate to the metaphysical modality. And if you're saying these things are true about reality, right? So your norms are true about this reality, that needs to subscribe to your your metaphysical axioms.
But what if I'm not? Like, I feel like we're jumping ahead really fast.
Well, yeah, you can be an error theorist, but in my opinion, nobody is like truly an error theorist, since we have like reasoning norms in which are necessary for our experience, like wholesale. So, I mean, you could say you're an error theorist, but I'll just say that that's like kind of...
But like, again, this is also could just be an epistemic issue.
Yes,
like, what if I'm saying that what if I don't have the real norms? I believe there are real norms, but I hold a fiction of norms, but just because I don't have epistemic access to the real norms. So I'm believing in the norms as real, but they're actually a fiction, and there are some real norms. Like, is this situation
what's actually the case is unreachable to us. So I would say that that's kind of irrelevant, unfortunately. So it's like, it could be the case that norms don't actually exist, but indexed to our personal belief structure, it's impossible for us to actually oppose that belief in a coherent way, right?
Right. I mean, norms, I think, are real. I just think that they're based off of, like, contingent factors, so not some sort of unchanging invariant rule like I think you do.
sure. I think that leads to like weird reductios, like in the Republic. But I think, generally speaking, if you hold to some metaphysic which allows there to be normativity, then you're being coherent. Focus on the coherence of a belief rather than like the genuine exit to a state of affairs. Deny that we have that.
Yeah, well,
Does that make sense?
let me lay this down real quick. So the thing with libertarian free will is that it can't be the case that your set of beliefs and desires and knowledge explains your choice fully. Like, it can't be the sufficient explanation for your choice. If it was, then you would only do one thing.
Yeah, it can't be necessitating, but the deliberative process which utilizes those like things is the full explanation to the choice. It's just not necessitated.
I know, but that's what I mean by full explanation. Like, that's the issue.
Sorry, I'm like
Huh? What was that, yeah?
Oh, I was just saying sorry for like my voice like I kind of burped there. I didn't mean to.
Oh, okay, whatever. So like when I'm like what I feel like this is just like, oh, I'm just saying if I can say that part of a part of a choice is explained by the agent, then I can say the agent is the sufficient explanation of it, because without the agent the thing wouldn't have happened. Is that kind of what we're gathering here?
No. So the action would be fully determined by the agent, but
it's not though.
The way in which the agent determines the action is indeterministic, which means that like the agent itself.
Oh, so the agent itself has fuzzy properties.
Yes.
Okay. Now, does the agent, when a property of the agent fluctuates such that if it was going to save a drowning child, it now is not going to save a drowning child, what determined its property, the desire, changing in that moment?
Well, it's weird to use the word fluctuate because like the determination process or like the deliberation process isn't random. It's just choice-based, and the choices themselves can't be fully explained without question begging. So all we're saying is that the choices which are made in deliberation are going to like impact what action is downstream of that deliberation.
What did you say about the question begging bit? You said that...
Well, yeah, if you ask for a full explanation of the process in which an agent chooses something, that would be necessitating. And if it's fully explained, then it's necessitated, which is question begging, because like one of the premises of the question is that in order for there to be an efficient explanation of something, it needs to be fully necessitating.
And you disagree with that?
Yeah. Because I think that the agent itself is the full grounds to the action, which means that the agent is what efficiently explains the action. But within the deliberative process which the agent undergoes would be like any partial grounding for the thing. So like, for example, my beliefs partially ground any action that I do, but they don't fully ground it because my beliefs then would necessitate the action. My rational process partially grounds the action because if it fully grounded it, then it would be necessitated, etc., etc., etc. So it's just,
but at some point, there has to be a lack of grounding in some component, right?
Well, if what you mean is like a lack of grounding within a specific process within the agent, then sure. I mean, we could say that the choices in which an agent makes, very specifically in deliberation, are going to be choices in which we don't have an efficient explanation for. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So essentially, we've got an agent is a certain way due to its past, and so there's a bunch of causal factors that determine probably a majority of the agent. However, part of the agent is like indeterminate, such that maybe I like chocolate one day, but then for no reason at all, I like vanilla more another day.
Well, no, we're not committed to there being no reasons. It's just that the reasons wouldn't be necessitating. So, like, for example, you liking chocolate one day and then vanilla another day could be grounded in the intellect, which I just say is what stores all the information in the mind.
No, but it can't be a full explanation, right? Like, I just want to fast forward a little bit. It can't be a full explanation because it would necessitate. So,
well, the intellect can't, but the deliberative process, which utilizes the intellect and maps it to a physical output, is going to be necessitating in the sense that, it is, not necessitating, determining in the sense that is the full explanation for it.
But so it's not the full explanation for the particulars of the act.
Well, the particulars of the act, so any particular act which would be downstream of the agent is fully grounded in the agent. But
sure, but the point,
yeah.
the whole point with free will is not about whether it's like grounded in the agent or what have you. It's whether the agent can actually by its own will do something different.
Yeah, and I'm
And
saying
so if the situation is that the reason the agent can do something different is because some part of the deliberative process is can be different, but not for a necessitating explanation or reason, then that aspect, that part of it, is not in the agent's control. The part that you're getting freedom from is the part that has nothing to do with the agent's control.
No, that's incorrect. So we would be saying it's fully controlled by the agent, but the agent doesn't necessitate the choices. So like in the deliberative process,
how is that not contradictory? You're saying that I'm fully in control of the choice, but I'm not in control of the specific ice cream flavor?
No, you're fully in control. You have full control. You have full autonomy. Right?
Then there's
I
can't though. No, I can't. If I have full autonomy, if I have full control, then that means the choice I make will be one thing, one specific thing, the result of my deliberation and desires.
No, that's not the case, because like now what you're saying is in order to have full control of something, it needs to be necessitated. That's not the case. So like I could have full control of whether, like for example, if you put me in between two equal haystacks, right? There's no reasons why I should support the left haystack over the right haystack. I can make a choice which is indeterminate into which one I should choose, but I was fully in control when I made that choice.
Wait a second. You're telling me you made a choice for no reason between the hay bales?
No, there's no reasons for why I would prefer one to the other, but the reason in which I made a choice would be indexed to like whatever I was like deliberating would be favorable in the moment.
But then that would just mean that your reasons dictated your choice of one of them. Like if it's based off reasons, the reasons are going to point in one or the other.
The reasons will always partially ground, but not necessitate the action.
But how? How does that happen?
But do you understand when you ask for this infinite regress of how, it's just question begging, because the loaded premise in the question is that I can fully explain.
I know, but this is the entailment of that, is that means that you have to have part of the system not be explained by anything.
Yes,
part of it can't have an explanation.
But that doesn't mean that it's random. Random is very specifically in reference to probability. There's no probabilities we can talk about. It's just
but it's indeterminate, which is what randomness is a type of indeterminacy. But all types of indeterminacy are not controlled by the agent or anything.
No, I would. Well, that's just saying that the agent can't can't choose A over B without necessitating choosing A over B, which is just another loaded premise.
It may sound like that to you, but like it's also logical. Like if something is indeterminate, then that means if something is indeterminate, that means for the set of factors that go into that event, they don't necessitate it, which means that none of the explanations are the full explanation for why it happened that way. Part of it happened for no reason. What is something that happens for no reason, Paul?
No explainable reason. We can't explain why it happened without just questioning.
No. There's no reason at all. If there's a reason that we can't explain, then that reason necessitated it.
No, that's another thing, because I could say that the full explanation is just the way in which the process leaned, and then the process itself is leaning based on whatever the agent wills at any particular point. And then that's perfectly explaining whatever it is that you want explained without actually resulting in a necessitating conclusion.
Well, no, but nothing you said there necessitates indeterminism.
But I don't understand how because you're saying all types of indeterminacy are out of the control of the agent, which is obviously the premise that I'm disagreeing with.
Yeah, I think that's contradictory. Like if I desire to do option A, right? That's what my reasons point to, all my deliberative reasons. Yeah. But I choose option B instead, then there can't be an explanation within my mind that explains why I chose B.
Well, I would say it's your will. If you want to equalize the will to the mind, then I would say that there is an explanation in your mind on some deliberative mapping that happened, but you just have to think of it as not a function. It's not something that's functionally mapping, just mapping simpliciter. So, I just don't see yes, I cannot explain how this happens, but that doesn't mean that it's random.
Really?
Yeah, like
I know. I'm not just saying that you can't explain it. There can't be any explanation for part of your choice.
there can't be a necessitating explanation yet.
No, it can't be like what's something what's this third thing? Because I feel like an explanation determines an effect. That's the point of an explanation. So, but you're saying, and then so the only way to have an effect be variable given the causes, that must mean that part of the event is not explained by any reason.
I mean, maybe it would be helpful if we just if I just explained what it is that I'm talking about with libertarian free will, because I think that maybe that's where.
All right, yeah.
To me, these three things just need to be true in conjunction of each other. Yeah. So to me, these three things just need to be true in conjunction of each other, or possibly true in conjunction of each other, to say that libertarian free will, or agent causation as I define it, is true. One, the action is not causally determined, right? So there's nothing which causally determines the action outside of the agent, which is just to say that the agent is the full terminating cause of the action.
Wait a second. Can I get clarification on that before you go on? I want to take this slow.
Yeah.
You said the action is not causally determined, or not causally determined by the.
It's not like determined. So, like in a strict sense, you couldn't regress it to a list of causes which are going to be outside of the agent. So, like.
Oh, but it's fine. It's fine if it's causally determined, but terminates at the agent. Like the agent's a brute fact.
Well, I wouldn't say the agent's a brute fact, but the way in which the agent acts would be something in which is explainable only by that indeterminate deliberative.
Right, I know, but some aspect of the, like, again, if the action is determined by the agent, but the reason but the way that it's determined is not determined by any other antecedents, it's only determined by the agent, then that means that the agent itself, being the way that it was in reference to that choice, is itself not explained. It has to be a brute fact. If it's explained, that means it's determined by those explanations.
So, I mean, I want to tread carefully with this brute word. So, when I'm saying that it's indeterminate, I'm still saying that the agent is the efficient cause of the action, right? So, like, the agent, so, like, very specifically, if we're going to go into, like, what I believe, the reason / intellect / like mind would be the formal cause of the action, which is basically going to limit what is possibly outputted into what the form allows, right? So the active potency can only allow things which are actively potential, not passively potential. And then the agent itself is the full efficient explanation or efficient cause of the action, which just means that the agent itself, if you were to say, why did this action X happen, it would be fully grounded in the agent and the agent's deliberative process.
What does fully grounded mean? Because it doesn't mean fully explained, right?
So when we're saying fully grounded, we're using a type of grounding which means determined. So when we say something is fully grounded in the agent, we mean that the reason that it happened, or like what determined that it be actualized, is the agent itself. So it's the full explanation,
but we don't,
full determination.
But the particulars are fine to be variable. Like you're just saying that, like, if I throw a ball, I'm the sufficient explanation of throwing the ball, because without me throwing the ball, it wouldn't have happened. But then there's particulars about how I threw the ball that are not determined by the particulars antecedents.
I mean,
I'm trying to understand where the alternative possibility comes in free will. Like, because again, like in reality, when I make decisions, I have reasons for them, and it's very obvious that if those reasons were different, I would do something else, and the reason I'm doing my thing is because of the reasons, and the only time it seems I have any sort of ability to do different is when I'm not really aware of the reasons why I'm doing something, which makes me think that I'm not in control in those cases, because I don't even know why I'm doing it, right? So it's just empirically, it's very, very clear to me that choice is just necessitated by reason. And I have arguments further that we could go into, but you've heard them all. Back to yours. But like, you understand why this is.
No, I understand the issue, but what I'm saying is, like, I can sidestep the issue by just having a softer PSR and just appealing to the fact that, like, the reason why, like, for example, I would say the deliberative process is going to map any, like, one agent into some output, right, some actualization. But the deliberative process itself has basically, like, there's no way that we can fully explain why the deliberative process happened in X way instead of Y way, but it's just a fact of the deliberative process that it is fully in, like the agent is fully in control of what it is doing. It just cannot be explained in a determining sense.
So is the deliberative process inherently irrational?
Well, I don't think, I mean, it depends on what you mean by irrational, because...
Well, rational would mean that it's just following correct reasoning. So it would just, I mean, correct reasoning necessitates answers from premises. So if the choice is not necessitated in the deliberative process, then the deliberative process has a irrational component, a non-reason component.
Yeah. Because we've fallen, we're not perfect beings anymore, which means that we don't have liberty in the way that Augustine defines it. So, I would say that we are irrational beings, but we can become more rational by becoming aware of what is good reasoning versus bad reasoning.
Interesting. Is it good to become more rational? Would it be good to be completely rational?
Yeah, that's like participating in the energies. Yeah, I would say that's good.
Now, a being that is perfectly rational would no longer have that that non-reason component in their deliberative process, yes?
A being that is perfectly rational would only be able to map onto perfectly rational outputs, yeah.
Okay, so it seems like, interestingly, the goal here is to become more rational and thereby remove the source of the indeterminacy in our actions. So it seems like you're saying it's actually, even though we do have libertarian free will, it's actually better that we try not to, that we just follow reason, eliminating the indeterminacy in our action.
Well, okay. Yes, if you're saying there's only one objectively rational output to any particular action, but obviously, if God, for example, God is a perfectly rational being, but there are alternative possibilities which are just all perfectly rational worlds, right?
Maybe.
Yeah. So there's no hierarchy here. It's just a fact of the matter that some output is rational, some output is irrational, and then whatever's a rational output would be what a fully rational agent determines, but it would be indeterminate into which particular one would be grounded. But I even have an argument that says that necessitarianism without a strong PSR is compatible with agent causation. So even in a necessitarian thing where God truly cannot act in any way which is contrary to perfect rationality, and there's only one perfectly rational world, it's still compatible.
So real quick, I do want to talk about this normativity thing, right? Because I'm in stark contrast to people like you who think that normativity has something to do with alternative possibilities. If I were to have a normative framework, right, it would be meaningless if people had libertarian free will, because part of their process of deliberation has nothing to do with reason, has nothing to do with the normative framework at all. And so if I say Schmurder is wrong, then it won't even affect that non-rational component of their deliberation. People will still Schmurder even if they don't want to. Even if they think it's wrong and don't want to do it, they might still Schmurder. So normativity works in my mind because of determinism. Because if we make a rule, it will deterministically affect behavior in a reliable way. People's perceptions of right and wrong determine their behavior. So if you can convince someone that something is wrong, they won't do it. But in your view, you can convince someone something is wrong and they might still do it anyway.
Yeah. So I think
that's irrational freedom, yeah. If we have LFW, that just means we're going to hell for shit that we don't have control over. That's worse.
Well, no. So again, the type of control which you're positing is causally necessitated, which would, in my opinion, gut it of control.
Yeah, I want my choices to be causally necessitated by me. That's a good thing.
Well, it is in the sense that you're the full explanation for your action. There's no randomness.
No, I'm not, because if I throw the ball left or right, part of that is determined by something that's not my actual conscious choice.
This is why I thought we were got good past this, but I guess I need to so basically, your agent being the full grounding for any action means that you have full control. It just means that your control is not necessitated. So
that's the opposite of having full control. If I have full control, then that means when I throw a paper airplane, I have the control over every detail of that throw. I determine the trajectory, I determine the force, I determine the direction. If there's any alternative possibility in there, any chance that the plane could go in any different way than what I deliberated, than what I chose, then part of it is out of my control. Part of it is not explained by me.
In the strictest sense, it wouldn't be your choice in that sense. Because if I'm asking you, do you have full control over every particular thing which you believe? Would you say yes or no?
I need to understand exactly what you mean by
Yeah, so let's
control.
say in the deterministic framework, you're completely motivated and motivations are necessitating to throw the ball left instead of right. Do you have full control over any singular motivation that you have, or are there parts of the motivations which you do not have control over?
Like in a moment of choice, you don't have control over any of your motivations.
Okay,
Controlling
cool.
motivations
That's
is
what I'm
something that
saying.
you do over time.
Well, even then, I would say that if at the start, let's just say, like, in my opinion, your type of reasoning leads to structuralism, which guts normativity. So I would say that, like, all I have to do is demonstrate that it's incoherent, that, like, basically compatibilism or source compatibilism, which I think you'd call yourself, actually guts normativity because you don't have full control. It's just a fact of the matter that you do not have full control because of the regress of control. So basically, if I say, well, do you have full control over this list of motivations? And you're like, yeah, I deliberated on whether or not I should believe those things. And then I'm like, okay, well, your deliberative process was determined by motivations. Did you have full control over those ones? Eventually, you're going to terminate at motivations in which you had no control over, which caused...
Yeah, I get this argument, obviously. I'm just like, but here's the thing. But the normativity, right? The normative framework is the whole point of it existing is that like it is a factor in our decision making. I know that you're just saying like, oh, the pragmatic thing doesn't matter, but I'm just trying to talk about how it works in decision making.
Well, yeah, I grant that it's directive too, but what I'm saying is in order for it to be directive, it has to direct me to something which I can possibly do.
Yes, but we can because it's forward facing. It's about your forward facing action.
Let's say somebody is causally necessitated to reject what they ought do within their like as a motivation to like map onto any action. Then it would say that when you're trying to motivate them to that action, it's impossible for your directive to actually direct them to something which they can possibly do, which guts normativity.
No, because this is confusing. Let me explain why. If we say, let's say that there's a certain set of facts that is going to lead a person to unalive someone else, right?
Yeah.
And in this world, it's just going to happen. Now, we live in a place where we don't know that. We don't know the future. So when we make these decisions, we're not basing it off of that world. We're basing it off of our perceived future. Now, in the perceived future, let's say that we perceive, scratch the first world where it actually happens, because that's going to get confusing. Let's just talk about our epistemic access first. In the perceived current world, we predict that person A is going to unalive person B. We just have information, like evidence, that says that's very likely, maybe even certain. We can even say maybe we know it's going to happen, right? Because of that knowledge, what we can now do is we can do something about it. We can affect that person. We can change their mind. We can give them something. We can lock them up. We can do stuff,
that
right?
presumes indeterminacy, though.
What?
Saying that you know something will happen and that you can affect the outcome presumes that either you are mistaken about the outcome or that it's indeterminate.
No, this is just an epistemology artifact. Like if you knew the future, right? That would actually necessitate that the future would then immediately change. This is like a paradox with omniscience, because your actions are determined by your perception of the future. So any future you see should then change the future because it's changing your action based off the future. So I don't think omniscience is coherent, but that's another thing. It's a different thing. But what I'm saying, though, is what we do is we try to predict the future. We're not actually predicting the future. That's not really what's going on. We're just taking the information we have and we think we know this is going to happen, but we don't actually know.
Okay,
and so because we think we know that's going to happen, we can do stuff to try to prevent it. This is the possibility space within determinism. Yes, it's determined from the universe's perspective, but when we make decisions, we're basing it off of a possible future that will not happen. The real future is based off of us avoiding or trying to achieve these possible futures. And that real future we don't have access to until it happens.
So the issue again is just going to be that you're currently contradicting yourself by believing in norms, but also believing that there is no genuine other possibilities within your metaphysical structure.
Why? Because the genuine possibilities don't matter. We don't make decisions in the future.
It does.
We make decisions based off of what we believe about the future, not what the future actually is.
So again, this is nomological versus metaphysical, right? So within your metaphysical presumptions, you presume that there is a modal collapse, right? If you really believe in a strong PSR,
I mean,
there's a modal
you say presume, but I can support it. You just don't like those arguments anymore.
Well, no, it's not like when I'm saying presume, I'm just saying that like within your metaphysical modality, you have the strong PSR as an axiom. That's it. I'm not saying you're unsupported in having it as an axiom. Like you can have an axiom that's just a self-evident truth, or it could just be an axiom as in it's directive, but it's an entail, or you could say it's a theorem. Sorry, it's entailed by other things which are axiomatic in your metaphysical structure. But what I'm saying is if that's true in your metaphysical structure, you're committed to a modal collapse. If you're committed to a modal collapse, then you're committed to not believing, right? Because if you're going to be rational, you're not going to believe in these fictions, which is you're going to be committed to believing that norms are actually non-existent, because in order to have norms, you need agent causation, and you're negating agent causation in the metaphysical.
I just disagree completely. Yeah, can you answer me this? Is it the case that under determinism, right? Just think about this.
Okay,
In the case of determinism, and I know what you're going to say in response to this, but I have a rebuttal, so like we'll figure this out. It is the case, right, where if I have certain information versus other information, it would affect my actions, because that's how determinism works. If we have different information, we necessarily will act somewhat differently. We're determined by our information.
Yeah.
So interestingly, determinism kind of creates this modal space that exists. But it's only existing in our minds. It's not real. It's just how we make decisions. So real quick, if it's the case that there is in one world, I have the information that Schmurder is wrong, and in another world, I have the information. I don't have the information that Schmurder is wrong. I'm not aware of that normative idea, and I don't believe in it. I don't even know about it. In these two worlds, isn't it the case that I'm more likely, and in fact probably will, in one world unalive someone, whereas in another one I won't? There's a difference between these two worlds.
Yeah, of course.
Cool. So again, like these two worlds don't both actually exist, right? The only one that's going to exist is the one that plays out. But when we're making these decisions on what to do, we're basically saying, okay, look, what I'm going to do, I could either do this or that. I could make a law against Schmurder, or I could not make a law against Schmurder. Now, given the facts about reality that I already know, the determined facts, I can project into the future entailments of each of these worlds. And when I do that, I then match which one up to my desires, like the best, whichever one matches my desires the best world that I like, given the entailments of my logic. I'm going to then do that action. And it's going to affect everything else in reality based on that action. And so the normativity is just this. It's just saying there's a world we want, and then we're going to act in that direction. And this all works in determinism because we don't know the future.
Okay. So, yeah, I grant that, like, so again, that's why I asked you earlier if you're a fictionalist. Because if you're just saying normativity is this type of fiction, which we believe in to guide action, like practically.
Like, why does it have to be a fiction just because it's like subjective or in our mind or whatever? Like, does morality have to be a fiction just because it's dependent on minds?
Well, yeah, it can't actually be the case if there's no like agent causation.
I mean, you say that, but I'm trying to explain how normativity loses its function under LFW. The only reason why it works or makes sense is because of determinism, because your actions are actually sensitive to reason.
No, again, if we're just saying that normativity is directive in nature, that's still going to partially ground any action within an LFW case. So it doesn't even lose its function in LFW scenarios, but
yeah, partially. You're right.
Yeah. So what we're going to say is, for it to actually be true about reality, there needs to be the agent needs to have full control over the action, or else the agent is not morally culpable for the action.
I know, but LFW means you don't have full control definitionally.
But
that's
again,
the issue.
But what we're saying when we say full control is just that the agent is not necessitated, and the agent is not randomly doing it, which is not incoherent. It just depends on what if you're saying all indeterminacies are random, then of course, but I don't think that that's a position that's
But you understand that it being not necessitated is where the lack of control is coming from. Like, if I'm trying to answer a test, I'm trying to answer the right answer on a test, your LFW might just magically make me say the wrong thing, even though I know the right answer.
Well, I mean, if you're like, the more rational you get, the more you would.
Yeah, the more
right
rational, the more deterministic you get, which is a very interesting entailment of your position. Why is it the case that being rational means being determined by reason?
Well, it means so like
it's almost as if the only way that you can have alternative possibilities to not be choosing based on reason.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, that's literally my position. So, okay, if you're perfectly rational, right? Let's say you're on this test and it's like, whatever, like, 2x equals. No, we'll do 2x plus 5 equals 8, right? So, there can be presumably many ways in which a perfectly rational agent arrives at the same answer, right? They could subtract 5 from both sides first, or they could subtract 2x and then subtract 8 and then have negative 2x equals negative 8 plus 5, right? There's plenty of things in which...
Cool, I like this. Keep going.
Yeah, so like there's plenty of things in which a perfectly rational agent could do, which would like basically just limit the scope of possibilities. But all we're saying is that the outcome would in turn be rational if it's perfectly rational. And the more rational you get, the less irrational outcomes can be grounded by your rational nature.
Right. Let me point out the part that's irrational. When this agent has the option to solve the equation two ways, just to keep it simple, it can do it one way, which is rational, and another way, which is rational, but they're different ways. When it makes this decision to do this or that, why? Why did it choose one way over the other way?
I mean, it's just like, what's it called? It's just the agent's particular deliberative process at any moment.
I know, but the deliberative process isn't determining things, like by definition, even in your view. So that doesn't answer the question. You're just saying, there's a thing that goes on and it determines it. What's the reason why it would choose one over the other?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be partially grounded in like a set of reasons. But what we're saying, all LFW case has to do is say that the agent is the full determination of the action, right? So the action terminates at the agent, right? That's where the explanation stops. So the agent has full control since it originates at the agent. And then whatever is downstream of what the agent had full control of doing is just going to be, is just going to be explained but not necessitated by the deliberative process. And then we'll say that the deliberative process is something which is grounded partially by reason, so it limits the scope of what's possibly outputted from a deliberative process, but then choices made in between the deliberative process, and this choice would just be like the agent's control over the action.
Right, so you're saying that the choice between to solve the equation the one way or the other, that's its free will action, cool. But what I'm trying to determine here is like how that choice works and whether you really do have control. Because it's not just this given that you have control over that.
The indeterminacy within the deliberative process is going to be explained by the control of the control that which the agent possesses. Because if we say that it's determined and the agent isn't self-determining, which I think is a contradiction, since determination is hierarchical in nature, which means that something which is lower on the hierarchy cannot be something which is above it, so an agent can't determine itself. Then if it needs to be the full determination of the action, there needs to be control in which the agent has, which we cannot explain, but the control is still something which the agent possesses. So it's still fully reflective of the agent, so there's no loss of control in the agent. It's just that the control itself isn't determined.
Is the situation are you saying that when we choose between solving the equation one way or the other, the reason why we would do one or the other, it is chosen by the agent, but in a way that is completely inexplicable?
Yeah.
Now, you're telling me though that the agent has conscious control over this inexplicable causality.
Let me think about that. Conscious control.
Because I think that's important, because if we're talking about deliberation, that is a conscious process.
Yeah, I would be like, the agent is conscious of it, but like if you were to reduce it to like the actual thought patterns happening within the consciousness, then of course the control is going to precede that. Because then if you could consciously experience what's controlling it, you could presumably like formulate it. So like I would say that it's not conscious control, but it's control which the agent possesses that determines any conscious action.
Okay, so
That makes
the way
sense.
that we control our actions is so that means the agent is not our conscious mind, yeah?
The agent would be like specifically the entire like thing. So it would be like the rationality, the intellect, the merging between the two, which allows them to be causally linked. And then it would just be like the agent is that process, but the rationality is like the deliberative process, and the rationality is like that which the types of control that I'm talking about is nested in.
Is it your theory of mind that the conscious self and the unconscious self are just like are two things that interact and make decisions together? Because my theory of mind is that the unconscious brain creates the conscious mind such that it's determining it. So they're not actually two different things. It's just one is your awareness of what's going on and the rest is outside of your awareness.
So, I mean, I'm kind of sympathetic to that view. My view is more so that like the conscious mind is downstream of like the intellect, but the conscious mind operates in a way that is controlled but indeterminate. So like basically the way in which I choose to rationalize any particular situation is still my choice ultimately.
I just thought of something really funny again. Yeah, like can we like see if you're special pleading here? Like, would you say this in any other situation that you have complete control over it, and yet it could be more than just one way? Like, think about this in the real world. If I say I have complete control of the car, and yet the car is like wobbling different directions outside of my direct result of like outside of determination, like it's not being determined to be one way by me, would you say that I'm in full control of the car? I fully control its direction and movement if it's just kind of wobbling indeterminately?
When you're saying you have control of the car, it's different, because like when you're saying you have control of the car, it's going to be downstream of the deliberative process, which yes, I would say like if you're saying less specifically, because if all you're saying is that the car is out of your control when you're saying that, then trivially, no, you don't have control over it. But if what you're saying is like, for example, you're wobbling it on purpose, then sure, I would say you have full control.
Well, no, that would be, hang on, if you're wobbling it on purpose, that means you are just directly determining those wobbles. You have reasons why you wobble left and right.
I'm not saying you're not directly determining the action. I'm saying you're directly determining it, but that you're not necessitating whatever it is that you're directly determining.
I know, and I think that I don't think that makes any sense. Yeah, like think about it in other aspects, right? Like if I'm making moves on a game board and I'm determining, like I'm making a choice and I'm going, it will be this, and then that happens.
Okay,
That's
sure.
full control, right?
Okay,
I have full control because nothing else will happen except what I want.
Yeah, maybe I misexplained it. So what I'm saying is you have full control of the action, right? But you are not causally determined to map that particular action.
Which means that there's some aspect of the particulars of the action that I'm not in control of. If I was, I would be determining it to be a specific way.
But I don't understand how, if you don't causally necessitate some output, that you're not in control of the output. Because
what? That sounds wild to me. You just said that you're not the cause, but then you can still have control?
Oh my gosh. So you are the cause in the sense of, in the actual world, you mapped this to this, right? But in some possible world, all else equal, you don't map this to this. That doesn't mean that you weren't in control in that world. It just means that your deliberative process was guided differently.
Yes, but did you specifically guide it in that direction, or was it indeterminate?
Yes, you guide it by your control, but your control isn't necessitating. So what I'm saying is like the types of control are the types which we were saying like are downstream of actions, which are just going to be agent causation. But then the deliberative process within agent causation is going to be indeterminate, because to suppose that explaining it determines it is just going to be question begging. So we're just back to the fact that indeterminacy doesn't necessarily mean randomness.
I mean, I think it does. I don't know why it's question begging. I think that if you have a set of causes and that set of causes can have more than one effect, that is the definition of indeterminacy, or i.e. randomness.
No, again, I don't take random to just mean indeterminate, because I can say...
I know, maybe you're defining randomness in a way that gets you out of this, but just use my definition, will you? When I say random, I just mean that there is no thing that explains why it happened this way over that way.
Well,
It
there
just
is a
it just
thing.
randomly was this way
Oh,
over
okay,
that
yes,
way.
then of course, but you're holding to a strong PSR, which is like heavily contendable, especially because it question begs against libertarian free will.
Question begs. No, the like again, there's arguments. It's not question begging. We can argue it. I'm just focusing on your argument right now, not giving mine, but I have
Well,
them.
my argument has nothing to do with the way in which libertarian free will functions. It's a necessary
I know.
precondition.
It's basically saying that you just believe in normativity, which you haven't supported on its own. So you
Well, I mean,
believe
if
in
you
it,
don't
but
believe in normativity, then you can't say I reason in any way which is better than any way you reason, or vice versa. So it's just self-refuting.
yeah, but then maybe that's the case, because who's to say that it's possible that what we call good reasoning is just our preferred answers to questions, and that there actually is no
That's
such thing as
possible,
good
but
reasoning.
we don't have epistemic access in like the strictest sense to the real state of affairs. And if we presume that we do, then we're going to presume that there are these set of norms in which like guide good reasoning towards truth and bad reasoning away from truth. And then that's just going to say that in that system, you're presuming that libertarian free will exists, since it's a precondition for anything being normative, which is just to say that like it could be the case that we have libertarian free will. It could be the case that we don't have libertarian free will, but it's most coherent to believe that it is the case that we have libertarian free will.
I completely disagree. Maybe I can think of something to say here.
Well, I mean, like, if you think that there's good reasoning versus bad reasoning, then in your system you're already presuming libertarian free will.
No, because I don't think your argument succeeds. Like, from your mind it does, but I haven't been convinced by your argument. I don't understand how it works yet.
Well, I don't need it. If I were to fully explain the mechanism in which it operates, then it would be necessitated. So I can't.
Yeah,
fully
exactly.
explain.
You have to appeal to something unexplainable, but how are you in control of something unexplainable?
If I were to explain it, then it would be fully determined.
Yeah, that's why LFW is incoherent.
But
Like
it's not incoherent. You're just demanding more explanation than is possible in my worldview. I can't give you the explanation.
But that's the problem, yeah, is that part of your choice is unexplainable. How do you have control over that?
It's just what needs to be the case. It's just a transcendental argument.
I feel like this is just a presup on like normativity being like what it is and stuff, and then it all entails from there.
If you believe
Bobby
in
wants to say
normativity-
something.
Yeah, Bobby.
No, all I want to know is that from me to Cosmic, to when I brought up Cosmic, to when I brought up John, bought by blood, to here, have we succeeded on showing else view view false? I just don't know. I was in and out of the conversation, but did we succeed?
Oh, brother, we left facts a long time ago.
We've been more so discussing my views rather than else.
This is important because I respect Ya's mind a lot, and the fact that he holds to LFW, like this is almost like an existential crisis for me. I got to get to the bottom of this.
It is very much so.
Well, the thing is that it's not necessarily like Gregory says it's an axiom, but it's not necessarily an axiom because I'd support it by saying that when I believe in normativity, I'm subscribing to a metaphysic in which autonomy is the case. So it's not necessarily an axiom, but it's just saying like as a human, I can't deny normativity.
Here's what I need
This will be the last thing that I'll need from you can you please just give me your best formulation of the premise by premise argument to conclusion for me to write it down so that I can
Brother, I was
really
about to say the exact
look
same
into
thing.
this. Huh?
I was about to ask the exact same thing. I'm like, listen,
I just want to write it down.
here's what
so
I
can
need.
think
I'm gonna
about
need you to
it.
formalize this so I can,
Okay, sure.
Can I put my 2 cents in really quick before you do?
Yeah.
I feel like your libertarian free will thing is like a case by case basis. I don't think it should be something you like apply to all agents.
Well, interesting. I do want to. Oh, sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted. My bad.
That's absolutely fine. Go ahead.
What's interesting, Erase, is that under this version of LFW, it is the case that actually having alternative possibilities is definitionally going against reason, because reason is determining still in this view, and to be perfectly rational would just be determined by reason. So, like, it's actually kind of funny. Like, yes, we have alternative possibility, but should we really be punished for what we do when the only time that we're going to do something bad is when we're accidentally not using reason correctly?
I mean, that's kind of anyways, I guess
I'm more like worried. I guess about like the way I'm, like, if you've got all these people on the panel, say, like, you've got one person, appointed to have the libertarian free will, kind of make the call, like, you're the agent of the agent sort of thing, and then you are choosing,
Well,
the
okay.
people, the other people. Not everyone on the panel should have, I don't think, like, you all have your own little gods or presidents within this
Maybe that's why,
hierarchy.
maybe this is why I have never felt like I have free will. Maybe I'm just super rational. I'm like one of the most rational people on the planet, me and Sapolsky, because I've never felt like I've had a choice.
Okay.
You really are, which is why I'm like, okay, I love you.
So here, like, I don't have it written down, but I'll try to formalize something. So it would be like, if you have a belief,
Brother, I would not try to formalize this.
you would ask me to formalize.
You want to like write it down yourself and figure it out before you give it to
No,
us?
I'm saying, listen, creating a freaking formal argument off the cuff as something as in depth as this is just not going to go well.
Well, you just forget that I'm actually the smartest person who's ever lived. So it'll go.
You can't take that title from me. I haven't given that up yet.
I believe in him.
Listen, I mean, maybe you could do it, but I'm here. If you're gonna actually try, I'm gonna freaking type it.
Okay. Premise one is for all.
One second. I gotta grab my computer, ho.
Okay.
I have to make a birthday phone call to somebody.
Wait.
So
Yo, did the pastor just call you a hoe?
Sure, freaking did.
Ho 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 is what he meant.
All right, are we ready, John?
No. I transitioned from playing Battlefield 6 to grabbing my laptop.
Also,
if you're
you guys
playing
are still
Battlefield
awake
6,
for this?
why don't you just open a Google Doc on your computer?
By the way,
Because
I
I'm
think
playing on a PS5.
Oh.
I think I gained 2 more followers on Twitch today, so like, yay!
Hey, let's go. W.
We're at 12.
Nice. Let's go.
I think that's an accomplishment.
Okay, you know what? Actually, do it like this, and we'll do that, and then we're gonna do this.
It's one step at a mile. It's like one step every day until we make a mile.
Sure.
R4
Really
LFW.
quickly, when you're asking for the argument, just to clarify before I give it, you're asking for the argument for why I believe in LFW, right? You're not asking for like a symbolization of how free will works, right?
No. If you can deductively like just show that it's the case without being able to explain how, like I would change my view based on that alone.
Okay, wait.
Okay,
Before
ready?
I do it, can we both agree that something that which is true about reality is outside of that which we have full epistemic access to?
Oh wait, say that again because it was muffled.
Oh, okay. I'm saying before I go, can we both agree that like that which is true about reality is outside of the things which we have full epistemic access to? We only have full epistemic access to our experience and our beliefs.
Yeah, but I think that there's a mapping, like a correlation, like a logical correlation between our epistemic access and what is true. I don't think they're like completely like we can't know what is true. I don't think that's the case.
Well, my argument is indexed to belief structure. It's not necessarily indexed to reality. I don't think I can make a claim about reality.
Just as
you were because the
just as a clarification, what do you,
of reality, right?
Just as a clarification, what do you mean that we have full epistemic access to our experience?
Like we can empirically validate our own experiences.
Well, all exhaustively, because like obviously I've had experiences when I was 4 that I can't remember.
Conservatively, like we can just basically say that it seems to be the case that we're experiencing XYZ, therefore we're experiencing XYZ is like a
okay. So it's not gonna be a past set of experiences. It's gonna be like a near present.
Sure. Yeah.
Something or okay.
Yeah. Sure. So I guess premise one would be something along the lines of, for all x, if x is a belief, then x is a belief about reality.
For all x, if x is a belief, then x is a belief about reality.
Yes. Okay.
Did you start it? I wasn't ready. I was thinking about something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The premise one is for all x, if x is a belief, then x is a belief about reality. You don't have to write it down. You sound like pissed off that you're doing this. No one is forcing you to write it down, John.
What are you talking about?
You went.
Oh no, that was me.
Oh, okay. Sorry, John.
I'm gonna go and comb my hair.
Okay, so premise one.
Hang on. I'll
Yeah.
do the whole thing. Let's
Yeah,
do the whole thing. I won't say anything.
Yeah, premise 1
Premise
for all
2
x.
is there
if-
exists an x.
Wait, frick.
Okay.
I want to make sure I got it. For
Okay.
all x, if x is a belief, then x is a belief about reality.
Yes.
For all.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay. Next would be there exists an x such that x is a. Okay.
There exists such a reality where x is a belief
No.
and
There
x
exists an x.
reality where x is a belief
No.
and
There
x
exists an x. Yeah.
There exists. Wait, frick. 1 second.
Okay. There exists an x such that x is a belief and x is a norm.
There exists an x such that x is a belief and x is a norm.
Yes.
Actually, here, just talk louder. Ready?
Okay.
I don't like typing. 1 second.
Conclusion 1.
1 second. 1 second.
Okay.
Ready and go.
Conclusion 1. There exists an x such that x is a belief, x is about reality, and x is a norm. Okay. So, premise 3.
That was 3.
No, that's conclusion 1.
Oh. Exists. Daggone it! No, it didn't do it well. I need to just repeat you because it's talking about like X as a freaking cheater. All right, so
Wait, actually, wait. Can I talk about the resurrection really quick? Wait, actually, no, you guys are in the middle of something.
wait. Let's just finish these premises really quick, if that's okay, Coco, because we're actually formalizing this.
Yeah, once we have it written down, then I can just like work on it silently while you guys do that.
Yeah. Okay. So give conclusion 1 again. I'm so sorry.
Okay, conclusion 1 is there exists an x
There exists an X
such that
x
is a belief, x is about
X is-
reality, and x is a norm.
X is a belief, X is a reality, and X is a norm.
No, x is about reality.
Not a belief about reality, because that's what your other premise supports. Not that
It's a belief.
reality.
That's what I'm saying is like it would be a belief about reality and it's a norm.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But you can't like a belief and then about reality are 2 predicates, so it would be separate. Okay. So
Okay, there exists.
Okay. So
There exists X such that X is a belief about reality and X is a norm.
Well, I think he wants you to separate each of the. It's so funny how this is. Like X is a belief, X is about reality, and X is a norm. He separated those 3.
it's okay. As long as he gets the basics.
Fine. Okay, that's C1. Okay.
Okay.
Next.
Okay. Give me a second. I have to think about this premise. I had it and then I lost it. Okay, cool. So for all x, if x is a belief about reality and a norm, then there exists a y such that y is a belief about reality and y is a belief in free will or agent causation, since it's a necessary prerequisite to norms.
Yeah, one more time on that.
Yeah, do it again.
Okay, cool. For all x, if x is a belief about reality and x is a norm, then there exists a y such that y is a belief about reality and y is agent causation or agency.
Okay, for all x, if x is a belief about reality and x is a norm, then there exists such a y. Say again.
That y is a belief, y is about reality, and y is a belief in is about reality, and y is a belief in
Wait, so that was the second conclusion, I guess?
No, this is the third premise.
Third premise, okay.
The second conclusion is just going to be the existential.
For all x, x is a belief about reality, x is a norm, then there exists such a y that Y is a belief, Y is about reality, and Y is agent causation.
Yes. Then, from conclusion 1 to premise 3, we're just going to get there exists an X such that X is a belief, X is about reality, and X is agent causation.
So conclusion 2?
Yeah, and that's the conclusion.
X is a belief, and X is about reality or is reality?
No, X is about reality. It's always about reality. I'm not claiming.
Okay, say it again. Sorry.
X is a belief about reality that is agent causation. So there exists an X. It's not a universal. It's an existential. So there would be it exists an X such that those things are met because of conclusion 1.
Okay, I'm going to read them all to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have to. I remember them all.
Yeah, P1, for all X, if X is a belief, then X is a belief about reality.
Yeah.
P2, there exists X such that X is a belief and X is a norm.
Yep, that's good.
Okay. Such as that X is a belief.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that much with this because of your premise 3 being so unclear how it's supported.
Okay, see, conclusion 1, there exists X such that X is a belief, X is about reality, and X is a norm.
Yep. And I can
P3
support
for all
premise 3 really
X
quick,
if
but I think Coco
P3
wants to.
for all X if
Yeah,
X is a belief. Yeah, for all P3 for all X if X is a belief about reality and X is a norm, then there exists such a Y that Y is a belief, Y is about reality, and Y is agent causation.
Wait, isn't this your realism argument?
No, this is different. The realism argument argues for something which is simple that grounds all categories. This argument is arguing only for agent causation. It's of a similar form, though, because we're talking about beliefs, but it's different, because it is still a transcendental argument.
I still just want to say, I hate that you haven't even done a philosophy for a year.
That I haven't even done what?
Philosophy for a year.
Why? Is it like I'm gonna get there kind of thing? Like
No,
right now I'm blissfully ignorant?
it's the opposite. It's that you're smarter than you should be.
Oh, thanks, bro. We're going on a year though, and in January it'll be the 1 year mark. So, but I've also had a lot of help from you guys, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways,
so conclusion for all X, if X is a belief about reality and X is a norm, then there exists such a Y that Y is a belief, Y is about reality, and Y is agent causation. And then conclusion 2, final conclusion, X is a belief about reality that is agent causation.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you guys want, I mean, Elf, if I supported premise 3 in like a future conversation, because I do want to let Coco talk about because he's the host. So if I supported premise 3 in a future conversation, would you be willing to say that believing in LFW isn't irrational?
Actually, you guys can go ahead. I was going to talk about it if PRK joined, and he didn't end up joining. So, like, you guys can go ahead.
You can talk with me about it, Coco.
Oh, nothing. I was just going to tell him that, like, I think Paul says in the Bible that, like, because, like, there was someone I was talking with who was like, I don't think Paul had, like, a violent involvement with, like, Christians before converting. But Paul writes himself that, like, he was violent towards Christians before converting in the Bible.
Yeah, Paul directly states that he was violent towards Christians, so I don't know where your friend got that.
I think it was...
Wait, did we just concede the argument?
I think it was Corinthians or Galatians.
Wait, are you trying to concede to PRK?
Oh, no. I think it's Trent that I need to talk to. Yeah, me and him were talking about whether Paul was violent or involved in, like, Christian persecution. Or whether he was just kind of, like, ordering people to do it for him.
Did he concede the argument? Because I don't feel like
The argument is valid. The only issue is premise 3, and premise 1 is a bit iffy, but I I understand what premise 1 means for the most part. Like, I suppose technically even beliefs about imaginary things could be kind of about reality, because the thoughts and concepts exist in reality, even if they're in your own head. And then maybe also things like your favorite flavor of ice cream. It's not like you believe that that's like the best ice cream flavor, but you do believe that it is your favorite, which is a belief about reality. So I think it holds for the most part.
Yeah, I can support premise 3 really quick if you want.
Sure.
Okay, so if I were to formalize that, I would say, like, give me a second. Okay, for all x, if x is a belief and there exists a y such that y is a belief and y explains x or is necessary to explain x, right? So that would be like, for all x, bx, and there exists a y such that eyx and by, then all that would be like closed in a parenthesis now, and then if there exists an x, or wait, sorry, no, that's it. Wait, no. Then by, right? So then it would just be then by, right? Or like you have the belief. No, I need to make it
Seriously, because that would just be like restating the claim, basically.
No, yeah, I need to make like a thing. Okay, this is going to be a really long one, but I think I can get it. Okay, for all x, if x is like a rational agent, so just put like Rx, and x believes in, and there exists a y such that y is a belief and x has that belief, right? So, and there exists a y such that by and pxy, then if there exists a z such that z is a belief and z explains y, z explains y, then x believes in z. Did that make sense? And also, I'm kind of like writing this shit in my head right now, so it's probably not coming out the most coherent, so I apologize if that is the case.
Wait, so is this compatible with like sourceful compatibilism?
No, I don't.
Oh, I didn't realize I was muted the whole time. So all I heard, though, is a valid argument with propositions, but unless you can support your specific proposition of agent causation being necessary for, y, and then that's why y has x, like you need to support that.
Oh, wait, you're just asking why is LFW logically prior to agents? I mean, to normativity?
Yeah, you tried to go over it, and then I have reasons to disagree with you.
Yeah, you're right. I was just going to say that it is logically prior. I thought that's what... Okay, so if you want to know why it's logically prior, I can't exactly formalize that, since it's kind of like an intuition pump. But it's just going to be the whole ought implies can in a very real sense, right? So, like, if we're not talking about fictions, we're talking about beliefs about reality. So it's not a belief in something which you think is false. It's a belief in something which you think is true. Then it must be true in reality that a directive can map to, an action. And if it's causally determined, then a directive, which is true about reality, can't actually direct to a certain action, which means that the directive itself is gutted of its, like, direction, if that makes sense. So that's, like, the intuition pump for why agency is logically prior to normativity. But also, if you want like a more extensive breakdown of it, I know Kant talks extensively about agency being prior to normativity.
I need the
if you want to text me,
I need the specific wording again of your kind of your important statement about so if everything's determined, then
if everything's
just do me this. Send it to me in a DM. I'm going back to playing Battlefield, but I'm still listening. Send me like your justification for P3 in a DM, and then I'll copy and paste it later.
Okay, cool. Sure, but for the time being, I'm just going to communicate it to Elf. The justification is just it's just going to say that, like, if some norm is true about reality, right? So, like, let's say that we're saying Schmurder is wrong, right? So you ought not Schmurder, and that's something about reality. And then this can only be true if agents within reality can be directed by this norm, right? So this is just to say that, like, if the norm is directive, then the norm needs to be directive in pretty much all cases where it's like you can be held liable for not adhering to this norm. Does that make sense?
Is that the behavior of the agent has to be somewhat directed by the norm. Like the norm has to affect the agent's action in some way.
It has to be able to affect agent's actions simpliciter, yeah.
Yeah.
So like basically if there's some agent which is causally determined to never adhere to that norm, right? Which even agents causally determined to adhere to that norm would still technically be gutting the norm, because the norm isn't doing the directing, it's whatever is causally determining them to be directed by the norm that's doing the directing. But within the case which someone is causally determined to not adhere to that norm, you would say that person does not have culpability, or that norm is not actually true about reality or something. Yeah. But if
I'm just gonna run the Kalam. I'm good, guys. I'm gonna run the Kalam.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. But if you want the most, like, Kant talks about agency for like 30 pages, I think, or like 20 pages in his Metaphysics or Groundwork of Metaphysics of Morality book. So if you want like the most like succinct and deep, I guess, explanation of what it is that I'm saying, you could read where I'm getting it from, because I could be doing it a disservice right now. But yeah, tight shit. I do have an essay to work on at the moment, though, that is due in 26 minutes.
We'll talk about this another time, but my entire strategy isn't going to be different than what we talked about earlier. That I'm just going to demonstrate how normativity does not depend on metaphysical ability to do otherwise. It only depends on the practical ability to do otherwise. The epistemic.
Yeah. So, Elf, I'm not disagreeing, but what I'm saying is that any belief, right? So if you have the belief that you can do otherwise, right? That's a belief about reality. And if that's a belief about reality which informs normativity, then even if it's just practical and metaphysically actually false, that's just basically incoherent to what your actual belief structure is, like, basically propagating. And if it's incoherent and you have no epistemic access to the actual state of affairs, which would be like the linchpin of my argument, then you would just want to stay perfectly coherent within what you actually believe, which would just be saying, if you believe
I just deny the incoherence. You haven't demonstrated the incoherence. I don't see it.
Incoherence is if you believe that you can do otherwise, and that's a belief about reality, right? So you're saying practically you believe you can do otherwise, and that's a belief about reality, right? You can't not believe that you can do otherwise. It's just inherent to agency, right? So
yeah, I know, but we cash that out differently. When I'm talking about can do otherwise, I'm talking about in the choice epistemic domain. You're talking about in the metaphysical domain.
Well, what I'm saying is that if we're going to say epistemic domain is like beliefs and knowledge, what I'm saying is, one, you don't have any knowledge, and two, your beliefs support the fact that
no, but we don't have to have actual knowledge. It just matters what we think. If we think we have knowledge, then that's informing our choice.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, like, if you believe, like, practically that you have the ability to do otherwise, then you already agree with what I'm saying. You just don't think that that's a belief about reality, which would be a contention with the first one.
No, it is a belief about reality. It's just that the practical possibilities are in a deterministic framework, which maybe you're disagreeing with.
Yeah, we might have to, like, hash that out, but it doesn't sound like we're saying very much different things. I don't know. But,
I will.
This does not sound so.
Bro, do your essay. It's due in 25 minutes, bro. What are you doing?
Wait, John. Wait, really quick. Well, the thing is, I don't really care about this class, so it's not a big deal to me. Like, this teacher is really stupid, so I really don't mind. Like, I genuinely don't think she even remembered the critiques that she gave my essay. Like, my credences are to the hypothesis that her IQ is sub 3-digit. Anyways, what's up, John?
I was gonna say, like, this doesn't sound like Plantinga's model.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. It's not like actually Plantinga's model. It's just like Alacrity said that this is like something Plantinga talks about extensively. But my thing is just kind of my own deduction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like I also say that I'm pulling from Kant's, but Kant says that knowledge is possible through a priori necessities, but I say that those aren't knowledge; those are just inherent to any belief structure of a human.
I'm just gonna take a break. I'm gonna throw the syllogism in ChatGPT, and then I'm just gonna like copy and paste it and send it to you.
Throw the syllogism in.
There's my refutation.
Yeah, throw the syllogism in ChatGPT and ask it if a transcendent, intelligent mind that only operates rationally came up with this conclusion. Because
no, genuinely, the reason I said that is what was it, yesterday? Yeah, no, 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I was in this live stream and Coco was running it, and a guy was like arguing against the resurrection, but he's like, let's see if you can refute this. I threw this into ChatGPT, and this is what it had to say.
Wait, that guy's goated, bro. What? Dude,
He
from
was
now on, I'm
giving-
just gonna start using ChatGPT. Dude, it was like that one debate that fucking Bobert did, where she just like was obviously inputting shit into ChatGPT on a day of the debates thing. That was funny.
What happened?
So there was a debate between Jim and Bobert, and Bobert like was just straight up throwing all of Jim's points into ChatGPT and asking for a refutation. So she was
How do
like,
you know that?
the language was just ChatGPT language. So basically, she was like, well, this is a very complex topic with many multifaceted explanations. So one possible explanation would be, and it's like, bro.
Did that actually happen, Coco?
I'd have to rewatch it, but it's on YouTube and everyone can watch the debate. It's uploaded.
I can't believe she won that.
No, she didn't win. Just
She
Jim
didn't
won.
win?
No, Jim got voted as the winner. But I was judging that.
No, you're talking about Jim and her. I thought you were talking about Jeff for Truth and her.
No. I don't know what happened with them. I heard that was a horrible debate, though.
Yeah.
Wait,
I can't believe she won.
You know what, guys?
I still don't know who Bobert is.
But Cage and Divinity was the best debate I've seen, like, in forever. That shit was good.
Summer.
What was Cage's and Divinity's debate on?
Ethical egoism. So like
I don't know anything
ethical
about that.
egoism is like what's morally good is whatever is like in alignment with my personal flourishing.
You know, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. When it comes to this like social media thing, I think Day of Debates is a good business model, and it might end up being the next modern day debates. But I do have days where I look at social media and like it's like an emotional roller coaster. Some days I'm like, I'm never gonna make it. Like this is pointless, and then other days I'm like, you know what? This might actually end up being something someday.
It's all about consistency and also getting big names. The Ryan
It's
Mullins
like,
thing is big.
I go through drastic up and downs actually in regards to what I'm doing on
Coco.
TikTok.
Coco, what's your refutation to the necessary initial state? Go.
Actually, I sent you an invite because I was going to talk to you about something, but I realized it was Trent that was challenging me on it. He was challenging me on whether Paul was violent against Christians, like involved with it, or whether he was just telling people to like do the violence themselves. But actually, Paul writes in like Galatians and like Corinthians.
Wait, why would it matter? Wait, just really quick. Why would it matter if Paul was just commanding people to do the violence?
Because I was arguing that Paul is like mentally unwell, and so
so what? It wouldn't make a difference whether he's commanding it or doing it himself.
Yeah. So for example, like Coco, imagine I hired a hitman to come to your house and torture you and then unalive you. I think that would still be that would be nearly, maybe not necessarily, but it would be nearly identical to doing the action myself.
Yeah, all you're saying is Paul is more cowardly by doing.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
I don't think so, because think about it. Like, I think that the person that actually murders the individual and has like blood all over their face is going to be way more traumatized than the person who just tells a bunch of other guys to go do it.
Wait, wasn't Paul a soldier? Like,
because he had a command to take out the Christians, though.
Was the argument based off of trauma? Wait, I'm missing something.
Yeah, so like I always argue that Paul is not really like a good source, because he basically goes from like unaliving Christians to becoming a Christian, and he sees Jesus in the desert on the road to Damascus. So I always argue that like Paul is psychologically unwell and traumatized by murdering Christians.
Coco, do you know about what he had to go through?
Well, really quick, just let me understand the argument.
Oh no, it's bought by blood. Godly.
Oh my God. Don't worry.
Yeah,
The heretic,
John
bro.
is an actual.
Don't worry about him. Just keep going.
Oh my gosh, this
Fake
guy.
pastor, fake pastors. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Oh my gosh, this guy. Anyway,
Same guy.
the homie who couldn't track an argument with a GPS.
Damn.
Right.
Gotta run away.
John, why did you have to do that, bro?
Why did I have to go to the meta?
Yeah, because I don't want to hear that shit between y'all, especially with this Randall guy.
Dude, Farouk, I need to ask something, bro. I feel like your voice gets deeper every time I
Hey, yo,
talk
blood
to you.
by blood. I asked you to give
Never
me
mind,
evidence.
I have to be quiet
Run
right
away.
now, so
No,
my
run
voice.
away, bro.
Like
No, it's
when
okay.
I'm quieter, my voice is deeper.
Yeah, bro. When I'm quieter, my voice gets squeakier.
Really?
No, I have to do the same thing. So when I'm like whispering.
But no, because think about it. So Paul ends up having a vision about Jesus. He never met Jesus for a day in his life. But I was thinking that Paul is involved in the violent murders of a bunch of Christians, and while he's doing this, he's hearing details about Jesus, which would then lead him to like feeling guilty and hearing a voice in the desert. So I would argue that Paul's psychologically ill and is just having visions due to guilt and being psychologically traumatized by murdering Christians. And that is why he's having his experience.
You're gonna have a heck of a burden that you're gonna have to bear on that one.
I mean, but it does make sense because we do see like trauma in like murderers, and loss of life does psychologically affect people, whether they're mourning or whether they're just traumatized by their actions.
Well, there's also like, I know I don't necessarily hold this view. I probably do think Paul was unaliving Christians, but there is also the view that he wasn't doing that, and that's a later development that you see in like the book.
I would
because
listen.
Paul himself doesn't say that he unalives Christians. That's just in the book of
Wait, Paul said that he opposed. Paul said that he was trying to defeat the church, and
He
he
said
was
he intensely persecuted the church. I don't know what that means, right?
Wait, he says the word violent in that same verse.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I was taking notes on it tonight.
No, I don't think so.
Wait, hold on. Let me go upstairs, but like I'll find it. It's in my notes. I literally just took notes on it a couple minutes ago.
But either way, like he probably like, if you take the Gospel Book of Acts, you know, as a historical document, then yes, he was unaliving Christians. But if you don't, then you can't really say whether he was. But I mean, then there's church tradition too, probably somewhere. But that's also probably not as reliable. I don't know. That's what I would say.
I'll go check real quick.
What do you think about that, John? Like that, the fact that.
Oh no, I think he was definitely in a lot like
because you accept,
imprisoning and like I think the word used is persecuting. I don't know if he like directly was unaliving them, but
yeah.
If I'm not mistaken,
I think in the book
he was directly persecuting them.
Yes, definitely persecuting them. It says it's somewhere in the Bible he was unaliving them, but
wasn't he putting them in jail or something?
He was, yeah.
In prison?
He was literally going door to door, stripping them from their houses and taking them to jail.
Yeah. That like
that I don't think that's enough to produce guilt-induced hallucinations. But hey, if he was unaliving them,
well, I mean, listen. Even if I granted the notion that Paul had this guilt, and let's even say he had hallucination, would only explain, like it wouldn't fill the explanatory scope or explanatory power of the other facts. So because Paul Paul is also going to know people that saw Jesus too. And so it seems for every instance of someone encountering Jesus, you have to be consistent and either, give these irrelevant facts or like hallucinations or whatever to every single instance. And there's, I think, over 20 instances that can be applied in virtue of eyewitness testimony. But even if we didn't apply all 21, you could still say that Paul knew people that saw Jesus, right? So
now, I'm not saying that I'm convinced, but I've been studying this resurrection thing, and there's like a lot of information packed into this resurrection thing, and like it's starting to look convincing. I'm not saying that I'm convinced, but it is starting to look
I mean, it convinced me, Co, and I was an atheist for I don't know how long.
To the life, man.
That convinced me. The resurrection convinced me. Fine tuning was a big argument initially. Now I don't use it much. Kalam is a big argument for me initially.
Like I'm putting the pieces.
Necessary initial state was a big argument for me. Resurrection. Yeah.
The resurrection has convinced people for generations. It's not something new. If it's interesting to you, then just keep looking at the arguments, looking at the counter arguments, and then just apply an abductive case.
It's a bit convincing, but there's still like some holes and stuff. But hold on.
What is it about the resurrection? I mean, you're talking about individual hallucinations, different times, different places, group hallucinations, an enemy hallucination. That's like a lot of different types of hallucinations.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
What is it about the resurrection that's convincing you?
So like I'm checking everything that was written, right? Well, okay, wait. I'm not really sure, but like
I just gave a motivating reason. You don't have to explain individual hallucinations, different times and places, group hallucinations, and
yeah. So like the Corinthians Creed is very early, and it's talking about sightings of Jesus, and that's like within months, according to like, I have my notes literally in front of me, but like according to, don't tell me, don't say it, Richard Carrier and James Dunn. I find that
they don't even believe Jesus existed.
Richard Carrier doesn't, James Dunn does.
Yeah, James Dunn, but Carrier doesn't even believe Jesus existed.
Right.
But for some reason they're dating the Corinthians Creed within.
Yeah, he still dates the Corinthians.
Oh no, he still dates the Creed because it's historically the case.
So I find that to be very interesting and very compelling. It's very early. It's a document that talks about Jesus rising from the dead, and it's within months after Jesus.
Or years, depends what you're looking at. The consensus is 3 to 5 years, but James Dunn says within months, just to be fair.
So the Creed is probably it is starting. It is starting within months, but by the time it's widely circulating, it's years.
But also, like, a key thing is that I think I wrote in my notes that some of the 500, the 500 detail, Sir said it was like Creole, but there are some details that are sort of like added, maybe, to boost the like miraculousness.
Well, Paul adds the 500 in all likelihood, right? There's a debate in scholarship whether he added that or not, but it may have not been original to the creed that was circulating a few months or years after the crucifixion. But Paul, in my view, added that because he probably knew people who were a part of that group. And so they told him that there was an appearance where they were in a group of hundreds of people probably, and they saw Jesus risen. So
now, Jesus had a brother and he had a cousin, right? And the brother was named James, right?
he had a brother named James. The Catholics and Orthodox think that's his cousin because they think Mary was a ever virgin that didn't have more children. But the evidence is that that was Jesus' biological brother. Yes,
But we
James.
don't have any other
Whoa,
indication.
whoa, buddy. You can't say Mary's not a virgin. You can't say
An
that.
ever virgin.
Yeah, you can't say Mary isn't ever virgin, buddy. Because then you would be saying
Mary was not a
participated in
Mary was not a persistent virgin.
But what the
Wait,
fuck?
what? Then that throws the whole thing. Wait, what the?
Yeah. So
even Coco, who's an
she
atheist,
had
sees issues with
she had
that.
other children. She had James.
Wait, why are you saying that's problematic, Coco?
Was Jesus born of a virgin birth?
Persistent virgin. Persistent. It means after. So when you're talking about persistence in Mary's virginity, you're referencing the fact that she, even after Jesus is born, never engaged in activity with Joseph.
Wait, I have a question, really quick. Do you guys want to hear how I gave this? You remember how I said this? I just finished the paper, by the way. You remember how I said I don't really think this teacher has an IQ that's in the triple digits? Do you want to see how I gave her ego pains?
I do.
Okay, so for a preface to this is I submitted a paper that says that like anti-realist position on morality basically don't have any informative or any informative / like persuasive reasons for any sort of abortion argument. And I was explaining to her the last paragraph.
Oh, is she pro-choice?
Yeah, she's pro-choice.
Oh, you're gonna get that.
So I was explaining to her the last paragraph of the argument. I mean, of the whole like paper for an hour, right? And she was telling me, and at a point she couldn't like reason against me anymore because I was giving Kant's. Like I was basically just citing Kant, right? I was just basically wordballing someone who is very much smarter than you or her.
Sit down. I am the teacher now.
No. So she said, "You just have to accept that I'm right because I'm your teacher." And I was like, "What?" I told her I don't think that's the case because you haven't given any reasons which argue not in favor of my argument. You're just saying that it's wrong, but they're not giving any reasons to support it's wrong. And I eventually got her to concede that my argument is fine, but it's just unnecessary for the goal of the paper, which is like a fine critique. And so this is what she said. She emailed the whole class that she's no longer going to do in-person like I guess study sessions or whatever they were. It was like one-on-one sessions where she judges your paper and tells you what to do. And this is what she said. "It is sad to say that over the past few weeks, a small subset of students had not shown me proper respect." And mind you, this is right after. This is literally right after what happened.
Wow.
This disrespect has occurred in various forms. Missing scheduled meetings without notification, which I'm assuming is not actually the big thing because she's canceled meetings like a million times. So it's usually her fault, not ours. And combative and dismissive behaviors during personal meetings. And talking over me in personal meetings. And I didn't do that. So I don't know. Maybe someone else talked over her. But the dismissive and combative behavior is definitely in relation to me because she was, Anyways, listen to the ego pains. "And an overall skepticism of the legitimacy of my comments / feedback. It is disappointing that my teaching style that values students' creativity, academic freedom, and autonomy has been taken advantage of. I understand that my philosophical values center on precision and specificity. They don't. Which may not correspond to your pre-existing philosophical values. I was trained as a mathematical logician and analytical philosopher of science." Just randomly threw that in there. So it's
What the heck?
Huge ego pains, bro.
She's out of her mind.
Okay, so
I've had some really bad professors before too.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
I didn't go to college.
Lucky.
Goated. I wouldn't go if I could get published without going, but I can't.
I mean, it's only worth it if I get a job out of it. I'm still looking for one. I'd interviewed. Hopefully, I get it. But
oh yeah, you got that, bro. I believe in you.
Hopefully.
Just may you be so successful that some layman fallaciously appeals to your authority.
Even Jesus get rich. 100% biblically.
But
trust your prosperity gospel teachers.
So according to like Galatians chapter 1 verse 13, it says, For you have heard of my former life in Judaism, how I persecuted the church of God violently and tried to destroy it.
That's the but if you go to any other translation, go to another translation, bro. It won't say violently.
So
This is
Galatians, if I'm not mistaken, Galatians is highly contested.
Oh, it is?
No. Galatians is an authentic Pauline letter.
Oh no, I'm thinking. Yeah, my bad. Yep, you're right.
And then if you go to Acts,
No, I'm not saying that because I don't think Paul. Because my position is that Paul did violently, deal with Christians, but
Yeah, I mean the translations I've read says intensely persecuted the Church of God, so I'd have to read it in the Greek.
but whenever you go to
Man, that's not how people vote. Damn, someone, what the?
Whenever you go
Sorry,
to
someone
Acts,
just
whenever you go to Acts chapter 8, verse 3, Luke writes, "But Saul was savaging the church and entering house after house. He dragged off men and women and committed them to prison."
Yeah.
He's describing Paul dragging people out of their houses and taking them to prison.
That's if you take Acts to be a historical,
W.
Yeah, that was it.
Can I say something to Ya real quick before I go to bed here? Ya, do you agree that in the game of chess we do have norms, or at least one that winning the game is good, because that's like defined by what chess is?
I don't think winning is being good is necessarily indexed to specifically chess, but like if you're saying norms and what guides us in moving the pieces, then yeah, sure.
I'm just saying that there is a right and wrong in chess. If you are moving towards winning, that is a right, and if you are doing something that moves you towards losing, that is wrong.
Obviously, that would be indexed to like chess, though. So yeah.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Our norms would be indexed to reality. It would be indexed to facts about reality instead.
Well, it would be indexed to facts about reality about chess in reality. So you would think that there's an objectively right way to play chess versus a wrong way indexed to those norms.
What, to the norms about, like, but I'm not talking about the way we constructed chess. I'm just narrowing our view right now to make this simple. Like once chess is constructed, once God constructs the universe, the norms are in place based off the way he constructed it. So the way we constructed chess, the norms are defined now by the way we designed chess.
Sure.
Right, and like part of those norms would be like the rules and stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, rules would be more like physical laws because you can't break them in chess. So that's not a norm. That's more of a, like just a law that, like a natural...
But, I mean, when you say you can't, right, you can technically move the knight like a bishop, but it's just you shouldn't move the knight.
No, I mean, like, it would then cease being chess. Like, it's if you're playing chess, you have to follow the rules.
I guess then in that case it would be different, sure. Then it wouldn't be necessarily normative, but I was just seeing it as in, like, if you're going to play chess, then you should play it like this or something. But if you're saying that in order to play chess, it needs to fit this, like, these lists of, like, necessitating, like, whatever, then it's just different. So I guess I wouldn't say chess was normative then. It would be functional.
I just killed a man.
I'm just talking about within the world of chess, though, yeah. I'm trying to use it as an analogy for reality. Like
I mean, would we say that, like, there's a better way to play chess than, like, you should play chess in that way versus another way?
But there is, right? Like, if there's such a thing as one move being better than another move.
Sure, yeah. If that's what you're saying, then sure.
Yeah. Now, in this situation, when we decide to place our moves, whether it be a machine or a human, we're all doing the same thing. What we're doing is we're calculating the move that is best. We're saying that this is the best move I can come up with given the information I had.
Sure.
Cool. Now, this process does not require libertarian free will. In fact, I can explain in a moment why libertarian free will would undermine this entire process. It just, in the norms, like, they don't require libertarian free will. It's just a feature of reality. And our response to the norms doesn't require that we need to, like, metaphysically have alternative possibilities. It just means that we need to have a deliberative process where we examine options and compare that to the norm.
Yeah, but again, if we're saying that the norms are true about reality, right, and we believe that or less specifically, that we believe that they're true about reality, then if agency is a prerequisite for norms, then it just would be.
I know, but I'm refuting. Well, when you say agency, I'm not talking about libertarian agency. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying, no, that's not required
if
for
you're
what you're
talking
saying it's
about
required for.
compatibilist agency, I don't think compatibilist agency in like the source compatibilist sense is agency. So like, if you're just going to say that like basically the way in which we deliberate about it is necessitated, therefore we can believe in the norm without actually like believing in libertarian free will, I'm just going to say no, because the way in which something is, or the way in which something like appears to be, is different than what we need to believe in order to remain coherent within our pre-existing belief structure.
Well, let me explain why your view is the incoherent one here. If we include, let's include libertarian free will in the chess example.
Yeah.
That would mean that in any situation, we have the set of norms which are guiding our actions still. That's still there. That's the same. We also have the rules that dictate the limits of our options. That's the same.
Yeah.
And what is also the same is our deliberation process should still be the same. We have the same information. We have the same rules, the same norms. All the information going into our brain is the same. So we should have the same deliberation process.
No,
However,
why would that be the case?
Because there's no explanation for why it would be different.
Well, again, like the explanation would just be the agent's control. So, like for example, you can deliberate in a way which like aligns with this set of values, or you can deliberate in a way which aligns with this set of values. Like for example, let's just say the chessboard is you're a rook down, right? So you could conceivably, right, play the game in a way which is going to sacrifice your queen and like some weird like sacrifice that looks beneficial in the long run, or you could play it safe and try to consolidate your position like and be like positionally strong, and then try to win out in terms of like positional strength rather than actual firepower.
I know, but these are all like factors, right? That would already be going into your decision that you would weigh against each other.
That's different. No, they're not factors. They are deliberation. So you can choose to deliberate.
What the heck does that mean? Deliberation is weighing factors. What are you saying?
Yeah, the factors would be like whatever values you have prior to the deliberative process, but the deliberation itself is going to be sourcing or controlling which factors implicate your actual action.
Yes, but is that process... Okay, so we're saying that free will is we have factors, but we get to choose which ones are going to apply to our choice.
Depends on the factor, but yeah.
Okay, so what is the criteria by which we select between factors and prefer one over another?
When you say what's the criteria, you're saying what's the causal mechanism?
Well, if you say that there is none, I'm just going to explain that you don't have control over that then, definitionally.
No, if I'm saying that what is the mechanism is just your control, then saying that I don't have control is just like basically saying that what I'm saying is like wrong, which without any like justification for why it's wrong.
No, I think I'm giving it... Look, hang on. The justification here is that you're claiming that we have control over the deliberative process.
Yeah.
And yet somehow all the information and stuff in our head doesn't determine the actual choice.
I mean, the deliberative process does determine the choice, but the deliberative process itself, you can choose to deliberate in X way instead of Y way.
So you're saying that even though I know that this move is the best move,
you can choose to make a different move, yeah.
I can make a less good move, even though I know it's not as good.
Well, yeah, presumably you could, yes.
Okay, so this is my whole issue, is that you seem to be describing insanity. You seem to be describing a person who acts against reason, who, for no reason, chooses to go with the worst option based off the norms, rules, and beliefs.
So, like, another thing is, like, we could say that there's two moves which you perceive to be equally good, or, like, let's say a robot, right, would perceive these two moves to be equally good, and you have access to what this robot believes or what this robot perceives about the chess position, and let's just say it's perfectly right. Right? Let's say you are perfectly rational. You could still make a choice to pick one move over the other move, over some, like, maybe you want the move that looks the flashiest, or maybe you just want to have...
Well, then that would just be a determining reason. You can't give any reasons.
No, it wouldn't. So, yeah, so, like, for example, we could say that you have motivations for each, and then you choose, right? You have the choice, you choose which motivations you choose to align to within both.
But necessarily you do that. Hang on, yeah. Necessarily you do that arbitrarily because you cannot give me a reason why I prefer one over the other.
You do it inexplicably, but arbitrarily kind of implicates that like you're not in control, but you are in control.
Yes, but how? So does inexplicably. You're something's going on in your brain, yeah, that even you don't understand.
Well, when you say you don't understand, you experience the process because you choose which like process you're going to do.
No, you experience like logical deduction
Okay,
and like
for
thinking
example,
about your
this is an
emotions.
irreducible. Okay, yeah, Elf. When I say that like a cucumber is green, right? I can't explain to you what green is, but like we can both understand that cucumber is green. So when I'm saying we have control over this thing, I can't explain to you what it is, but we both understand what I'm saying.
No, I can explain what it is. It's you who's appealing to something mysterious that you can't explain. Control is simply that
Yes, it
you
is
fully
mysterious.
determine your action.
It is mysterious, yes, in the sense that I cannot fully explain it. Yes, that is a logical consequence of believing in agent causation. It's not like this win that you have over people who believe in agent causation that they can't explain it, because if they could explain it fully, then the causal mechanism would be necessitating.
Which is exactly why this is ridiculous. You're literally admitting that the only way that libertarian free will works is if it's disconnected from reasons, if it's disconnected from rationale.
If it's disconnecting from necessitating reasons, then yes, that would be.
Yes, but that's the only way reasons work. Reasons necessitate action.
No, that's question begging, because I could say that a perfectly rational being which only operates within like the confines or the indexical of like reasons is just going to be choosing between two things which are both equally reasonable, and then the deliberative process, which is going to be actualized why they prefer one over the other, is just going to be of a result of a choice that they make. So it's fully
Yeah, but it's an unexplained choice, yeah, because there's no reason why it prefers one over the other. That means there's no rational reason why it chose one over the other. None.
It's just, I mean, you're just doing a regress of reasons, which I just think is a non-issue, because yes, I don't hold to a strong PSR. So it's just perfectly explained within my system. It's just you have a higher degree.
No, it's not explained. It's acceptable because you allow for unexplainable causation.
It's not. It's still caused by the agent. It's just the mechanism.
Yeah, you have to have faith for that, yeah, because you can't explain how it works.
Oh, I'm saying that you believe it. So your contention with my argument is the same contention you gave earlier, but my argument was not of a metaphysical type. It was a
Well, then here's another contention. In order for you to even perceive normativity and recognize it and recognize what you're supposed to do in response to that normativity, don't you have to use reason, rationale?
Yes, like I said, it's partially determining. It's partially grounding, yes.
Right. So, like, the only way that you can actually even access free will is to not use your free will.
No, it's partially grounding, so like the reasons in which implicate any action are partially grounding to that action, which is just to like say, I don't know, me outside the store partially grounds me walking in the store, right? Like me being outside the store partially explains why I walked in the store. So these reasons partially explain any action, but the full explanation terminates at the agent. Any regress or any further questioning is now going to be question begging with the implied premise that you can fully explain the mechanism in which the agent operates.
But this is the arbitrariness issue. It's wild. You're saying that there's a chain of causation that just terminates at the agent, which means that the ultimate explanation for that choice is a non-caused thing. That means you didn't choose it because it's just a fact about you that you were not in control of.
No, that's different. That's when you're saying you didn't choose it, what you're basically saying is that because it terminates at you, there's something which is outside of me, or there's something.
No, there's not. I'm saying you're a brute. I'm saying that property of you that determined that choice has to be a brute fact because it terminates at you.
If you're saying that like why I act in any certain way is like inexplicable, then sure. I mean, that's just another like that's the same entailment that we've been discussing. So it's not like I don't know, to me it's just like, yes, I cannot explain to you why I choose things rather than I choose other things. I can explain partially why any singular determination process happens, but to fully explain it is to basically just rule out the possibility of my position being true, which in my opinion is just a type of question begging.
I know, that's the problem though. Like you're in a situation where in order to uphold libertarian free will, you have to abandon explanation for your choices in some regard.
Well, yeah, it's not fully explainable, yes.
Which means that if it's lacking explanation in some regard, then part of the choice is explained by nothing.
Wait, let me think about that.
If you can't explain it, then it's unexplainable.
Yeah, it's very simple.
Straightforward.
Explained by nothing. Well, I would just say it's explained by the agent's control. And then,
If it was explained, well, control is not a reason why you do something. It's like a property of like that an agent has over a thing or an action or something. Like it's like a category.
It has the property of control over the deliberative process. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, but a deliberative process is where you take in information and then you combine it in some way to spit out an answer. There's nothing in here that is indeterministic. If it was, it would undermine the reasoning process.
The process itself is what is indeterministic. So, like, for example, if you have some set of beliefs or some set of facts which are going to imply some of two actions, you can pick, like, you can choose why you act in X way instead of Y way, given that these two ways are possible actions which you can do. It's just your choice. Your choice isn't.
I know, but there's no reason for the choice. You're doing a completely irrational, random choice. There's no reason for it.
That's not true. The choice is partially grounded by reasons.
Yeah, you say partially, but I'm talking about the part that's not grounded by reason. The mysterious, inexplicable part that is definitionally not based on reason, and therefore it can't be your choice. It's not based on anything.
That's grounded in the agent, though.
Yeah, it comes from the agent, but you don't have control over yourself.
You do. That's question begging. That's just question begging. So if you say I don't have control over myself, what you're saying is agent causation is not the case. I'm saying agent causation is the case, and I'm saying I do have control over this stuff.
I was using your view. I'm saying the reason you don't have control is because part of your choice is not explained by anything. So that part of your choice
can't be part of your choice. This is why I said it's so important that you understand that the agent fully grounds the action. Your choice is fully grounded by your agent. Your agent then has full responsibility. It's not causally determined to do anything.
I know, but these words are meaningless if you can't explain how they connect, right? If you're just saying it's fully grounded without explaining how that, like, what that means in regards to, because when you say fully grounded, to me that means that the choice is fully explained by the agent, which means determined. What do you mean fully grounded if it's not fully explained by the agent?
No, it is fully explained by the agent.
No, it's not. Then it would have one determined answer. A full explanation is a determined effect.
Because you're assuming that the agent.
That's not question begging. It's a mathematical effect. If you have a full account of why a thing is the way it is, then it cannot be any other way.
No, that's not true. What? That's literally.
Look into that one. That one in particular.
Okay, so we can talk about it, but it's just not like this is presuming that an explanation also has an explanation to negate counterfactuals.
That has nothing to do with it.
No, yes, it does. Because if I'm saying that the action is fully grounded or fully explained by the agent and the agent's control, and then you ask me, well, why did the agent do this instead of this? And then I'm saying that I don't need to explain that for the action to be fully explained by the agent. What you're asking for is a type of PSR which fully explains negation counterfactuals.
I mean, I think you just outlined the contradiction. You literally said that you're asking me.
Dude,
you're saying that.
Elf, you know what, dude? This is just getting ridiculous. Do you know what the strong PSR is?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what the not strong PSR is?
I mean, just basically just accepting that there are some things that don't have an explanation, right?
No. Okay. The strong PSR is expecting an explanation, or at least as Spinoza defines it, which he's kind of the pioneer for the strong PSR, is as Spinoza defines it, the strong PSR is an explanation for X and an explanation for everything which did not happen in place of X.
Yeah, right. So that's the same, but that's literally logically the same as me saying that the explanation determines what it is in every regard. That's the same thing.
Yes, the weak PSR does have an asymmetry, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. So then the asymmetry in the weak PSR is that all the weak PSR demands is an explanation for X, but it doesn't demand an explanation for negation X, right? Because I don't need to explain why everything that didn't happen within my PSR. Right? So what you're saying is in order to remain logically coherent, I need to accept your PSR, but I don't understand why I do.
We might have to end here, but maybe I'll just try this. The reason why I think this is because if the weak PSR is true, yes, that does mean that the explanation for for the event taking place, the result, the action, whatever, is you. your choice, the agent, but then the actual specifics of the way that you do the action, you have to remember that I think this might get confusing because we need to break up choice. When you make a choice, like to throw a ball, it's actually a bunch of binary choices. Do I choose to angle my arm 1 degree up or 1 degree down, or 2 degrees up or 2 degrees down? You can break up every choice into a huge list of logic gates of on or off. And if you were to do this, right, then the only way that any of these logic gates could be different given the set of circumstances that you're in is the same, because that's what we're talking about here in a choice, is that you have a specific set of information you're working with, not some weird variable fuzzy set of information, which would not be in your control anyway, so that doesn't help you. If the only way that anything could be different is if one of these logic gates, one of these on or off logic gates, it cannot be determined by anything. Because if it was determined by some other thing, it would then be either an on or an off.
Okay,
but if it could be on or off,
really quickly,
it has to be random. It has to be not determined by anything.
Again, this is just presuming that all indeterminacies are random, but let's start at the first gate. Can you choose to go 0 or 1? Are both possible choices?
In what context are we talking about? Your view or my view? What are we saying here?
No, okay. Can we say that the gate that which expands to all possible logic gates? Right? So it's a tree, right?
Okay, so the primary choice that is going into the cascade of all other micro choices.
I'm saying you can choose to go 0 or you can choose to go 1, right? Both are choices within your full control.
Wait, hang on a second. Full control, but
yes,
I gotta work this out, because if it's metaphysically possible that I could do either logic gate 1 or 0, if I could do 1 or 0, both are possible. How is it also the case though that in that instance I'm working with a specific set of knowledge, beliefs, and desires? Like it's not like a variable.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that what you do, like your choice would necessarily be a variable. It's just not like random variable because it's partially grounded by like whatever. So what you're saying is like you choose to do 0 or you choose to do 1 for like some reasons.
Yeah, like that's what I would expect. Like if I have control, I would think that I'm making a choice based off of reasons that are in my head.
Yes, that's fine, but what reasons you choose to use are within your control. You have access
right, but
to all
in order to logically be able to deduce which reason is best, I have to have some sort of framework or beliefs about the difference between those reasons.
Yeah, but
so like this is just moving the goalposts. Like how am I determining which reason is best or favorable?
Yeah, that's fine. I already conceded that the more rational you get as a person, the less possibilities you have. So I've already conceded this. So basically what you're asking is whether or not, if we were like to go backwards and just say, is any one person perfectly rational?
No, it's not about that. Like, it's not necessary. I'm just saying that
I can ask you the same thing and you will not be able to explain to me ad infinitum why you choose to act in one way versus another.
I mean, not in exact detail, but I can give you a pretty decent synopsis.
Yeah, I can too.
From genetics to here.
So, okay, here, ask me why I turned left on my way to school instead of right.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, generally speaking, when I'm driving down my hill, I see that there's a lot of traffic on the freeway, so I choose to take the back roads, which is left, right? I can give you a synopsis of why I do what I do, but I can still choose to not operate in accordance with whatever value structure I'm using to eventually determine my action.
But why would you do that? But hang on, yeah. Like, if you were to choose to go against your logical reasons, or like you have a good reason to go left, if you were to choose to go against those, against your values, against your reasons, why would you do that?
I mean, I guess I could say I would do that because, like, at any point in time, I prefer to act in way Y instead of way X. I prefer to turn right instead of left.
You're saying that your desires can just change against your will?
It wouldn't be, again, it's just my control. So, like, what I'm saying is basically, at some day X, I desire, to act in a way that would favorably prefer going right instead of going left. This doesn't mean that going left is impossible. It just means that within my value structure of that particular it's going to be more favorable that I end up terminating at the action going right instead of left. This doesn't mean that I couldn't have gone left. It's just more probably the case that if I have this value structure that I'm going to end up terminating it going right, but it is also
why are you adding in probabilities?
I wouldn't.
Why are you adding in probabilities here when you're trying to avoid randomness?
Sure. Well, I mean, what I'm more so saying is that like my deliberative process is obviously determined by my reasons, but when I deliberate, I still have control over my deliberation. It's not something which is causally determined out of my control.
Can I ask a question, Machine? So do you think like there's some sort of problem with preferring to act irrationally?
A problem with it? With preferring to act irrationally. I mean, I think there is problems with it, but not in the way that you're asking.
Well, in the way that is going to apply to Ya's argument. So, for example, in the chess example,